Lightning surged as voices screamed for blood. The sky cracked open while shadows gathered. He stood alone, surrounded by death. He dropped to his knees, breath shallow. Why did it come to this? The battlefield reeked of betrayal and fear. A towering beast emerged, declaring judgment. You disrupted our sacred bond, stole power never meant for humans. This cannot go unpunished. Roars echoed as the beast raised its weapon. This is war. The covenant was broken. Divine punishment must be delivered now. Eyes burning with pain, he whispered, I didn't ask for this, but fate had spoken. Divine punishment was already underway. Breathing heavily, Tsuyoshi stumbled through the unknown. Am I really going to die in this strange world? Panic consumed him quickly. 12 hours earlier, the cleanup crew arrived at the ruins. Tsuyoshi, hurry up and eat! We're on a tight schedule! The supervisor warned, don't slack off, no backup today. We're the only team near those cursed caves. No messing around. While eating, Tsuyoshi whispered, why do people keep entering those caves? He glanced at his worn bowl, lost in thought again. Cleaners showing up all the time, but not heroes, he muttered. Suddenly, someone shouted, hey! Something unexpected was about to happen. Get ready, the heroes are coming, a voice shouted. Tsuyoshi rushed, finishing food quickly. Fine, I get it already. All right, let's go. The crew began their descent toward the cave, armed and alert. Tsuyoshi followed, heart racing from unease. As they neared the entrance, Tsuyoshi muttered, even if it's C rank, this place still creeps me out every time. Another worker said, if C rank caves feel this bad, imagine A rank. S rank caves must be absolute hell inside. They entered cautiously, strange. Only a few darklings around, someone whispered. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, unaware of what was waiting inside. The armored man grinned. Easy reward today. His partner nodded slightly. The heroes were done, cleanup could finally begin soon. Tsuyoshi watched in awe. Heroes are amazing. If only I had awakened, I could have earned real money by now. His co-worker scoffed. You failed the awakening. That's why you're a cleaner, not a fighter. Accept it and move on. Tsuyoshi stepped forward. Thanks for clearing it out. Can we enter now? The red-haired hero gave a nod. Go ahead. Tsuyoshi narrated, we're cleaners, basically trash collectors. We come after the heroes, unrelated to them, just here to pick leftovers. Cleaners and heroes live in different worlds, Tsuyoshi thought, recalling his failure. He still wished he could have become one. Inside the dim cave, the supervisor barked, this is a ruined site! Work fast, 1 hour before it shuts. The crew scattered. Tsuyoshi scraped debris when something caught his eye buried under rubble. Metal glinted faintly through cracked stone. Excited, he shouted, this is a fragment of a shield. His hands trembled, unsure if it was valuable. A teammate smiled. That's rare. Could be worth something. Maybe your parents really are watching over you from above. Tsuyoshi said, that may be true. I'll search deeper. His teammate warned, meet back here in 3.5. He moved cautiously, muttering, the good stuff's always deeper. Let's keep going. His grip tightened on the handle of his tool. 3.5 hours later, he frowned. Strange. There's nothing here. Doubt and pressure began building inside his chest. Tsuyoshi sighed. Only a single shield fragment? That's not enough? Then a voice called out, hey! It's time to regroup. He crouched again. This won't cover 1 day of medical costs. I need something fast, anything valuable. Please show up. Tsuyoshi paused. What's this smell? His eyes widened. It smells like treasure. He stepped forward, tools clinking quietly in hand. He spotted a strange hole. A well? Deep inside the cave? It looked untouched. His curiosity immediately overwhelmed his caution. If there's enchanted equipment, it might cover Curran's medical expenses, he thought, heart pounding. He prepared to descend into the dark. Glowing sparks floated up from the pit. That's a ring? It hovered above a skeletal hand, untouched and shimmering. Tsuyoshi climbed down. A corpse left behind? He whispered. It's a hidden area. Even the heroes must have missed this place. Tsuyoshi grabbed the glowing ring. I did it! A rare item. His hands trembled as light reflected off it. Laughing hard, he shouted, these boost stats and sell high. I just made a fortune. This changes everything, finally. I'll wear it for now, he said, slipping it on. I'll check its rank with Mr. Nakazato later. Grinning, he added, better regroup fast. Thank you, ancestors. But the ring pulsed strangely. Tsuyoshi froze mid-step, confused by its glow. Suddenly, light exploded from his chest. He gasped, whoa! Something massive stirred, ancient symbols burst forth from the ring, activating power. Tsuyoshi flinched in pain. Ouch! What is this ring? A sharp heat pulsed through his hand, locking it tight. A glowing message appeared, boundless ring recognized. Cannot be removed. Boundless passage will open shortly. Tsuyoshi's eyes widened in shock. A voice echoed. Whose voice is that? He shouted. Panic set in. The ground beneath him suddenly began to change. A swirling portal opened. Energy shot upward, dragging Tsuyoshi toward the center. He screamed, what is this? What's happening? The vortex pulled him fast. "Mister, help me!" he yelled, arms flailing. But no one was there to hear him. A teammate asked, "Wasn't Tsuyoshi here?" Another replied, "Probably scouting deeper." None realized he had vanished beneath the surface alone. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi screamed as he was pulled through light. His body spun wildly. Everything became blurry and hard to breathe. He lost consciousness. Darkness swallowed him whole. Time passed without meaning. No one knew where he was or if he'd return. He awoke in a red-lit temple. Divine punishment, voices echoed. Warriors prepared judgment. He had landed in their holy domain. This place, sacred to the beast folk, he thought. The ring had transported him here. They believed he rose from the well. Seated high, the Beast King growled, "Begin it." His guard stepped forward as Judgment Day began in the blood-stained arena. He declared, "We execute 3 criminals today." The first betrayer of their territory had leaked secrets to humans. Fury filled the crowd. The accused shouted, "I'm no traitor!" But no one listened. The crowd yelled back, "Shame! Pitiful coward! You betrayed us!" The Beast King stood. "By my command," he said, "this traitor shall receive divine punishment, justice for our wounded honor." Guards raised their weapons. "Face divine punishment," they cried. The crowd roared as the traitor's sentence neared its brutal end. Lightning struck the traitor as he screamed. The crowd watched without mercy. "No one escapes divine punishment," the priest proclaimed. Blue energy consumed him completely. Bones cracked, screams echoed. Tsuyoshi stood nearby, frozen. "What kind of judgment is this?" he thought. Guards shouted, "Bring the next prisoner." Tsuyoshi's heart raced. He wasn't sure why, but his instincts screamed danger was coming. "Another human was captured," someone said. "No mark of a warrior, yet he bears the ring from the forbidden well." A girl gasped, "That's the divine ring. How can a weak outsider possess it? Is this a test from gods?" A warrior barked, "Enough!" Tsuyoshi was thrown down. Pain shot through him. He gasped, barely conscious. "Why is this happening? No, I can't die here!" Tsuyoshi cried. "I still have Karina. I still want to become a hero." He pushed himself up, body shaking. "How did it come to this? All I wanted was to survive." A beast folk shouted, "Insects! A human dares oppose us? Die!" Flames and rage surged. "May he burn by divine punishment." Tsuyoshi collapsed again, breathing heavy. "Bring down divine punishment," voices echoed. He clenched his teeth. Something inside him was starting to awaken. Tsuyoshi clenched his jaw. "I can't die." His body trembled, but his willpower flared. Something deep inside refused surrender. He shouted, "Not in a place like this!" Electricity surged around him, sparking violently. A mysterious force exploded from within. Lightning struck, cracking the ground. Tsuyoshi braced himself as it slammed down, yet he remained unharmed. Energy shielded him somehow. The crowd gasped. Did he dodge it? Confusion spread across the beast folk. Their certainty in his death had shattered instantly. Among them, a young beastkin girl stared silently. Her eyes narrowed. Something about him wasn't normal anymore. Not at all. A beastfolk elder muttered, "He avoided the lightning of divine punishment?" Another added, "That's unprecedented. No one's ever done that." Tsuyoshi stood, bruised and furious. "I refuse to die here, you bastard!" His voice echoed with raw determination and anger. He charged forward. The air cracked. "No way!" Someone gasped. Another lightning bolt erupted from above with terrifying speed. Electricity crashed down again. Tsuyoshi screamed, pain racing through his body. He hadn't escaped. He'd only delayed the strike. The beastfolk roared, "Divine lightning strikes more than once. Time for the next round." The judgment wasn't over yet. The crowd chanted, "Divine punishment." Weapons raised high, their excitement grew. The girl whispered, "What a terrifying spectacle." Lightning closed in. Tsuyoshi trembled, shadows forming. "No, I can't die here." The ring glowed, reacting to his desperate will. A message appeared activating Boundless Ring Divine Selection System. Power surged through his body, awakening something deep within his core. Energy twisted around him. His muscles tensed. The ring's magic reshaped him completely, forming the foundation of a new being. A beastman sensed the shift. He muttered. From the sky, lightning struck again, but something had now changed forever. The beastfolk stared in disbelief. That guy, is he still alive? Tsuyoshi stood, lightning coursing through his slowly changing form. Electric sparks surrounded him. The screen flashed again, constructing the ultimate physique. 15% complete. Power pulsed through him with each breath. "What the heck?" shouted a warrior. Tsuyoshi's transformation was accelerating. They had never seen anything like this before fear began spreading. Constructing ultimate physique 40%. Scanning inputting skill. Divine eye. His vision sharpened, bones cracked. Something greater was waking inside him. Lightning danced under his feet. "Something is calling for me," Tsuyoshi whispered. The ring's power wasn't finished yet. Not even close. The crowd murmured, "That guy." Lightning flared across the stage. Tsuyoshi stood in the center, his body glowing with power. The divine hammer trembled and rose toward him. Crackling energy danced across it. Something ancient was responding to his transformation. Tsuyoshi's new form took shape, constructing ultimate physique 60% complete. Inputting skill consciousness inventory. Inputting skill absolute duplication. Beastfolk grew uneasy. Tsuyoshi's lightning spread wider. Their confidence wavered. He wasn't the same human who collapsed moments ago. Purple light surged again. Constructing ultimate physique 80% complete. More data poured into him. The final stage was drawing near quickly. A stunned elder growled, "Impossible. Only the Divine King could approach that weapon. No one else has ever gotten close." Another whispered, "Is that guy trying to lift the hammer of the Divine King?" Eyes widened with disbelief and fear. Tsuyoshi floated, arms outstretched. Lightning swirled around him. A voice echoed, "Are you the one calling for me? Why did you call me?" The voice asked again. The hammer reacted to Tsuyoshi, answering only to a worthy soul. The system announced ultimate physique constructed, 100%. Inputting special status chosen 1. His transformation was complete. A new power awakened. Lightning surged as Tsuyoshi gripped the divine hammer. "Whoa!" he shouted, the platform breaking beneath him from sheer force. He roared, lifting the weapon with both hands. Energy engulfed him completely, his awakened body ready for whatever came next. The enemy generals stood calmly, unaware of the storm about to strike. Their confidence was built on years of domination. A powerful surge erupted from the young warrior's core. Lightning wrapped his body as the artifact's hidden energy activated completely. His arm trembled as the power surged further. He clutched the ring tightly, determined to control what was once sealed. With a steady breath, he tightened his grip. "I'll make use of your power," he whispered, voice filled with resolve. A flash blinded the battlefield. The warrior charged forward, infused with strength, lightning cracking around him as his assault began. The system message appeared. He acquired the divine hammer. Though power remained locked, something deep inside him had already begun awakening. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief. A human lifting the divine hammer shattered every belief their tribe held sacred. The beast warrior growled in shock. "Impossible! Even the great beast king failed. This can't be real," he muttered furiously. Anger turned to dread. The one who lifts it leads the beastmen? That rule wasn't meant for humans. Lightning still danced around him. He stood tall as the stats updated. "Somehow, I feel much stronger," he whispered, amazed. He looked at his status screen, surprised. "I reached level 3? His body felt lighter, stronger, like something had changed deeply. Dark energy pulsed around him. "Is this the divine selection system?" he asked, feeling its mysterious power surrounding his core. A furious beastman roared and charged. "Damn you, human! Don't touch the divine hammer with your filthy hands!" Watching from behind, a soldier shouted, "That's our great General Ryuga. He won't let this human insult us." "Please," another cried, "help us reclaim the pride of the beastmen." Their faith now rested in one final desperate battle. Ryuga growled, "I don't know your tricks, human, but escaping punishment and lifting the divine hammer, that's unacceptable." He stepped forward, voice cold and commanding. "Return the hammer quietly," he said, eyes narrowing with growing fury. "And accept your punishment," he shouted, his aura flaring. The surrounding beastmen watched, holding their breath as tension thickened. Suddenly, a system message appeared. Passive skill Divine Eye activated. The boy now could analyze any item instantly. Eyes wide, he whispered, "Passive skill Divine Eye?" Realizing the new advantage, his confidence against Ryuga began to rise. The Divine Eye displayed Ryuga's details, level 84, Beastman General, grade as Ambato. His power was clearly overwhelming. The boy stared. "Divine Eye? I can see everything. Is this system letting me analyze enemies too?" Ryuga charged forward. "You lowly human dare challenge me? You need some backbone." His massive blade gleamed menacingly. The boy shouted, "Fine," trying to sound brave. But inside, panic surged. "Wait, this is a misunderstanding," he cried. Dodging back, he gasped, "No way am I fighting a level 84 warrior." Fear gripped him as Ryuga advanced. The boy froze, fear in his eyes. Ryuga roared, "Shut up! Take this!" and charged with deadly intent. The massive sword sliced downward, aimed straight at him. "Listen to me, please," he cried, but Ryuga didn't stop. A bystander watched grimly. "That human is doomed. General Ryuga is one of the Beast King's most powerful warriors." She added, "A human would be cut in half with a single strike. There's no way he survives that." Ryuga's quick slash landed with explosive force. Dust and sparks erupted. The boy barely blocked, skidding back from the blow. Debris scattered. He stood firm, panting. Somehow, he blocked Ryuga's deadly slash with the divine hammer's golden glowing surface. He looked at his hand, shaking. I blocked it? My hands are numb, but this hammer's incredibly sturdy." Ryuga's eyes widened. He blocked my quick slash and endured the shock, just using a hammer. That's not normal, Ryuga growled. You're lucky that hammer saved your life, but next time it won't. His blade prepared for another strike. The boy raised his voice, desperate. I'm telling you, it's a misunderstanding. I'm not from this world. Please listen. Ryuga raised his arm and charged forward. There's nothing to hear, he roared, aiming another brutal strike at the boy. The boy barely dodged, yelling, "Gotcha!" as he gripped the hammer tighter, trying to find an opening to counterattack. Ryuga smirked, grabbing the boy mid-motion. I'll toss him into the sky and finish with Earthquake Shaker, he growled. As the boy flew upward, a screen appeared again. It displayed a new ability. Absolute Copy replicates one opponent's skill. Eyes wide, he muttered. Replicate skills? Realizing the system had just given him a powerful tool against his overwhelming enemy. As he fell, the system's instructions echoed to replicate a skill. Touch the opponent's heart directly with your hand. He stared in shock. Sense the opponent's heart with your hand? What does that even mean? Realization struck. In other words, I have to touch their chest. His eyes widened as Ryuga flew toward him. He launched forward with determination, ignoring logic. I have to touch their chest, he shouted, reaching out midair. Contact was made. A spark surged. Flowers bloomed comically around Ryuga. As the absurd moment froze time for a beat, a burst of light surrounded him. Countless skill cards floated in the air, each one containing a powerful ability. There are so many, he shouted, as if I can choose one among them while falling like this. Ryuga grunted, noticing the strange energy. What are you doing to me? He growled, confused and defensive. Ryuga raised his weapon. Take this! Heaven and earth! He yelled, channeling his full power into a massive strike. One skill glowed. Heaven Shaker. Cooldown 360 seconds. Compatible with the hammer? Alright, I'll go with this, he declared confidently. He raised the hammer, shouting, Heaven Shaker! A massive force exploded outward. I'm telling you I can't afford to die! Ryuga's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible! How can he use my technique? His body tensed as power surged toward him. A towering energy blast struck the ground. Rocks shattered and dust erupted, the force overwhelming even the distant onlookers. Everyone watched in shock. The explosion sent Ryuga flying into the sky, completely engulfed by the copied Heaven Shaker. As the dust settled, a confused and stunned voice emerged from the smoke. Huh? Ryuga was still alive, barely. Ryuga blinked in confusion. The power control, it doesn't hurt at all. In fact, it feels somewhat pleasant. A notification appeared due to low level, attack impact was reduced. Upgrade needed to damage high-level opponents more effectively. Panting and confused, the boy stared at the system. What the? He had no idea what just happened. In the distance, a shadowy figure stood. Someone else was watching. The atmosphere grew heavier with silent tension. Ryuga slammed the ground in rage. You filthy human, how dare you humiliate me? His pride had been shattered. A deep voice thundered, That's enough! A burst of red energy exploded across the battlefield, stopping everyone in their tracks. The Beastmen looked up in awe. It's the Beast King. He's taking action himself. Fear and reverence filled their voices. Gasps spread through the crowd. Beast King? The Beast King is here! Even the girl stood frozen in disbelief. A powerful gust swept across the land. Buildings shook. The sky twisted, signaling that someone far stronger had arrived. The boy stood his ground, muscles tensed. Wind spiraled around him as the Beast King's pressure approached fast and heavy. The storm settled. From within the smoke, the massive figure of the Beast King emerged, stepping calmly onto the battlefield. He lowered himself slowly, kneeling on one knee. Silence spread as the strongest being humbled himself before the human. Gasps broke out. The Beast King knelt down, one shouted. Shock rippled through the crowd. No one expected this moment. Floating above, the boy heard, It seems you have truly been chosen by the divine hammer, in a solemn voice. He landed gently, stunned. This may indeed be a sign from the gods. The weight of destiny pressed onto him. The Beast King spoke solemnly. For hundreds of thousands of years, you are the first chosen by the divine hammer. Turning to his people, he announced, My fellow Beastmen, no one could lift the divine hammer, yet this human has. The crowd went silent. Shocked expressions spread across the faces of the Beastmen. None dared to speak first. He continued, If he truly is the future leader of the Beastmen, then we should allow him to grow. Some muttered, but he's not a Beastman. Another replied, Indeed, the prophecy speaks of it. Doubt and curiosity filled the air. A Beastman stepped forward. But Beast King, this man is a human. The crowd murmured, sharing the same concern. The Beast King stared calmly. And what about it? His voice carried certainty, silencing everyone with a single question. Did the prophecy specify the leader must be a Beastman? He asked, arms crossed, eyes sharp with authority. An elder spoke thoughtfully. That would be unthinkable. But the prophecy never said. If not now, perhaps in the future. The Beast King turned toward the boy. Boy! What is your name? His tone now curious, not commanding. Tsuyoshi Tsukijo, he introduced himself. The Beast King stepped forward. If you will bear our future, I shall set you free. You're still too weak. Within 1 year, gain strength and return here. Prove yourself worthy to lead our people. He raised his hand. If you don't return in a year, I'll hunt and kill you with this mark. This way my people will also be satisfied, the Beast King added. So what is your answer, Tsuyoshi? Staring up, Tsuyoshi hesitated. The Beast King's voice roared, accept it. His fate and challenge had just been sealed. She stepped forward, defiant. Can you hear me? Gain your freedom and become stronger. Her voice was steady, determined. Tsuyoshi watched silently. That girl was supposed to be punished after me. Something didn't add up. He activated Divine Eye. Her stats appeared: name unknown, level 72, Beastman warrior, weaponless. Level 72? She's much stronger than I expected. She smiled. It's better to be alive. Don't waste the miracle given by the gods, she said calmly. Tsuyoshi stared, puzzled. Why was she marked as a criminal? Her strength and courage didn't match her condemned status. Tsuyoshi raised his hand. Thank you, he shouted. The tension lifted slightly as the Beast King and warriors looked on. Looking at the girl, he thought indeed as she said, this is a miracle. A rare moment of hope. There's no time for hesitation, he decided. I need to survive. After that, I'll find a way home. Facing the Beast King, he declared, all right, I'll take your offer. But then added firmly, however, I have a condition. He pointed to the girl. She will come with me. She might be useful. The crowd watched silently, awaiting judgment. The girl gasped, me? Shocked to be chosen. Tsuyoshi calmly replied, now we are even, no debts owed. Night fell. A moonbeam lit the town silently. Somewhere far away, a presence stirred, remembering the beginning of it all. Standing alone, the man whispered, from that voice I heard back then, it seems everything began with the boundless ring. He clenched his fist. It won't come easy. I've gained these strange abilities. But how can I return home? A robotic voice echoed. Preparations are complete, Master. He looked down at the glowing ring, uncertain about what came next. Huh? Master? He asked, confused. A mysterious beast-eared girl approached him with a gentle smile and calm resolve. Yes, I have decided to serve you, my savior, she said. Her tone was serious, eyes shining with gratitude. He blushed, grinning wildly. To be called master by such a cute beast-eared girl is just irresistible, he thought. He composed himself. It's nothing much. Your words helped me too. From now on, let's support each other equally. Tears welled in her eyes. You don't know how much that means to me. You've given me a second life. No one else has ever stood by me or shown me such kindness. Except you, Master, she said softly. She looked up, eyes full of hope. Please, let me call you Master from now on, she asked. Your appearance means nothing. I respect who you are, she said. You make me want to devote everything to you. He smiled kindly. If that's what you want, then sure you can call me Master, he answered without hesitation. The two walked together. Yes. Now, shall we be on our way, she said. Watch your step, it's getting late. Phew. He sighed under the moonlight. The journey had been exhausting, but the night brought a moment of peace. Looking up at the sky, he thought, what an amazing other world. But I can't forget my goal. No, what am I thinking? Karina is waiting for me, he reminded himself, determination lighting up his face again. A notification appeared, boundless passage is now available for use. Cooldown 24 hours. His eyes widened at the chance. He raised his hand. Oh, open! Boundless passage. A glow formed. Is this the right way back? He asked, uncertain but hopeful. As golden light engulfed him, Tsuyoshi shouted, this is it! I can finally go home! His heart raced with hope. Behind him, the beast-eared girl watched. Master? She whispered softly, uncertain and worried about what was happening. He shot through the glowing portal. Ah! As expected, the feeling of space-time distortion is the worst, he shouted, spinning. After a blinding flash, he landed hard on cold stone. Gasping, he looked around. Am I back? He asked shakily. Still dazed, he sat up slowly. The familiar cavern roof above him confirmed it. He had returned to his original world. He raised his wrist cautiously. A familiar light appeared. I did it. The abilities I gained are still here. He scanned the screen. My level is still 3. Why is the divine hammer still in there? A system message flashed. Stats are shared across both worlds. Items require divine consciousness inventory to transfer between realms. Since levels are shared, I can level up in either world, he reasoned. That hammer transferred through divine inventory. He paused. Wait, with my current stats? Suddenly someone shouted, what's the commotion? Get out before the cave closes. Why are you still here, old man? I've been away for hours, Tsuyoshi shouted, confused by the unchanged scene. He blinked. Spent 5 hours in the other world. Something's not right, he murmured, feeling unease tighten in his chest. You've been here all along. It's a good thing I came. Hurry up and get out, the old man warned. Don't dawdle. Once the cave closes, you'll be trapped inside forever. The man barked while pulling Tsuyoshi by the arm. As he ran, Tsuyoshi realized the truth. So that's it. Time was frozen while I was in the other world, he pondered deeply. While I was in the other world, was time here still? Feels like a manga plot. Gazing at the cave's eerie darkness, he wondered, could time be frozen there too? Who owned the boundless ring? Spotting the skeleton, he snapped back. Right, old man, what is it? He asked, curiosity pulling him closer. A confident grin appeared. The next awakening test is tomorrow, right? He said, ready to show the results of growth. His breath trembled. Blood ran down his face. He carried her through the rain, ignoring the pain and burning wounds. Lightning flashed. The girl clung tightly. He didn't speak, just ran forward, crossing destroyed streets as buildings crumbled behind them fast. A massive shadow dropped nearby. Red lights flickered. A monster emerged, its steps heavy. He turned, shielding her with both arms. The monster roared. Debris flew. He held tight, dodging falling rubble. His legs trembled. He couldn't outrun it while carrying her. She whispered, Big brother, I can't feel my legs. His eyes burned. He knew he had to fight, or they'd die. Tears mixed with blood on her cheek. She didn't look up, only whispered with trembling lips, Are Dad and Mom okay? He didn't answer. Sirens echoed. Fires burned everywhere. People screamed. He ran harder, his soaked shoes slipping across broken blood-stained pavement. An explosion shook the street behind them. Debris rained down. He dove forward, shielding her as another blast lit the sky. He hit the ground hard but kept going. The weight of fear, exhaustion, and duty pressed down. He wouldn't stop running. His body shook. His mind screamed. He looked ahead, rage and panic rising. This can't be happening, he muttered through clenched teeth. A building collapsed ahead. He screamed, Dad! Mom! The chaos around him grew louder. His heart pounded harder with dread. He turned his head, clutching her tightly. His jaw shook, eyes wet. Her arms hung limp. He couldn't protect everyone. A scream tore from his throat. His legs ran, but his mind cried out, begging for help that wouldn't come. A voice shouted through smoke, Tsuyoshi! He looked back. A hand reached out. Fire lit the sky, but the man stood firm. Don't stop or you'll die. Keep moving, his uncle yelled. Tsuyoshi cried, Uncle, what about Dad and Mom? Are they? His uncle grabbed him. If you go back, they'll kill you too. Tsuyoshi froze, pain and panic clashing inside. I can't abandon them, Tsuyoshi yelled. Blood ran down his face. Calm down. You can't defeat the invaders, his uncle barked. Another explosion hit. Fire rained down. Rin's legs. We need to get her to the hospital fast, the uncle shouted urgently. In a hospital room, Rin's voice broke the silence. Big brother, are you really taking the hunter exam tomorrow? She smiled gently. You're always so stubborn. But rest too, okay? Tsuyoshi stood near her bed, fists clenched, eyes firm. Tsuyoshi calls out, pretending everything is fine. But his smile fades when he sees her sitting silently in the wheelchair. His sister explains her sudden condition. Her voice shakes. Tsuyoshi listens closely, realizing something unnatural must be affecting her body. He activates the divine eye again. Glowing symbols appear on her legs. A curse-like energy is suppressing her nerve signals. Tsuyoshi plans a cure. He must learn how the energy works. The system hints it's tied to another realm's magic. They leave the hospital together. Tsuyoshi quietly vows he will uncover the truth and destroy whatever is causing her pain. Tsuyoshi clenches his fist. He refuses to accept defeat. There must be a way to help his sister recover. He wonders if becoming a hero would unlock answers. If he could gain strength, he might find the cure. The thought grows stronger. It's not just her legs he wants, a life filled with purpose, not constant helpless regret. Under the moonlight, Tsuyoshi makes his vow. He will become the strongest hero. No one will suffer again. He arrives at the awakening test site BTG. It's time to begin. This is the first step toward his transformation. The examiner announces another candidate's success. The crowd watches as a new hero receives official recognition from the test staff. The hero is given a customized emblem. It reflects his ability tier. He smiles proudly, gripping the badge tightly. Friends cheer for him. He jokes about reaching C rank and plans a celebration feast with everyone after the ceremony ends. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi is called next. He previously failed the test. Now, he must prove something has changed within him. The examiner doubts his results will differ. Tsuyoshi silently steps forward, hand clenched. He knows this time will be different. Tsuyoshi walks confidently into the chamber. The examiner doubts him, expecting another weak result from a previously failed candidate. The examiner reminds him the device scans objectively. No favoritism. Every angle of ability and combat potential is precisely measured. He watches Tsuyoshi approach. Many low-level applicants came before him. None surprised the system. He expects the same again. Another candidate score flashes level 3, combat power 3. It's low but acceptable. Tsuyoshi prepares for his own result. Tsuyoshi braces. He's level 3 now too. He wonders anxiously, will his combat power rise enough to finally be recognized? Tsuyoshi steps forward, determined. He places his hand on the device, reminding himself that this time must be different. Suddenly, his hidden power awakens. A system prompt triggers ultimate physique activated. Energy surges violently through his entire body. Red light floods the room. His body tightens with pressure. The scanner starts measuring his hero value in overdrive. The examiner stumbles from the shock. Rumbling echoes. Something is happening that hasn't been seen in any test before. Warning alarms blare. The display overloads. Numbers spike rapidly, flashing red. Tsuyoshi's combat power reads beyond expected limits off the charts. The number flashes 5,400. Tsuyoshi's combat power breaks all level 3 records. The previous top score was only 930. Staff are stunned. No one expected such results. His name now sits at the top of the national rankings. Tsuyoshi is amazed. He expected to improve, not dominate. His power far exceeded what even he thought was possible. Confident and focused, he lands from the test platform. He declares he'll keep going. His goal is to be strongest. He reflects on his next step. Now that he's awakened, he wants to understand the Divine King's hammer too. Tsuyoshi grips the Divine King's hammer. Lightning erupts from his hand as he channels its energy through his awakened body. A system message warns release lasts 1 second due to low stats, but even 1 second could reveal its potential. Tsuyoshi acknowledges the risk. He's confident 1 second is enough to boost his combat score and test this power. He slams his hand on the scanner. Energy erupts again. The Divine King's hammer activates, glowing with golden lightning. Power floods out violently. Tsuyoshi's muscles strain. The energy release overwhelms his body. He screams as everything is drained instantly. Tsuyoshi roars, forcing energy into the machine. He urges it to scan fast before the Divine Hammer's power fades. His body trembles, eyes glowing red. He screams for results, desperate to know how strong he's become with the hammer. The unleashed energy spirals into the air. Lightning shoots skyward, visible far beyond the testing center, shaking the atmosphere. People across the city feel tremors. They panic. The sky lights up unnaturally. Something impossible is clearly taking place. Inside the testing machine, alarms blare. The system fails to keep up. His power output exceeds all measurement limits. The city dims. Power surges knock out systems. The test is suspended. Emergency lights flicker across the testing facility. An official rushes in, shocked. Equipment is fried. Tsuyoshi stands in smoke, barely conscious from the overwhelming power discharge. The examiner stares, confused. Tsuyoshi looks like a different person. The energy changed him. "Who are you?" he stammers nervously. Tsuyoshi reflects quietly. The Divine Hammer's cost was greater than expected. 1 second drained everything he had, completely. He walks away slowly. Until he's stronger, he must avoid using the hammer. For now, surviving is his focus. Tsuyoshi is exhausted, but he smiles. The hammer drained him, but he survived. Something inside him has clearly changed. He lifts his badge with pride. No more doubt. He's officially recognized. He is now a registered hero. The scene shifts to the training grounds. Tsuyoshi prepares for the next stage, real combat training with elite instructors. An imposing man named Gaia appears. He's a level 9 warrior with 1200 combat power. He'll train the new heroes. The trainees shout in unison. Tsuyoshi joins them. The real challenge begins now, keeping up with Gaia's harsh training regimen. Tsuyoshi is surprised. Gaia's combat power is only 1200. He wonders what his own stats could be at level 9. Gaia sighs. He prefers fighting dungeons over teaching recruits. But orders are orders, and he's stuck with them for now. Gaia announces the next training phase. Tomorrow, they'll be entering a real dungeon. It will test their compatibility and instincts. The trainees panic. One falls over in shock. A dungeon this early? They weren't prepared for combat so soon. Gaia laughs coldly. There's no time for basic training. If they want to survive, they must learn through real combat. Gaia warns the recruits fail to keep up, and you're out. No questions allowed. Only obedience and results matter. Tsuyoshi hears a comment about his survival being luck. He silently disagrees, already knowing his strength is no accident. The girl brushes it off. Tsuyoshi smiles, confident. He's prepared for more. He's not done growing. His journey is serious. At the Hunter's Bureau, officials note strange dungeon readings. A new dimensional anomaly is forming deep beneath the city. Tsuyoshi decides it's time. He summons the ring. Open boundless passage, he commands. The gateway begins glowing with power. Tsuyoshi drops through the dimensional portal. The light fades behind him as he descends into a familiar moonlit world. Crystals shimmer in the sky. He lands in a vast open plain, surrounded by cliffs under the glowing moon. He stands up slowly, scanning the landscape. "So, I'm back here again," he mutters, recognizing the place immediately. The scenery hasn't changed. It's exactly how he remembered it from his first visit. Nothing feels out of place. Tsuyoshi notices his outfit. Somehow, it's the same clothes he wore during the first time he entered this realm. Tsuyoshi realizes his appearance and gear have reverted. Leaving the world resets everything, including time, clothing, and equipment status. He spots his guide. She calls out, sensing something's wrong. Tsuyoshi smiles, remembering her sudden presence from last time. He reassures her with enthusiasm. It's not a problem. In fact, he's ready to dive back into training. Excitedly, she offers a new mission. A nearby goblin nest needs clearing. It's the perfect way to restart. She warns him. These goblins might be level 3, but they use tactics, weapons, and traps. He must stay alert. Tsuyoshi jokes back at his guide. If goblins are lecherous, she's the one who needs to watch out. He's excited about the quest. Fighting goblins makes the world feel more like a true RPG. He feels ready. They sneak under the moonlight. Goblins sleep below. One wrong move could alert them. Silence is the only option. She whispers to Tsuyoshi. At her level, they're no threat. Her combat power makes clearing them easy work. Tsuyoshi sees her stats level 72, 630,000 power. She's strong. She's shocked, he knows, and asks how that's possible. Tsuyoshi warns her not to underestimate goblins. Their intelligence and teamwork can surprise even seasoned warriors if they get careless. She agrees, but reminds him she has experience. Still, she's unsure how strong the nest leader will actually be. They spot the goblin group. Tsuyoshi plans to observe, but she's already moving forward to attack with precision and speed. With no hesitation, she leaps. Her sword flashes as her skill activates mid-air, catching the goblins completely off guard. She lands and delivers a clean strike, instant step slash. Blood flies. The goblins drop before they can react. Tsuyoshi claps in admiration. He's amazed by her speed and grace. "That's real level 72 warrior movement," he exclaims. She blushes, flattered by the praise. "You're too kind," she says, smiling. "I always give my all in battle." Tsuyoshi leaps up, excited. He asks her to teach him the sword skill she just used against the goblins. She explains calmly the skill is restricted to high-level warriors. Besides, Tsuyoshi still hasn't chosen an official occupation yet. Tsuyoshi grins. He'll become a warrior like her. That way, he can replicate skills and find a new weapon. A system message appears. Tsuyoshi has officially switched to the warrior occupation. His class, stats, and equipment begin to update. She looks surprised. He became a warrior just because of her. She promises to do her best in return. She offers to help him level up and find new gear. Tsuyoshi nods, knowing progress requires teamwork and equipment. Tsuyoshi smiles, watching her determination. Despite everything, he's thankful. What a kind world this is, he quietly mutters to himself. Suddenly, a goblin's voice echoes nearby. It's time for a shift change. Their cover is blown. Enemies begin to move. 2 goblins spot them and charge. One shouts about an intruder. Their health bars flash. Both are level 3 warriors. Tsuyoshi steps forward, realizing he'll have to face them alone. He prepares to test his new warrior abilities. He equips a short blade. A notification confirms equipped silver dagger borrowed. Tsuyoshi grips the hilt tightly, ready. His partner warns him, using new equipment without testing is risky. Tsuyoshi smirks. These goblins will be his practice targets. He dashes in, focusing. One chance to strike. Now it's time to see what this borrowed weapon can actually do. Tsuyoshi leaps high into the air. He activates a new skill, Heaven Shaker, as the goblins prepare to counter. He strikes the ground hard. A powerful shockwave erupts, wiping out enemies instantly. The goblins don't even have time to react. His companion watches, stunned. Defeating goblins solo at the same level is rare. Even experienced teams would have struggled with that group. Tsuyoshi grins. The system works well. He's gaining EXP fast. At this rate, he'll level up before sunrise. The girl handed him a broken weapon, apologizing. He accepted it without complaint, knowing survival was the priority now. He stepped over goblin corpses, determination growing. The system scanned him, displaying his level, weapon type, and unawakened skills. Confidently gripping the battered stick, he reassured her. Goblins weren't difficult. Even weak weapons could suffice with precision and timing. She warned him urgently his current gear lacked defense. Without armor, even minor strikes could prove fatal in the next battle. Realizing his vulnerability, he agreed. Surviving meant finding armor soon. A weapon alone wouldn't protect him from what lay ahead. He walked silently, reflecting on his recent power. Though he'd changed worlds, unease lingered about relying on unfamiliar abilities. A system screen appeared, detailing his unique talent, skill enhancement, and future slot upgrades. He read carefully, absorbing every detail. He noted the locked options, realizing he had limited choices. For now, only defense and attack boosts could be enhanced. Turning to her, he asked if something looked odd. Her eyes scanned him calmly, answering without hesitation. Nothing seemed strange. She confidently displayed her own interface. Beast-eared and calm, she showed every stat slot from head to feet with practiced grace. He awkwardly explained he was just making sure she was still following, trying to hide his curiosity and nervousness. She suddenly shouted a warning. An enemy was behind him. He turned quickly, panic rising as he realized the danger. A goblin lunged with a scream, claws extended. Another followed close behind, both targeting the woman as an easier victim. She attacked swiftly, striking down one goblin before it landed. Her calm voice reminded him they'd face stronger enemies deeper inside. He asked if that meant more experience points too. His eyes lit up, already imagining faster growth through stronger foes. He dashed forward with force, shouting not to interfere, wanting to land the blow himself to gain the full experience. The goblin turned in surprise, growling as it saw him charging head-on with no hesitation or hint of fear. Slamming his weapon down with both hands, he yelled with focus, striking the goblin's skull with a powerful, precise blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the monster's head. His eyes glowed red, power surging as he delivered the fatal strike. The goblin flew backward, crashing hard. Dust exploded upward while he stood firm, breathing heavily. Realizing his strength was growing rapidly, he gained experience rapidly from defeating goblins. The system updated his stats, marking significant growth in strength, agility, and stamina. He looked at his hands, amazed. Power flowed steadily, and he realized defeating enemies advanced his level without delay. She explained stat gains would eventually slow. The system prioritized combat efficiency over raw levels. Strategy mattered more in battle. He rushed forward, defeating more goblins with precise attacks. She cheered him on, impressed by his skill and growing power. Blood splattered as he struck the last goblin. He now understood real combat made him stronger faster than anything else could. He paused, thinking back. In the original world, dungeons required registration and a full team before even entering them legally. He remembered how experience was divided among party members, making individual growth slower even when clearing dungeons with high risks. Now, in this world, every kill gave him full experience. Even weak enemies helped him level faster than ever before. Excited, he looked at the stats. He was leveling up quickly. Stronger monsters meant even faster progress than he imagined. Suddenly, eerie noises echoed. He stopped. Something dark stirred deep within the dungeon, strong, silent, and possibly far beyond his level. He narrowed his eyes at the monstrous figure in the dark chamber, whispering cautiously, "Was this the dungeon's goblin boss?" Tentacles moved unnaturally. She confirmed the worst, the boss wasn't normal. It was fully possessed by something sinister called darkness. He reacted sharply at the word. Darkness also existed in his original world. Could this be the same destructive force? His memories flashed. The dark goblin that killed his parents looked just like this one. Could it truly be related? She warned him calmly. Darkness-enhanced enemies were far stronger. A level 60 orc possessed by darkness could easily overwhelm them. She explained that darkness didn't just boost strength, it changed personalities. The source was still mysterious and extremely dangerous. He stopped her from stepping forward. This fight was his. No matter when or where, he would defeat it himself. The boss roared, hatred burning in its eyes. He gritted his teeth, determined to finish it with his own hands. As the creature charged, she called out in fear. He stepped forward without hesitation, ready to meet it head-on. He screamed with fury, striking with Heaven Shaker. The blow carried his pain, his rage, everything darkness had taken from him. He jumped high, slamming his weapon down with full force. The goblin boss reacted too late to block the blow. Despite the strike, the monster didn't fall. Instead, it grabbed him mid-air, slamming him into the ground with brute strength. The impact sent debris flying. He groaned under the weight of the blow, stunned by the creature's overwhelming dark power. He coughed hard, spitting blood, struggling to move. Frustration and pain filled him as he pushed himself up slowly. Tentacles lunged at him, wet and fast. He had only seconds to act before being grabbed again by the monster. The goblin boss unleashed its massive tongue again, hurling it with deadly speed, aiming to crush him in one strike. She quickly tossed him his weapon midair. The tongue slammed down, tearing the ground apart as she barely dodged away. Breathing heavily, he stood up, shaking. Rage boiled inside him. He shouted, refusing to die to creatures like these again. His eyes glowed. Power surged. Memories of his parents and Karina's suffering pushed him to awaken something buried deep within. A system message confirmed it. Ultimate physique activation complete. His muscles tightened, aura flared, and his clenched fist burned with power. A golden whirlwind exploded around him. Muscles bulged, energy surged, his body began transforming, fueled by pure will and awakening power. He stood upright, fists clenched. If he lacked a weapon, he'd still fight. No retreat, no hesitation, no excuses. The system warned him enhancement concentrated in his right arm. Overuse would strain it badly, but he didn't care anymore. Roaring with power, he raised his glowing fist. This body, this strength, he would strike with everything he had left. He charged. Wind split open around him. "My body will be the weapon," he declared, launching straight at the enemy. The goblin boss roared and leapt, charging with full force. Its monstrous power shook the ground as it attacked relentlessly. He met the charge head-on, shouting, "Perish!" as his glowing fist collided with the creature's chest in a blinding impact. The force of the blow shattered darkness around the boss. She watched, stunned, as light exploded across the battlefield. Amid the burst, his silhouette stood still. Dust and shadows swirled away, revealing he had not moved an inch. He slowly rose to full height, muscles tense. The dark aura faded. The battle was over, he had won. His body trembled, drenched in sweat. He leveled up again, clenched his fist, and swore he would destroy all darkness. She rushed toward him, shocked. His arm hung limp, swollen, bruised, and clearly damaged after the intense power overload. Clutching his arm, he groaned in pain. The system immediately issued a warning his right hand was critically injured. He grit his teeth. The system explained overuse had pushed energy beyond safe limits. Necrosis would occur without treatment soon. The system further clarified power can be focused anywhere. But he concentrated too much into one arm, now it's unusable. His body collapsed. She cried out, running to him. He had won, but the cost of victory had caught up. He collapsed into her arms, exhausted and in pain. She held him gently, his body trembling and soaked in sweat. Whispering weakly, he said his arm hurt. She reassured him, pulling out healing medicine from her pouch to help. Time passed. A small bat-like creature flew near them as they rested quietly inside the dim, monster-cleared dungeon chamber. He sat up, smiling. The pain had faded. Magic sparkled as he stretched, surprised by the fast, soothing recovery. He reflected aloud the medicine worked slower than back home, but its deep healing effect hinted at ancient pharmaceutical mastery. He stretched confidently, smiling. She stood nearby, relieved and cheerful. The medicine had worked, his body felt lighter and fully restored. He raised his arms with energy, surprised at his strength. He felt even stronger now than before the battle. She grinned excitedly, reminding him it was time to claim their dungeon rewards. Victory was sweet, but treasure made it sweeter. They dashed toward the dungeon's exit. Light poured in. He laughed, just remembering the reward system at the last moment. The system updated record time achieved for boss defeat. Reward upgraded to set reward. Classification status would also be improved. They reached the glowing chest. She gasped. It was a darkness treasure chest, known to hold powerful and rare loot. He asked about it. She explained. Darkness-type gear was incredibly rare, even harder to get through regular auction channels. He opened it with anticipation, eyes shining. After all that pain and battle, he deserved a legendary tier reward. The system confirmed it. He received the full Dark Goblin set. His hard work had truly paid off. She smiled, satisfied. This reward set would help them greatly. But something strange in the room caught his attention. He realized he had only one inventory slot left. The system asked if he wanted to store the item. Curious, he wondered if the full set would count as one. He confirmed, hoping it wouldn't split into pieces. The system accepted the full Dark Goblin set into one slot. He grinned widely, amazed it worked so perfectly. She noticed his odd expression and asked. He dismissed it, joking, then quickly changed the topic to something practical. He asked if she could sew. She proudly replied she'd been sewing since childhood and even carried a sewing kit. Under the moonlight, they took a break outside the dungeon. The peaceful moment was a relief after intense fighting. She proudly held up a black shirt she'd sewn for him. He smiled, happy to have proper clothing again. He tried it on and praised her skill. She blushed slightly but appreciated the honest compliment from her master. He looked out thoughtfully, deciding they should rest. Leveling up was done, and the gear was safely acquired. She agreed with a smile. Together they walked into the field, ready to find a spot and recover overnight. The city slept under a glowing moon. The world was calm again after everything he had endured in the other world. A golden portal shimmered in his room. Quietly it closed behind him, returning him safely from his long adventure. He exhaled deeply, exhausted. Finally home, he collapsed onto his bed with relief. Even the spirit beside him looked tired. He thought back to the day's journey walking with her, finding a place to rest, then returning when she slept. Smiling faintly, he whispered to himself. This trip had been worth it. He'd returned with strength, treasure, and progress. He stared at the ceiling, focused. Tomorrow they would enter a new cave, his first real test with the new power. Morning light filled the city. The next day had arrived. It was time to prepare for the next challenge. The system asked if he wanted to equip the Dark Goblin set. He paused, then decided it was time. He tapped yes. The system accepted the command. Energy surged as the armor prepared to activate its unique abilities. The set's skills were revealed. Roaring tentacles, an area scream, and a phantom hand strike capable of instantly killing enemies. He stood in full armor, impressed. The Dark Goblin set wasn't just cool, it came with dangerous, unique special abilities. Smirking, he admitted it would be fun. But trouble could follow if other heroes spotted him wearing this gear. He remembered rumors stronger players sometimes killed others just to take high-value equipment. He couldn't risk standing out like that. Newbies wearing rare sets usually drew attention. He needed a way to blend in before stepping out into the world. The system offered an option: conceal gear and appear normal. He activated it instantly, excited it could mimic casual clothes. He stretched and planned to grab bread before the meeting. There was still time left, so he headed out casually. Suddenly his phone rang. He frowned. A call at this time? It was unexpected and immediately raised concern. A child's voice answered in panic. Karina was in danger. Strange men were threatening her at the hospital. Urgency filled him. The caller begged him to come quickly. Thugs wanted money and had taken Karina's phone. She needed protection now. Gripping the phone tightly, he growled with rage. Karina was in trouble. He had no time to waste anymore. Furious, he clenched his fists. Karina was in danger. Rage burned in his eyes. He wouldn't forgive anyone who hurt her. The system updated. His experience reset to 0, but his power remained. He equipped the Dark Goblin set immediately. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Karina begged them to wait. She was scared, hoping her brother would arrive in time. She tried to resist. One thug reached for her. She demanded answers. Why were they trying to take her? The thug calmly explained. Her brother owed money. Since he missed payment, they were collecting her as collateral under contract. The thug admitted he never intended to get repaid. His real goal was selling Karina for profit on the black market. He bragged about his past. She was a minor. Nobody would question her disappearance. Rich buyers paid for girls like her. Karina shouted in defiance. Her brother would never sign such a contract. She accused them of cheating and lying. The man smirked, dismissing her anger. Her family's valuables weren't enough. He demanded full repayment, or she was the price. Grabbing her wrist, he warned her to cooperate. If she came quietly, they might show her some mercy. The thug gave a final warning. If she didn't cooperate, he'd show no mercy. Business was business, after all. Before anything else happened, a window shattered. Someone had arrived explosively. The room shook as the door burst wide open. He stepped in with fury. Everyone froze, startled by his sudden entrance. One thug stammered, "Who is it?" Red-eyed and furious, he growled, "You... brace yourselves." The air turned heavy. His wrath was about to explode. A warrior stands before his status screen, level 1. No skills, no equipment, determined to grow stronger for someone important. He approaches a wheelchair-bound girl surrounded by nurses. It's his sister. She sees him and calls out, "Brother!" A smug man taunts him, saying, "Look who finally decided to show up," clearly provoking him on purpose. The man sneers, claiming, "Why so angry? We agreed on this. You don't need a crippled sister like her." The warrior's rage explodes. One punch sends the man flying, bloodied. His eyes glow red. He's no longer holding back. The warrior launches a powerful kick, sending the smug man crashing into the wall, debris flying in every direction violently. A system message appears. His legs are now the strongest part, enhancing his strength and movement speed significantly during combat. Fueled by rage, his glowing eyes burn. He charges again, shattering bullets midair with sheer speed and overwhelming force. Another enemy yells, "Boss!" as the warrior flips him over effortlessly, dominating the fight with his boosted physical abilities. A bald thug shouts, "You brat!" and charges at full speed, ready to strike back with brute force and anger. With burning red eyes, the warrior grabs the bald thug's arm and twists it violently, causing bones to snap instantly. The thug screams in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his ruined arm. Fear spreads among the others watching silently. A furious gangster stands up, trembling. He yells, "Nobody has ever defied me!" Rage boils over his bruised pride. He declares himself part of the Blue Snake team, shouting that defying them is something no one ever survives. Desperate and enraged, he pulls out a pistol, aiming straight at the warrior, ready to kill without hesitation or mercy. The gangster screams, "So just die!" and fires the gun wildly. His bodyguard restrains him but fails to stop him. The bullet spins through the air, heading straight toward the warrior. His sister watches in horror and yells, "No!" Eyes glowing red, the warrior calmly raises his hand, prepared to intercept the bullet with raw power and focused precision. He catches the bullet with his bare hand, stopping it cold. Everyone stares in shock as silence fills the room. His sister gasps in disbelief, eyes wide. She never imagined her brother could stop a bullet with just one hand. The bodyguard panics, stunned. Did he just catch the bullet? With his bare hands? Shock spreads across the gangster's face. The warrior steps forward, confident. "Impossible," he says. "I'm a hero now." His system announces his hands are now weapon-proof. The thugs collapse, terrified. One stammers, "H-hero?" as they realize they've picked a fight with someone completely out of their league. A nurse runs in with police. Loan sharks threaten a patient and her brother. She urges them to act quickly. Another woman appears calmly. "Please repay in full, Mr. Tsuyoshi," she warns. "Our boss, also a hero, won't wait long." The warrior bows politely. "I'm sorry for interrupting." The defeated thugs are dragged away. battered and too afraid to resist. As they retreat, one thug whispers nervously, "We'll be leaving now," unable to hide the fear in his voice. In a hidden room, the Blue Snake Gang boss receives news the boy's now a hero. A darker plan begins. The boss growls. He's got warrior traits. We'll destroy him before he fully awakens. And we'll take the girl. Tsuyoshi kneels beside Karina. "I've been busy repaying debt, but I'm a hero now, so don't worry, okay?" Karina smiles, saying she's still an intern. Tsuyoshi will be officially recognized as a hero later that same day. Tsuyoshi reflects. He escaped the Blue Snake Gang, but without income, becoming an official hero is his only solution. Determined, he decides to sell all his equipment if needed. The cold time for registration ends tonight, no more delays. In a forest clearing, new heroes gather. A test begins to determine who is worthy to become officially recognized heroes. A powerful warrior named Gaia explains, enter the cave, fight alone, and surrender all hero equipment found to pass. Tsuyoshi suspects corruption, thinking the hero union is ignoring it. Still, he realizes he must follow the system to survive. The proctor boasts he's a level 9 warrior. He promises they'll pass easily if they just follow his instructions. He adds a demand to become heroes. Each candidate must pay 20,000 yen after completing the test successfully. "Got it?" he asks. The group hesitates but answers nervously. They know they have little choice but to comply. Tsuyoshi questions the added fee. Why pay more if you already take all the equipment? Others begin murmuring in agreement. Other candidates whisper about Tsuyoshi. Isn't he the guy who fought the Blue Snakes? They're surprised he's participating too. Tsuyoshi thinks the system is rigged. The proctor clearly favors the rich. Still, he refuses to let unfair rules stop him. The proctor laughs. "These are my rules. Too poor? Then sign up for the solo test if you can survive." He warns solo tests are deadly. Even seasoned heroes rarely survive alone. Candidates begin doubting whether they can handle it. Tsuyoshi steps forward. "If it means avoiding your scam, I'll take the solo test." The others watch him in awe. An official stares in disbelief. "Are you serious?" No one expected Tsuyoshi to willingly choose the dangerous solo trial. Tsuyoshi calmly replies, "I want to do a final check." The man warns that no trainee has ever survived it. The official laughs nervously, insisting it's suicidal. Tsuyoshi thanks him politely but says firmly, "Please let me go." As Tsuyoshi enters the glowing portal, the examiner yells, "This is insane!" His profile warns of high risks and no support. Inside the mysterious forest, Tsuyoshi stands alone. Twisted trees and a heavy silence surround him. The trial has officially begun. Tsuyoshi looks around cautiously. "I've only seen cleared caves. Is this what an untouched hero cave actually looks like?" Suddenly, glowing eyes emerge from the shadows. A creature lunges toward him with speed, attempting a surprise ambush. Tsuyoshi reacts instantly and slams the enemy down. A direct blow neutralizes the monster before it could land a hit. A system window reveals level 4 enemy, Dark Goblin, equipped with tentacle gear and the replicated Heaven Shaker skill. Tsuyoshi stands unfazed. A sneak attack? That weak skill won't affect me. He prepares to strike as sparks charge his body. Tsuyoshi clenches his fist. This Dark Goblin is pretty strong, he admits, while grappling against its charging, tentacle-like attacks. Power surges through him, but compared to my fighting power, "You are nothing but dust," he declares, eyes glowing fiercely. He reflects. Monsters here give less experience than expected. No wonder heroes advance slowly. Growth is painfully inefficient. His EXP meter rises 20 out of 6,000. Tentacles lurk nearby, but Tsuyoshi stands calmly, analyzing everything with sharp focus. He looks up as goblins surround him. "Don't sneak around, come all at once," he challenges, ready for the next wave. Tsuyoshi grins. Perfect timing. He braces himself as the horde rushes in, already planning how to strike them efficiently. Activating the stolen power, he unleashes the special skill Roaring Tentacles with explosive energy ripping through everything in front of him. The attack tears through the goblins with blazing speed. Tentacles crush enemies, forcing them back as chaos erupts around him. Tsuyoshi stands tall amid destruction. "Come one, come all!" he shouts, provoking even more enemies to rush at him. Outside the cave, an official watches nervously. "Almost an hour. If he's lasted this long, he's proven himself already." Mocking voices echo outside. "Rookie's fearless, huh? He'll be dead soon. No sane person applies for the solo test." Suddenly, a notification appears. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro passed. Shock spreads. He cleared the trial alone, fully equipped and alive. Tsuyoshi exits, exhausted but calm. "Excuse me, is there somewhere I can wash up?" His experience reads 960 out of 6,000. A blinding light erupts as Tsuyoshi activates the artifact, warping space. Confused, he steps into the unknown without hesitation. Suddenly, he's surrounded. A woman in golden armor arrives, scolding him for charging blindly into an elite monster zone. She mocks his earlier arrogance, revealing herself as Eva, a top-tier warrior. The crowd watches, stunned by her arrival. Tension builds. Onlookers murmur about Eva's status and Tsuyoshi luck. Arguments spark over his actions and lack of proper coordination. Eva calls the Hero Exam Center. Frustrated, she demands answers. A cold voice replies, "It's me. Speak clearly and quickly." Eva freezes in shock. "What? That guy passed the solo test?" she yells, pointing at Tsuyoshi, disbelief on her face. Crowd murmurs rise. "Nonsense!" one shouts. Eva steps forward again, glaring. "You, how did you pass the solo test? Speak!" Tsuyoshi wipes his face calmly. "I looked into it," Eva says. "You're level 1, a rookie. It makes no sense." Her tone sharpens. "Did you cheat? No rookie has ever passed the solo test." She grips her sword tighter. Tsuyoshi answers flatly, "Maybe the threat of being fined 20,000 for failing gave me the push I needed to survive." Eva grabs Tsuyoshi's collar, shouting, "Are you mocking me? Answer before you regret it. I'm from the Lazy Wolf." Tsuyoshi stays calm. "With level 9 and combat power of 1200, you don't seem like a significant guild," he replies. Furious, Eva yells, "Who do you think you are? How dare you insult me?" Her fist glows with power. She raises her arm, energy swirling around her clenched fist, preparing to strike him in front of the silent crowd. Tsuyoshi narrows his eyes. "Are you planning to beat me to death with your level 9 stats?" he asks coldly. Eva stumbles backward, stunned. This power and speed, I can't believe he's only level 4. Something's not right. Tsuyoshi stands calm and firm. Eva struggles to understand, whispering, "You," as her hands shake from pressure and disbelief. Her hand reaches for her dagger, determined to expose him. Her instincts scream he's hiding something dangerous beneath that calm. Tsuyoshi's eyes widen. "Wait a minute!" he shouts, catching sight of her sudden move, unsure what she's about to do. Eva roars, dagger raised high. "What are you hiding?" Her suspicion now a full accusation, and she's ready to strike. As Eva strikes, Tsuyoshi activates Dark Godin set defense effect, ultimate physique, stopping her blade with his bare hand. Eva stumbles back, stunned. "It's broken! It doesn't feel like a rookie!" she shouts, pain and confusion twisting her face. Tsuyoshi thinks fast. "I accidentally showed my ability. It would be troublesome if she finds out my secret." Eva glares at him, panting, "What do you have?" "Hey." Her suspicion turns into fierce curiosity, eyes locked on him. "You must have something special. Did you find it in the game or did you steal it?" she demands, stepping closer. Tsuyoshi exhales in relief, sweat dripping. "Ha! I was scared." His nerves finally ease after the intense confrontation with Eva. He mutters, "If it weren't for that shabby dodge, it could have ended dangerously." Small ducklings swirl in his imagination comically. Composing himself, Tsuyoshi faces forward and says, "Sorry to keep you waiting." He prepares for the final hero registration step. The official nods. "Tsukishiro-san, here for identity verification. With this, you're officially a hero now." Tsuyoshi replies, "Understood. I'm coming." Eva warns him coldly, "That was a lifesaver. Don't pull that kind of stunt in front of staff again." "Got it?" Eva watches Tsuyoshi leave, her expression twisting into a sinister grin. Something in her gaze hints at deeper intentions brewing. Tsuyoshi walks with the staff member, unaware of Eva's glare. He stays silent, planning his next step carefully and cautiously. He reflects, "Thanks to the system, my combat power is higher than normal, but facing elites is still difficult." That night, Tsuyoshi looks out his window. "I've already drawn attention from Gaia," he mutters, staring at the glowing moon. He sighs. "There are no beast-eared girls here. My level's still low. I must avoid standing out too much." Footsteps echo in the hallway. 3 cloaked figures move quickly through the dark, approaching a door with silent practice coordination. One whispers, "Is this the place?" Another nods, "Break the door, immobilize them. We'll knock them out and take everything." A red gem glows inside the mage's hood. A status window appears, Lazy Wolf member. Mage, level 10, power 30,500. The leader grins, holding a dagger. We'll split the treasure he has later. Greed flashes clearly in his eyes. Another warns, "Shh, don't make a loud noise. It could attract attention." The mage prepares a fire spell in silence. The mage orders, "First, break the chains with magic. You get ready." Their plan begins with quiet confidence and success. Flame melting. The spell melts through the chains. Just as they prepare to enter, Tsuyoshi bursts out, eyes focused. System screen appears, level 4. Warrior, Dark Goblin set. Combat power 6,400. Duplicated skill, Heaven Shaker. He's ready to fight. Tsuyoshi glares. "This bastard." "You're quick, aren't you?" His fists clench, his rage builds. The Lazy Wolf attackers are stunned. He shouts, "You have no chance," and unleashes Heaven Shaker, sending shockwaves crashing toward them in a blinding orange blast. Tsuyoshi analyzes calmly. Even a level 10 mage has only 30,500 power, but the level gap still matters greatly. My power is high, but my level's low. One mistake and he can crush me with pure stat advantage. Even if my skills hit, he can take them. The stat gap won't let me win a direct fight. It's like a level 35 warrior challenging a level 72 boss. No matter what, a direct clash means instant defeat. Tsuyoshi leaps aside, taunting, "Are you trying to ambush me?" He grins. "I've memorized enemy layout. You won't catch me." One attacker is engulfed in flames. Tsuyoshi dodges, realizing that gear blocks physical damage, but magic burns through fast. Swinging a stick in a cave is nothing like facing real enemies. Tsuyoshi pants, sweat dripping, fire licking his side. "I need to escape now. If I fight head-on, I'll lose," he thinks, dashing. Chase after him, they yell. Tsuyoshi leaps from the rooftop, soaring under the moonlight. His enemies follow behind, flames trailing in the night sky. "I'll boost both legs. With a dark goblin set's defense, I can absorb landing force," he mutters midair, preparing impact. Tsuyoshi dives downward. Status update enhancement focused on both legs. Other body parts remain vulnerable to impact or sudden pressure. He slams into the rooftop, shaking the building. A nearby guard coughs, startled. "Was there an explosion just now?" A crazy wolf member approaches. Level 12, warrior, power 30,800. He scans the damage. That felt like a real threat. "Only a monster would crash in like that," he mutters. Tsuyoshi's impact zone still smokes, faint sparks trailing from debris. Tsuyoshi exhales hard. "I think I broke something, but I'm alive. This armor did its job." That was close. A masked man steps forward, smirking. "I'm surprised you're still alive," he says as Tsuyoshi struggles to stand again. Another man shouts, "What was that skill earlier? How can a rookie do that?" Suspicion spreads among the attackers. Tsuyoshi clenches his fists. "If you're trying to kill me, I'm ready to do the same without holding back." Status screen level 4 warrior. Equipment dark goblin set. Special skill roar tentacle. Power 6,400. His eyes blaze red. Tentacles burst from his armor. Roar tentacle activates, hurling energy forward as the enemies freeze in place, eyes wide. Action restriction. An enemy slashes midair. Tsuyoshi freezes. A special skill has sealed his movement, halting the roar tentacle attack. "Damn it, my skill's been stopped." Tsuyoshi grits his teeth, realizing he's wide open and unable to retaliate immediately. An enemy sneers. "A skill like that means you're hiding something rare. Kill him, we'll split whatever loot he drops." System message appears. Cooldown for Ring of Boundless has ended. The Path of Boundless can now be used again. Tsuyoshi gasps. "Heaven save me. Open the Path of Boundless." A brilliant force explodes as the battle turns instantly in his favor. Tsuyoshi retreats through a burst of light. "I'll remember this, all of you. I'll come back stronger next time." He lands hard, breathing heavily. "I escaped. The battle's over for now, but the weight of survival still lingers in him. This time, I need to level up and learn new skills. Good gear means nothing without power to protect it." Staring at his hand, Tsuyoshi clenches his fist. "My fate is in my hands now," he mutters with resolve. "Hey, to learn skills," he says, but suddenly blood spurts from his nose. Pain surges. Something's wrong. He collapses mid-sentence. She mumbled, "Right, it's still time to sleep here." Unaware, Tsuyoshi was about to crash into her safe haven. He opened his eyes, confused by the soft scent in the air. Cherry blossoms fell gently, wrapping them in stillness. Lying beside her, he blushed. The familiar floral scent reminded him how close they were. His heart raced, unsure why. Suddenly, resolve surged through him. He clenched his fists and stood tall. "If I don't act now, I never will." Muscles exploded with strength. Power flooded his body. A voice announced ultimate physique activated. His instincts sharpened. One target appeared, enemy. He charged with fury, but hesitation struck when he saw her afraid. His resolve crumbled. Confidence shrank, replaced by awkward silence. Tsuyoshi caught his breath, shaking off distractions. "No time for romance," he muttered. "I need to fix everything starting now." Looking at the broken tower, he planned carefully. "To survive, I must grow stronger, level up, gain skills, stay focused." The night passed quietly. Morning sunlight warmed the ruins. His resolve deepened. No more hesitation. His next steps were clear. She stretched with a smile. "That was the best sleep I've had in ages." Peace filled the air briefly. Tsuyoshi sat stiffly, embarrassed. "I didn't sleep training all night." She blinked, confused. "Can you make me pants? Then we go," she explained calmly. "To learn real skills, you need a scroll. Best shortcut? Enroll at the Combat Academy immediately." They approached the academy entrance together. Beastmen statues loomed overhead. "This is the Beast Tribe's small combat academy," she said proudly. "First, reach level 6, she warned. "Only then can you take the entry exam." He sighed. "That's so much trouble." Tsuyoshi looked down at his new shirt. "It's handmade by beast folk. he said. Even stitched a tiny heart symbol. He apologized sincerely. I didn't know the academy had requirements. She smiled gently. It's fine. You'll level up soon anyway. She pointed ahead. You can level up inside that nearby cave. He nodded, ready to grow stronger for what's next. A beastman snarled. Humans aren't welcome. Without the king's favor, you'd be dead. He mocked them both without holding back. The insult hit her hard. I've forgotten my place, she thought. I shouldn't stay. I'll only be a burden. She looked down, sadness growing. Master's too kind. I must leave before I trouble him more. It's the right way. As she turned to go, Tsuyoshi noticed. Something in her posture felt final. He realized she might leave without another word. Seeing her hurt, Tsuyoshi charged forward. Master? She gasped. He clenched his fists, stepping in to confront the arrogant beastman. Tsuyoshi grabbed the beastman by the collar. What did you say? Should I tear your mouth off? Fury burned in him. He demanded, apologize to her. Now. The beastman froze, realizing Tsuyoshi wasn't bluffing. His strength made it clear he meant it. Tsuyoshi's stats surged. Ultimate physique activated again. Muscles tensed. His aura grew. Everyone nearby recognized the overwhelming force he now wielded. Tsuyoshi stared coldly. You mock her because she's kind. But strength isn't about race. It's about having a reason to fight. The beastman collapsed in fear, overwhelmed by Tsuyoshi's power. He muttered, I was only testing him. No real offense meant. He growled, if you disrespect a beastman warrior, you'll be punished. I'll allow the apology only after passing the exam. Sneering, he added, but can you even pass it? The challenge was clear. Tsuyoshi had to prove himself through action, not words. Sakura looked down, uncertain. I don't want you held back because of me, she whispered. Her doubts slowly returned. Tsuyoshi turned toward her firmly. Sakura, he said, reaching out. One word, strong, clear, cut through her hesitation and called her back. Tsuyoshi stood tall. Her name is Sakura, remember it. His voice was steady, cutting through doubt and demanding respect for her. Sakura blushed softly. Sakura, is that the name you gave me, master? She clutched the warmth of that moment deeply. The beastman grunted. Pass the test, then I'll apologize. His tone held disbelief, but the terms were now officially set. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi said, Sakura, let's go level up. She nodded, strength returning to her eyes as they walked forward together. In the distance, the canyon echoed with wind. Fox Beastmen? Someone muttered, watching from afar. A new observer had appeared. Tsuyoshi glanced at the nearby group. They're rare types. Let's team up and level with them. Sakura followed without hesitation. As they walked, Sakura looked up. Master, why did you name me Sakura? Her voice was soft, unsure. He blinked. Huh? You don't like it? I just picked it randomly. Didn't really think that hard about it. Her eyes sparkled. No, I like it. I love it. She smiled brightly, energy returning to her face. I just want to know how you came up with this name, she added quietly, cherishing the moment deeply. Tsuyoshi scratched his head, a bit awkward. That's kind of embarrassing to explain, he muttered, eyes avoiding hers shyly. You always have this faint cherry blossom scent. I thought Sakura fit you. Sorry if that was too forward. Sakura smiled gently and said, thank you. Her voice was calm, but her eyes were filled with meaning and emotion. Hugging him tightly, she whispered, Master, I really love this name, Sakura. It makes me feel like I truly belong. Tsuyoshi blushed but smiled back. You're welcome. Around them, petals drifted again, as if the world itself approved of her name. Standing before the cave, Tsuyoshi asked, So, shall we get started, Sakura? She nodded, eyes focused on the entrance. They stepped into the cold, dark tunnel. Stalactites loomed overhead. The silence was tense. Something was waiting deeper inside. How's the dagger I bought earlier? Tsuyoshi asked. He glanced at her weapon, watching her test its weight confidently. Sakura replied, It's not amazing, but much better than that goblin club. The balance is nice. Tsuyoshi grinned approvingly. Just then, glowing red eyes appeared in the darkness. A guttural growl echoed. Something massive had noticed them. Battle was coming. 3 wolf-like enemies appeared, growling. Level 10 Fox Beastmen. Tsuyoshi read, are smarter than monsters, but still enemies, he muttered, readying himself. Sakura looked worried. Tsuyoshi turned and said, Stay back. Teach me like always. I need real combat experience this time. Sakura smiled, encouraged. Yes. You called my name, she cheered. Tsuyoshi grinned, sword raised. Let's go. I'll try new combos. She warned. Fox Beastmen are nimble, don't use wide slashes. He nodded. His focus sharpened, muscles tensed, blade ready for quick counters. Tsuyoshi lunged forward. His strike was fast but not fast enough. They really are quick, he muttered, eyes narrowing mid-swing. A fox beastman lunged with a sharp growl. Tsuyoshi blocked quickly, steel meeting claws in a flash of sparks. His concentration peaked, energy pulsed through his arms. Ultimate physique activated again, his body hardened, absorbing the impact without flinching. The enemy hesitated. "Ki!" it cried, stunned by the failed attack. Tsuyoshi's stance remained strong, not a scratch visible. Tsuyoshi smirked. "With this defense, you can't even scratch me. Your speed means nothing if your attacks don't land." Sakura watched proudly. "Master's defense is solid. These enemies can't beat him. I can train beside him and grow fast." Tsuyoshi slashed swiftly. Speed beats power when fighting fast enemies, he thought. It's a lesson this world teaches fast. His body glowed as experience flowed in. In this world, the faster you level, the more control you gain. He checked his stats, level 4 now. Speed helps compete for EXP, but I still lack the skills to dominate. He studied the fox enemies. Their combat power's lower, but they're level 12. Power alone can't overcome the level gap. "I need skills," Tsuyoshi muttered. "Without them, I'm at a disadvantage. I must level quickly and get at least 4. Tsuyoshi declared, "Let's hit level 6 together, Sakura." His eyes narrowed. "That Beastmen will regret looking down on us." They entered the frozen cave, unaware it was home to a terrifying monster, guarding something powerful and ancient within. A monstrous beast emerged, level 72 Dark Fox Beastman boss, its eyes glowing red, claws ready to tear intruders apart. It snarled and paced forward, heavy footsteps echoing. The air grew cold as it sensed the threat had arrived. The glowing sword on its back radiated frost. He wondered aloud, will it drop that sword if defeated? She looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you want it?" He nodded, eyes fixed on the beast's weapon. She calmly replied, "Yes, most items do drop." He leaned in, now clearly more interested in the loot mechanics. "The drop rate changes by party strength. Better to grind harder," she explained as item silhouettes shimmered in his thoughts. He studied the floating system window. "Drop rate? So rarity, level, and item effects affect chances," he muttered seriously. "That makes the whole system more understandable," he said. He scanned the boss again, paying closer attention to its stats. "Black Cold Light Sword. Only 6% drop rate," he whispered. "That's low, but I'll get it no matter what." A golden screen appeared before him. "Exchange system?" he muttered, surprised. The light wrapped around his arm with a pulse. Text scrolled in front of him. "Exchange allows trading items once certain conditions are met. Upgrades depend on level and ability." "An exchange system? There's still a lot I don't understand," he said, reading carefully, trying not to miss any details. "High probability drop scroll. Condition met 114 kills. I can exchange it now," he exclaimed, already reaching for the confirmation window. 1 scroll per 30 defeats. "So kills are shared across worlds," he said, eyes sharp. "I've got a serious advantage." He smirked confidently. "If I exchange all 3 scrolls at once, the drop rate will boost to 90%. Glowing screens confirm the action. "Then it should drop almost instantly," he said, activating the scrolls without hesitation. 3 scrolls materialized in his hands. A system warning flashed, "No more can be stored unless inventory is expanded." He turned to Sakura. "Let's get that sword. This power boost will make me even stronger." She nodded encouragingly. Sakura cheered. "Good luck, master." He took position, eyes locked on the target. This time, he muttered, "No mistakes." The beast's red eyes widened. It sensed the shift in power and knew the next battle wouldn't be easy. Roaring furiously, the Dark Fox Beastman charged forward, its massive jaws wide open, unleashing its fury and raw aggression. He dodged and countered instantly, his blade glowing. A swift slash sent the beast reeling back, energy bursting from impact. "That sword has a cold effect," he noted. "Its hits will slow me down if I'm not careful enough." Sakura warned, "It'll drain your stamina. Strike fast and smart, don't let it drag out or you'll lose the edge." Sakura shouted, "The Dark Fox Beastman fears fire. Apply flame oil to your weapon, it'll deal serious damage quickly." He coated his blade with flame oil, nodding firmly. "Got it." The sword ignited, glowing hot with burning energy. Charging forward, he declared, "Let's see which wins, your ice or my fire." His blade slashed with fierce intent. The beast roared in pain as fire clashed with frost. He struck again, yelling, "Give me the sword now!" Sakura pointed out weak spots. "Aim for joints and neck, they're not protected well. Target those areas to end this." The beast lunged forward, cold energy swirling. He dodged low, shouting, "Now!" As he aimed directly at its chest, his flaming sword cut deep. Blood burst out as he landed cleanly, retreating fast before the beast could counter. The Dark Fox roared in pain, its body trembling. Fire clashed against frost, weakening its control and defensive power. System message appeared: when enemies fear death, behavior changes. They lose defense, strength drops, and attack patterns become unstable. "So it reacts that way near defeat?" he muttered. "Interesting. That means it's almost over time to finish this. I'll take advantage of this opening." He shouted, charging in with a blazing sword while the beast was still staggered. Sakura warned, "Master, enemies in this state show weak points. Watch carefully and strike when you see a clear gap." He smiled confidently. "Got it? Thanks." He adjusted his stance, blade burning brighter as he prepared for the final clash. He landed a solid hit to the beast's side. It howled in pain as flames overpowered its freezing energy. Breathing hard, he thought, without Sakura's advice, I would have died. He tightened his grip, determined to finish this fight now. The beast raised its sword again, growling fiercely. He tightened his grip. Is it already losing control of its strength? He leaped into the air, fire trailing from his blade. Now, aim for the head, he shouted midair. System alert: landing a targeted hit during a weakness phase triggers debilitation, lowering defense and stamina by 40% for 5 seconds. He struck downward with precision. There. A successful hit registered. The beast screamed, and its stats dropped sharply. Debilitation activated instantly. Sakura smiled proudly. Amazing. You figured out the combat rhythm very fast. It may be hard, but you're improving quickly. He leaped high into the air, sword crackling with power. This ends now, he yelled as he descended hard. With a fierce roar, the beast looked up too late. He slammed down the blade with a finishing move, Heaven Shaker. The impact shook the cave. The beast collapsed, defeated. Sakura cheered joyfully. Master, that was amazing. You really did it. He grinned, breathing heavily. That was indeed a satisfying fight, he said, watching frost shards disappear into the air. Suddenly he gasped. I almost forgot to use the scroll before it drops. He quickly pulled it from his belt. System, you've used 3 high-probability scrolls. Drop rate for all items is now 95% for 1 minute. He exhaled, just in time. Golden light pulsed around him, marking the activation right before the boss dropped its rewards. Notices appeared: 3000 XP gained. Boss defeated. Black cold light sword obtained. Sakura gasped. You're lucky few get that sword first try. He nodded seriously. Even with my physique, I can't be reckless. A good weapon helps withstand advanced enemy attacks. He held the blade. Never seen one like it. If I challenge those elites next, this sword could decide everything. He asked, Sakura, is there another place to level up? I want to reach level 6 quickly. Sakura smiled. Use a reset scroll. It refreshes the monsters in the same location, even high-level ones. This cave's monsters respawn fast, she explained. I have a few reset scrolls and healing potions. Let's use them wisely. He laughed. Wow. You're prepared for everything, aren't you? Sakura grinned and held out the scroll confidently. Outside the cave, she activated the scroll. It's done. He grinned. All right. I can't wait any longer. Let's go. A veteran warrior explains rare weapon types while the young hero stands near a frozen beast, listening with sharp focus. The system grants detailed stats for the hero's boundless sword, revealing incredible abilities that could turn the tide in battle. The hero clenches his fists, channeling power. He realizes controlling the sword's full strength requires complete focus and mental discipline. Facing a shadowy, monstrous foe, the hero charges forward, sword glowing blue, determined to strike before fear takes over. The villain mocks him but is clearly wary. The hero smiles, having unlocked a new reset scroll just in time. Tsuyoshi returns, confident and calm. He activates the 5th reset scroll. The air thickens. The enemy beast senses growing danger. The stats update again, power increases. Allies stand ready. Tsuyoshi smirks, knowing this time he holds the true advantage. He charges forward, sword blazing. The blow shatters defenses. System flashes level up. Energy bursts out like shockwaves. Bodies fall. Enemies defeated. Tsuyoshi checks his status. He's finally level 6. His trial to become a real warrior begins. With quiet determination, Tsuyoshi tightens his grip. He's stronger now. The real test is coming. He's ready to face it. Tsuyoshi shouts from afar, promising to return. His trial awaits. Shadows stretch across the land as night falls silently. Beastmen mock his ambition. One scoffs loudly, doubting Tsuyoshi will ever reach level 6 or dare take the trial. Sitting around the fire, they insult him further. They believe only their kind can survive the Combat Academy's brutal trials. Suddenly, a shadow appears. One beastman turns, startled. The figure steps forward, calm, sword in hand, eyes glowing with certainty. Tsuyoshi speaks. He's already level 6. The beastmen freeze. Shock floods their faces. He leveled up twice in a single day. Tsuyoshi clenches his fist, demanding the trial begin now. He's determined, confident, and wants justice for what Sakura endured. The Beastman examiner complains about being disturbed. He mocks the idea of a human daring to take on their sacred trial. Tsuyoshi firmly demands the trial begin. He meets all conditions and chooses a scroll from the vault without hesitation. The examiner warns Tsuyoshi that level 6 doesn't guarantee passing. Many fail. He doubts the human has what it takes. Tsuyoshi counters with a deal. If he passes, the examiner must apologize to Sakura, his word as a Beastman warrior. Startled, the examiner agrees. Baffled by Tsuyoshi's composure, he questions where this human's unshakable confidence and courage could possibly come from. The examiner laughs at the idea of a human passing a Beastman trial, but agrees to proceed out of curiosity. A high-ranking Beastman commander appears, declaring Tsuyoshi eligible. The real trial will now begin. No more delays, no more mocking words. The trial has introduced a massive black stone. The task? Crack it open with brute force by the next dawn. Tsuyoshi and Sakura react calmly. He confirms the objective, showing no hesitation. Sakura watches, quietly supportive but visibly unsure. Beastmen scoff again. They claim even elites struggle to break the stone. Tsuyoshi's confidence, they say, won't last long. A confident Beastman commander steps up. He says cracking the stone is easy for someone like him and starts demonstrating. He mocks humans again, claiming anyone below level 20 wouldn't even dent the trial stone, especially if it's a magic type. He admits the stone is tough, even for him. Still, he prepares to show his full strength without hesitation. The Beastman slams the stone hard, sending cracks through its surface. Dust rises. His power is clear, but it's effortful. He smirks and wipes sweat. Confident, he challenges Tsuyoshi to try, certain no human can match his display. Tsuyoshi calmly steps forward, ready to attempt the trial. Sakura cheers him on as he prepares to face the stone. He considers the odds. His strength and skills give him an edge, but he boosts his fist just in case. Lightning surges around his arm. He channels focused energy into a single point, maximizing impact with precision and deliberate control. His system confirms that 50% of his physical strength is now packed into his right arm, enough to shake mountains. The Beastman scoffs again, dismissing Tsuyoshi's efforts. He still believes no human, no matter how clever, can break the stone. Tsuyoshi winds up his fist, energy surging. He glares at the stone, focused, silent, and ready to strike hard. The Beastman sneers, doubting Tsuyoshi can even leave a scratch. He watches with smug confidence, arms crossed in judgment. Tsuyoshi slams down his fist. The stone explodes on impact, shattered pieces flying as raw force ripples through the ground. Stunned, the Beastmen stare in disbelief. They never expected the human to even dent the stone, let alone destroy it. Wind swirls from the shockwave. The examiner blinks in silence, his arrogance replaced by confusion, awe, and growing respect. Tsuyoshi looks at his hand casually. He wonders if he overdid it, surprised the stone broke that easily. Sakura smiles with pride. She praises his effort, happy that he now has access to the skill vault. The Beastman guards whisper in shock. They can't believe the outer trial stone shattered with one blow from a human. Tsuyoshi asks directly, does breaking the stone count as passing? He remains calm, expecting a clear and fair answer. The commander panics. He tries to backtrack, claiming the damage was already there, and Tsuyoshi's strike doesn't really count. Tsuyoshi grins and asks what's next. He's unfazed, ready for any challenge the Beastmen throw at him now. The commander panics. Tsuyoshi's confidence is unshaken. The Beastman realizes brute force won't intimidate this human anymore. He introduces Iron Arm, one of their strongest warriors. Tsuyoshi will now face a real test of endurance. Tsuyoshi activates another enhancement, boosting his body's strength even further. He asks if this upgrade is enough to start now. The commander sets the rule lasts 10 seconds in combat against Iron Arm, but he knows Tsuyoshi is too strong. Iron Arm strikes first. Tsuyoshi counters with a single powerful punch using 70% power, knocking him down instantly with brutal impact. Tsuyoshi reminded them that he had completed all 3 trials. He calmly asked if they would finally recognize his success officially. The Beastmen stare, stunned. Their strongest warrior lost before even the first second had passed. Tsuyoshi's power is undeniable now. Tsuyoshi turned around, walking with Sakura. He demanded the promised apology. The Beastman relents, bound by honor to keep his word. Reluctantly, the Beastman agrees to apologize to Sakura, thinking Tsuyoshi is a strong man and has a magic sword. The Beastman bows deeply and apologizes to Sakura, admitting his mistake and showing respect in front of everyone watching. Sakura is shocked. She never imagined someone from their tribe would apologize, especially after the way she had been treated. Tsuyoshi gently reminds her that pride is important. She shouldn't forgive too easily. Respect must be earned, not just requested. Sakura nods at her master's words, understanding the lesson. She prepares herself to respond with grace and strength. She accepts the apology with confidence. Her expression is calm, composed, and dignified. She now stands proud among them all. The Beastman leads Tsuyoshi to the vault. He warns there's only one chance to choose a skill scroll wisely. As they walk, he explains the vault is sealed by ancient rules. Only those who pass all trials may enter. He adds that the scrolls are gifts from past heroes. Their magic can strengthen even the weakest into legends. The vault glows. The commander reveals the scrolls also serve to protect the tribe's future, creating barriers and defenses. Tsuyoshi realizes the combat academy is more than training. It's a powerful, ancient system protecting the entire Beastman civilization. The gate opens, glowing with power. Tsuyoshi and Sakura step into the sacred vault where ancient skill scrolls are stored. Tsuyoshi reminds himself that while some scrolls look simple, only a few contain truly rare and powerful hidden abilities. Sakura stares in awe. The number of scrolls is overwhelming, and she feels the weight of what they protect. It's her first time inside the vault. Each scroll glows uniquely, making it hard to judge them by appearance. Tsuyoshi hoped to pick something quickly, but now realizes selecting the right scroll will take more thought than expected. Tsuyoshi considers the skill scroll Absolute Duplication. It's powerful, but he's unsure if Sakura could handle its complexity effectively. The system confirms duplication success is tied to the user's synchronization. It's difficult and risky without high mental compatibility. Tsuyoshi shifts focus, remembering his goal. He needs a skill that matches his strength and handles the current threat directly. As he reaches for a scroll, lightning surges. The skill activates, bonding instantly with his body and releasing sharp force. The system reveals the skill Shield Slam, a powerful strike for damage and stunning enemies ideal for warriors or defenders. Tsuyoshi reacts to the Shield Slam scroll. He doesn't use a shield and knows this skill isn't suitable for him. Sakura presents another scroll. Gate Step, a speed-based archer skill. Tsuyoshi quickly rejects it. It doesn't match his fighting style. The next scroll offers War Cry, a buff skill for warriors. It boosts team stats, but Tsuyoshi isn't impressed. He dismisses it immediately, urging Sakura to keep searching. The system warns only 2 minutes remain to choose a skill. Stressed by the time limit, Tsuyoshi struggles to find a match. Sakura suggests looking for a counter-attack type skill next. The Counter-Strike scroll appears. It offers a reactive attack after taking damage. Tsuyoshi finds it practical and marks it for consideration. Tsuyoshi browses other scrolls, but most are flashy or unclear. Time is running out, and nothing feels like a fit. Sakura notes that none match his unique style. The system alerts them only 1 minute remains inside the skill vault. Tsuyoshi realizes he must act fast. He prepares to break multiple seals at once to reveal the scroll's core. He warns Sakura to hide. He'll use a surge of power to uncover the best scroll option immediately. Sakura hears Tsuyoshi's order and quickly responds, stepping back as he prepares something powerful inside the vault chamber. Tsuyoshi braces himself. Energy crackles around his body as he channels his strength into one focused explosive technique. Outside, the Beastman supervisor notices the strange surge of energy and looks toward the vault, puzzled by the disturbance. A column of seals glows brightly. Overwhelmed by the intensity, energy arcs wildly as something massive begins to trigger. Tsuyoshi shouts out his plan. He's going to break all the skill seals at once to find the perfect scroll. Sakura watches from behind cover, stunned by Tsuyoshi's overwhelming energy. Even she can't believe the intensity of his release. The system warns Tsuyoshi he lacks the level for full control. The Divine King's hammer activates, but only for 1 second.
A surge of lightning burst through the sky, crackling with overwhelming power and intent. The orc raised his head, confused and startled by the strange human-shaped figure descending. Tsuyoshi landed hard, surrounded by sparks, energy swirling wildly like a brewing storm. Karina observed quietly, feeling something beyond ordinary unfolding right before her eyes. A system alert flashed. Tsuyoshi's hidden potential activated, boosting his strength beyond known limits instantly. Power shot skyward, shaking the orc's confidence as he stumbled backward in disbelief. The impact blasted through the air, sending the orc flying into the energy field. Sparks danced across the floor as Tsuyoshi stabilized, gathering the energy within. Every tile above reacted, glowing with strange symbols like an ancient code unlocking. The entire chamber responded, awakening as if recognizing a long-awaited presence had arrived. Karina felt the shift immediately. The room's pressure changed like it was breathing. Tsuyoshi stood firmly, chest rising, as the interface confirmed full synchronization success. Countdown began. 90 seconds to finish before the room's purpose was complete. Scrolls of golden light poured down, feeding information directly into Tsuyoshi's awakened mind. Karina ran toward him, worried if his body could absorb the entire download safely. Tsuyoshi gritted his teeth as lightning seared through his thoughts, splitting his mind with pressure. He refused to settle, reaching deeper, demanding power that could match his burning desire inside. The golden energy twisted, creating a radiant scroll crackling violently with raw, untamed lightning force. The scroll floated upward, symbols glowing, reacting to his desperate call for a stronger skill. Karina stared at the countdown, worry setting in as the timer dropped to 30 seconds. Tsuyoshi pointed quickly toward a glowing scroll, its shine different from anything they'd seen so far. Karina dashed ahead without hesitation, trusting Tsuyoshi's judgment as time slipped away too quickly now. Her footsteps echoed through the vault as she ran toward the brilliant, floating skill scroll. She reached it just in time, though confused by its fragmented appearance and mismatched energy. Text appeared: uncertain power, unstable scroll, yet it held rare potential for unique legendary-level skill growth. Karina handed Tsuyoshi the scroll as the ground cracked beneath their feet, crumbling fast. They bolted toward the exit, barely holding on to the scroll glowing fiercely in blue. Tsuyoshi's legs shook, he absorbed too much energy, and his body struggled to contain it all. A warning displayed: power condensed in legs, strain dangerous, caution urged before activating explosive potential. The orc stood watching, counting calmly, prepared to face Tsuyoshi as the timer reached 3. The portal pulsed open, casting icy blue light as the final countdown faded away completely. Energy swirled as Tsuyoshi and Karina crossed through, leaving the collapsing vault behind them. Tsuyoshi steadied himself, breathing hard, the last-second save still fresh in his mind. Karina held onto him tightly, relieved, her eyes searching for signs he was okay. The orc stepped forward, unimpressed, focused on the glowing scroll still clutched in Tsuyoshi's grip. Lightning surged around Tsuyoshi's body as the system processed the data stored within the scroll. Details appeared: origin unknown, skill fragmented, containing ancient magic too advanced for current analysis. Karina stood beside him, watching the light fade as the power settled inside Tsuyoshi. The orc muttered about sealed knowledge, how once unlocked, it could never be taken back. Together, Tsuyoshi and Karina listened carefully, realizing this journey had only just begun for them. Lightning danced around the orc as he recalled the tale of another chosen long ago. That soul once wielded a forgotten power, feared even by those who ruled the heavens. Tsuyoshi stayed silent, heart pounding, as the orc warned him of what now lies ahead. A single chance, that's all the scroll offered, and it could never be recovered again. As the sun set, Tsuyoshi and Karina stepped forward, ready to carve out their path. The orc eyed Karina carefully, his voice low with suspicion and something almost like recognition. Karina remained calm, meeting his gaze as the past threatened to rise again between them. The orc's words struck deep. She hadn't expected anyone to speak about her hidden history. She turned away, silent, protecting more than just herself from the weight of that truth. With a soft sigh, Karina stepped forward, leaving behind the confrontation and its unspoken meaning. Tsuyoshi and Karina walked side by side beneath the sunset, thoughts lingering behind calm faces. Inside the inn, peace returned briefly as they treated wounds and caught their breath again. Tsuyoshi winced from the taste, though Karina's potion had worked faster than anything he'd expected. He coughed, trying to recover, while Karina quietly cleaned up the small table beside him. Tsuyoshi noticed something: Karina had changed, quieter than usual, hiding thoughts behind her usual determined smile. Tsuyoshi looked at her, uncertain, but curiosity tugged at him harder with every quiet second. Karina's eyes dropped, the question he asked touching a memory buried deeper than she'd like. She remembered the stairs, the judgment, the day everything was stripped away without reason. They changed the subject, focusing instead on the scroll and what it might unlock next. Sparks gathered again, Tsuyoshi's body responding well, the power now sinking naturally with strengthened physique. Karina smiled, excited by the idea of unlocking even more scrolls hidden across the land. Her eyes gleamed with energy as she suggested they head out without wasting any time. Leaping over the wall, Karina teased Tsuyoshi, confident today was perfect for making real progress. Tsuyoshi felt a shift. The system confirmed his limit was gone. A new path had opened. Power surged through him, mastery awakened, and for first time, everything began to make sense. A surge of energy sparked around Tsuyoshi, his return echoing like thunder across the battlefield. With lightning wrapping arms, Tsuyoshi dropped into stance, his confidence burning bright beneath glowing eyes. Calculating move, Tsuyoshi watched his opponent carefully, knowing timing would determine everything in this fight. Tsuyoshi dashed forward, aiming precisely to shatter his opponent's defense before the counterattack could begin. He reached into his inventory, feeling the familiar pulse of power from his chosen weapon. With his blade in hand, Tsuyoshi felt the system hum, syncing perfectly with his strength. Flames burst toward him, but grip tightened. He knew the sword would change everything now. The enemy lunged with greed, eyes locked on Tsuyoshi's weapon, unaware of its hidden potential. Tsuyoshi twisted midair, avoiding the strike, channeling power through the sword's edge like flowing lightning. As his feet touched down, the ground cracked, his divine skill awakening with flawless synchronization. Blue lightning surrounded Tsuyoshi, dancing wildly across the ground as his aura expanded in waves. Above him, energy converged into a spiraling bolt, ready to descend with ruthless precision. The enemy charged again, defiant, but Tsuyoshi's focus remained unshaken as he summoned the final strike. Thunder Chain Fall unleashed, bolts chaining through foes, stunning all within its range with divine judgment. Tsuyoshi stood tall as sparks faded, while the last opponent collapsed, overwhelmed by paralyzing force. Tsuyoshi wiped his face calmly, energy sparking gently around him as silence settled over everything. The last foe trembled, completely paralyzed, his thoughts racing through fear and disbelief. Tsuyoshi walked forward, unbothered, each step heavy with quiet finality and overwhelming pressure. He raised his hand, and the paralyzed body hit the wall without resistance. His eyes were cold now, reflecting power and clarity after countless battles and betrayals. A desperate voice echoed through the room, but Tsuyoshi's focus never wavered for a second. Chaos erupted behind him, another enemy falling before they could even finish their sentence. One survivor flinched, trying to crawl away, but the paralyzing field still held strong. Tsuyoshi appeared behind the final one, his shadow casting judgment beneath the flickering lights. The man turned, screaming in panic as Tsuyoshi calmly raised a glowing hand above him. From his inventory, Tsuyoshi summoned the rare explosive fruit, glowing red with pulsing heat. He twisted mid-motion, planting the fruit against the attacker's chest with chilling precision. The enemy lunged forward, rage burning, unaware of what had already been sealed to him. The explosion ignited, engulfing the entire space in a violent storm of heat and debris. As fire cleared, Tsuyoshi stood silently, the ground scorched behind him, and his path now open. The enemy laughed loudly, gripping his staff as explosions lit the air like wild fireworks. Flames rose higher, but Tsuyoshi stood still, his body untouched, his gaze cold and unmoved. Smoke cleared slightly, the attacker emerged. Surprised, Tsuyoshi wasn't defeated by the overwhelming blast. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, pressure building in each movement, causing panic to flash across the man's face. A system message appeared: Tsuyoshi's special equipment activated, enhancing his physique beyond normal human endurance. Another fighter appeared, fast as wind, aura surging as he closed in on Tsuyoshi's position. He launched himself with brutal speed, slicing through the battlefield in a blur of motion. His red eyes locked in, fully confident this would be a swift and clean finish. But Tsuyoshi countered instantly, a flash of blue energy shaking the ground beneath their feet. Their blades clashed mid-air, power rippling outward as the entire area cracked from sheer force. Smoke coiled around Tsuyoshi as he stepped away from the last fallen opponent without hesitation. He sheathed his sword slowly, thoughts heavy despite the enemies now lying unconscious behind him. Glancing around, Tsuyoshi realized the group belonged to Crazy Wolf Infamous, but still too reckless today. He sighed quietly, annoyed at how weak he still felt despite winning every battle. Kneeling beside some debris, Tsuyoshi noticed something strange half-buried, curiosity flickering across his tired expression. Tsuyoshi examined the mysterious ring closely, sensing unusual energy swirling just beneath its polished surface. Recognizing it as a dimensional ring, he held it up with a curious, quiet grin. He read the details carefully, realizing it was rare and only usable with a system. Shrugging slightly, Tsuyoshi decided to test it immediately, letting his instincts guide the activation process. As light enveloped the ring, it synchronized perfectly, clearly meant for someone like him. Tsuyoshi noticed the flashing light's security had arrived, but thankfully he'd already made his escape. Yellow tape cordoned off the area, but Tsuyoshi was already blocks away, blending with the shadows. He felt calm, having removed every clue and valuable item without leaving a trace behind. His new phone, taken during the chaos, already synced and loaded with fresh data. Just then, it rang, suddenly jolting him out of his quiet moment on the move. Sitting on a bench, Tsuyoshi picked up the call, not expecting to hear a familiar voice. It was his teacher, Ms. Han, sounding concerned about his absence from school lately. Her tone softened as she brought up his little sister and his future. Tsuyoshi stayed silent, weighing heavy feelings he hadn't spoken aloud for a long time. Deep down, he hated the system, the school, and everything it forced him to become. As Tsuyoshi walked through the ruins, his teacher's words echoed softly in the back of his mind. He paused, realizing she still didn't know he was the one fighting in secret. Her voice stayed kind, reminding him to be strong and not give up on school. Tsuyoshi reflected quietly, thinking about his own dreams and the people who once believed in him. With a small smile, he promised himself to keep going both as a student and fighter. Far away, someone reviewed a report: 3 bodies found, their belongings missing, the hero unknown. Among the stolen loot, a valuable ring had also vanished without leaving any trace behind. The man clenched his fist, smirking. Tsuyoshi had unknowingly triggered the trap hidden within the ring. A glowing orb pulsed in response, revealing Tsuyoshi's exact location with magical accuracy. Rising from his seat, the crazy wolf leader growled, ready to hunt down the thief himself. The crazy wolf leader slammed the table, sending orders. His men scattered, ready to hunt Tsuyoshi. Karina walked beside Tsuyoshi, her steps slow but steady, relying on braces for balance. Despite her pain, she smiled, determined to walk to school with Tsuyoshi every morning. Tsuyoshi admired her courage, always supporting her even when she stubbornly pushed through discomfort. Her injuries were severe, but Karina refused to let pain define her path forward. Tsuyoshi used his prize money to buy braces, sacrificing his own needs without hesitation. Seeing Karina's bright smile made every sleepless night and effort feel completely worth it. Tsuyoshi stayed close, keeping pace as Karina took careful steps toward the school entrance. Her classmates whispered curiously, wondering who the determined girl on crutches could possibly be. Rumors spread fast, some kind, others cruel about Karina's condition and sudden transfer into their class. A sharp-eyed student questioned her usefulness, doubting her place in the combat training team. Jealousy stirred as Karina's bravery gained quiet admiration, unsettling those who craved the spotlight. They spoke in hushed tones, hiding sharp words behind smiles as they plotted to isolate her. One student, twisting a lollipop between her fingers, smirked while scheming Karina's social downfall. Meanwhile, teachers debated Tsuyoshi's involvement, unsure whether to support or scrutinize his extra efforts. In the office, decisions were made Karina could stay, but Tsuyoshi would bear the cost. Tsuyoshi politely thanked the vice headmaster, grateful for a chance others would never be given. As he left the office, he promised not to cause any more trouble. Behind them, the headmaster's gaze lingered, amused by motives far beyond simple school affairs. Hidden agendas swirled. He wasn't interested in students, only in Lily's influence behind the scenes. Outside, Tsuyoshi and Lily shared quiet relief, determined to move forward no matter the cost. Lily reminded Tsuyoshi not to worry about debts now. His focus needed to be exams. Despite everything, Tsuyoshi smiled, motivated to prove he'd grown into someone dependable and steady. Her encouragement pushed him, even when doubts about himself crept into quiet moments of thought. Tsuyoshi still couldn't reveal his full strength. It was better to stay cautious for now. But in his heart, he just wanted to show he'd truly changed for the better. Tsuyoshi returned to class, quietly stepping in, unnoticed by most, but not everyone forgot. Whispers began, some curious, others mocking about his unexpected return after a long disappearance. Rayleigh leaned back smugly, his tone mocking as he noticed Tsuyoshi's presence in the room. Old habits lingered. Classmates joked about bullying, seeing Tsuyoshi as the easy target again. Rayleigh smirked, already scheming how to exploit Tsuyoshi's return for his own selfish gain. Rayleigh laughed loudly, thinking Tsuyoshi was still weak and easy to push around again. He raised his hand, expecting submission, but Tsuyoshi's calm stare didn't waver for a second. In a flash, a paper ball cut through the air with pinpoint precision. Tsuyoshi caught it mid-flight, surprising everyone who thought he'd flinch or dodge in fear. Shock spread across the classroom. Rayleigh's confidence cracked as Tsuyoshi stared back, completely unfazed. Tsuyoshi turned away, silently letting Rayleigh simmer, the balance of power clearly beginning to shift. Rayleigh gritted his teeth, mistaking Tsuyoshi's silence for arrogance, planning petty revenge after class. Tsuyoshi calmly invited him to talk, knowing it would unsettle Rayleigh even more. Misreading the moment, Rayleigh smirked, thinking Tsuyoshi was scared and just bluffing with bold words. The hallway grew quiet as Tsuyoshi's message spread. Rayleigh was being called out directly. Rayleigh's group blocked the path, waiting for Tsuyoshi with smug grins and folded arms. They mocked him, recalling how easily he used to fold under pressure before. But Tsuyoshi didn't hesitate, standing firm in front of the same people who once ruled. Rayleigh stepped closer, delivering threats while expecting the old Tsuyoshi to shrink back again. But now, Tsuyoshi's silent stare said it all. He wasn't here to be pushed anymore. Tsuyoshi grabbed the thug's arm, his strength shocking even the one who'd tried to intimidate. The guy froze. He wasn't prepared for Tsuyoshi to push back with confidence and raw force. Tsuyoshi's calm eyes analyzed everything, weighing risks with precise control, never acting without reason. One by one, their stats appeared completely unremarkable, not worth even a moment's concern. He held back, but the difference in strength was already too obvious to ignore. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi struck fast, every move controlled, every motion clean and efficient. Bodies dropped one after another, loud thuds echoing down the hallway like falling books. Rayleigh watched, stunned as his supposed muscle crumbled like paper under Tsuyoshi's precise strikes. Dust settled around them as classmates stared. No one could believe what they were seeing. Memories flashed through Rayleigh's mind, confused why someone he once mocked now felt so terrifying. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed cold, his entire presence sharper, like a different person stood in his place. Rayleigh flinched, realizing this wasn't the same student they used to humiliate for fun. Even the boldest among them backed off, their pride folding beneath raw fear. Tsuyoshi walked away without a word. There was no need to prove anything anymore. Rayleigh stared, shaken he had survived the fight, but Tsuyoshi's gaze still lingered, unforgiving. Tsuyoshi exhaled slowly, relieved he held back his full strength could have ended things differently. He quietly apologized to Haru, not wanting his actions to create more problems for her. Haru, calm and understanding, offered support without hesitation, reminding him he wasn't alone anymore. Meanwhile, Karina's notes were swiped, her silence misunderstood by those who mistook kindness for weakness. But Mina stepped in, fierce and direct, making it clear Karina wouldn't be bullied again. Karina sat quietly, surrounded by classmates whose silence weighed heavier than any insult ever could. Lily crossed her legs, voice calm but sharp, making it clear Karina owed her something. Tears welled up as Karina trembled, unsure how to answer demands she couldn't possibly meet. Lily leaned in, her words cold. Karina's braces weren't protection now, just a price tag. Karina clutched her knee braces tightly, remembering how her brother saved for months to buy them. Two classmates eyed her skeptically, whispering with a hint of mockery as Karina sat nervously. They stepped closer, smirking with cruel confidence, making Karina's heart race with unease and dread. Despite trembling legs, Karina stayed firm. She wouldn't give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. Suddenly, anger flared. Karina raised her voice, surprising even herself with the strength behind her words. The classroom buzzed with awkward silence as everyone turned away, pretending not to notice tension. Karina sat quietly again, jaw clenched, while the others returned to their seats, feigning indifference. As the teacher arrived, the bullies whispered one last warning before pretending nothing had happened. Karina knew this wasn't over. She'd have to escape the moment class ended that day. She planned her route home carefully, already thinking of her brother and staying strong for him. The final bell rang. Karina quietly gathered her things, ignoring the stares as she stood up. The teacher dismissed everyone, her gentle voice fading into the background of Karina's racing thoughts. Classmates shuffled out. Karina moved quickly, hoping to leave unnoticed, keeping her head down. But someone called out to her. She paused, her nerves tingling with uncertainty and curiosity. It wasn't a threat, just concern. Tsuyoshi noticed her struggles, and for once, someone truly cared. Tsuyoshi politely declined the teacher's offer, not wanting to make a big deal out of it. He smiled calmly, assuring her that everything was fine, even if he felt otherwise inside. The teacher relaxed, grateful he wasn't hurt, though her eyes still held a trace of worry. Tsuyoshi gave a final nod and turned away, quietly heading toward the classroom's back door. He walked through the hallway, waving goodbye casually, hoping the rest of the day stayed quiet. A classmate called out, asking for a moment to talk privately about something from earlier. Though suspicious, Tsuyoshi followed, sensing the boy's nervousness wasn't entirely fake, but something still felt off. They walked in silence, passing windows washed in golden light, the hallway unusually empty and quiet. The classmate insisted they go farther down the corridor, saying he wanted privacy to apologize. Tsuyoshi followed until they reached the corner. Something in the air suddenly shifted, almost imperceptibly. The classmate signaled ahead. Another boy appeared, his eyes sharp with anticipation, like this was planned. Tsuyoshi's senses flared. A shadow moved too quickly. Something slammed toward him from the side. He leapt back, instinct kicking in just in time to dodge the first sudden attack. Rayleigh laughed coldly from the side, powering up for a blow with reckless confidence and strength. Tsuyoshi struck first, his movement sharp. The attackers never expected such power from someone so quiet. Rayleigh staggered back in shock, realizing Tsuyoshi's strength wasn't just luck, it was something real. Tsuyoshi's eyes narrowed. He sensed deceit but didn't expect such a low-coordinated sneak attack. His stats flickered briefly before charging in, every step controlled, every movement honed with purpose. Rayleigh tried again, but Tsuyoshi's counter hit first clean, sharp, knocking the wind right out. Another blow flew his way, but Tsuyoshi shifted swiftly, dodging it with calm precision. He delivered a blow that dropped the next guy instantly, leaving no room for retaliation. Rayleigh collapsed, dazed and aching. Tsuyoshi stood firm, untouched and unfazed by the chaos. He called them out for their cowardice, knowing they never stood a chance anyway. One last attacker lunged with fury, shouting threats, unaware how easily Tsuyoshi could end it. Tsuyoshi stared him down, reminding him that rules, school or not, were the only reason he's breathing. The boy hesitated. Something invisible held him. His limbs froze, panic rising as he questioned everything. Tsuyoshi knocked him out with a simple move, then straightened his jacket calmly and coolly. He checked the time, remembering Karina was waiting. He couldn't be late for her. Before leaving, he reminded himself of restraint, a quiet rule he lived by every single day. He glanced back once, then walked off. A true hero knows when to hold back. Karina hurried through the back hallway, her breath unsteady, trying to avoid another cruel encounter. She pushed herself forward, gripping her backpack straps, determined to get through the back gate. Her plan was simple: exit through the back, circle around, and head toward the front. The path was dim, but she focused on her steps, careful not to stumble. Still nervous, Karina calmed herself with slow breaths, repeating silent encouragement with every step taken carefully. But a sudden shove broke her balance, sending her falling hard down the stairwell below. Her body hit the ground with a harsh thud. Pain exploded through her limbs instantly. From above, two girls laughed cruelly. They had been waiting, knowing she'd come this way. They stepped down slowly, blocking the exit, as Karina struggled to rise with trembling arms. One leaned in with a smug smile, demanding she surrender the braces on her legs. Karina lay frozen, pleading silently through her tears, not for herself, but for her brother's effort. Back at the front gate, Tsuyoshi looked around, confused why Karina hadn't appeared yet. He asked nearby students but heard she'd already left, which made him instinctively uneasy inside. A girl nearby spoke up, recognizing him. She mentioned Karina probably took the back route. Tsuyoshi's heart dropped. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted toward the gate she might have taken. Tsuyoshi walked the hallway, confusion rising. Karina wasn't in class, and her absence felt wrong. Haru's strange reaction stuck with him. She avoided eye contact, voice trembling like she hiding something. Something deeper was going on, and Tsuyoshi couldn't shake the feeling Karina was in danger. The memory of Haru whispering nervously played on loop as he passed the school courtyard. Determined, he headed for the back gate, hoping answers waited just beyond those quiet steps. Standing at the stairway, Tsuyoshi hesitated. Would Karina really choose a place so far removed? A sudden chill crept down his spine as a strange energy pulsed through the stairwell. There she was, Karina, slumped over, books scattered, bruises blooming across her arms and face. He froze at the sight, heart pounding, his mind racing to make sense of everything. Karina slowly looked up, pain etched in every inch of her battered expression and body. Tsuyoshi stepped closer, still stunned. Karina clutched her chest, bloodied hands shaking beneath setting sun. Strange blue text floated midair. Tsuyoshi seen systems before, but never one attached to Karina. Skills, levels, damage reports, it all flickered around her like she was caught in a game. He watched in disbelief. Karina's voice trembled, not from fear, but something darker, rage mixed with sorrow. Tears streamed as Karina gritted her teeth. This power didn't save her, it only made things worse. Tsuyoshi gently held Karina's hand, trying to ground her as her body trembled with pain. The weight of everything pressed down, but Karina still managed to sit upright, breathing unevenly. Tsuyoshi sat quietly beside her, his presence saying more than anything words ever could. Karina looked down at her bruised knees, unsure if she should cry or stay strong. Tsuyoshi offered a small smile, assuring her everything would be okay, even if it wasn't yet. Karina let out a shaky breath, finally allowing herself to feel just a little relieved. She stood slowly, backpack slung over one shoulder, feet heavy but steadier than before. The sky burned orange as the two walked side by side toward the rooftop edge. Karina glanced over the railing, sunset light brushing her cheeks like a distant, familiar memory. Tsuyoshi reached out, quietly lifting her hand like a promise they'd keep moving forward together again. The past flashed briefly: broken walls, shared tears, the pain that once bound them so tightly. Tsuyoshi smiled faintly, recalling how much they'd both changed since those uncertain early days. Karina leaned closer, voice soft, eyes shining as if seeing him clearly for the first time. He remembered his vow, the weight of that moment where he chose never to run again. Karina's voice trembled, but her heart held firm this time. She wouldn't let go of him again. Tsuyoshi paused outside the classroom, thoughts racing. He had somewhere to be, something to protect. The air felt tense. Something was off. His instincts buzzed like a warning left unspoken. Laughter echoed through hallway, sharp and twisted, far from the comfort of ordinary school chatter. Tsuyoshi remembered the promise to protect Karina, realizing that danger might be closer than expected. Behind the door, cruel plans unfolded. Greedy words floated out like poison in the air. A group sat smugly, casually discussing things no decent person should ever speak aloud. One girl twirled her hair, mocking a transfer student while hiding behind pretty, empty smiles. Another leaned back, bragging about Karina's fall as if it were a game to win. They laughed about broken bones and rumors like it was just another after-school gossip session. The ringleader watched them with cold eyes, amusement flickering Karina's pain just business to him. He leaned in, brushing the girl's cheek like loyalty could erase all the filth he said. He grinned about stealing from Karina, thinking it'd be easy now that she was hurt. Tsuyoshi entered the room silently, catching fragments of cruelty that tightened every muscle and chest. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. His presence alone darkened the room like a storm. The bullies froze mid-sentence, caught, exposed, and suddenly very aware of who just walked in. Billy barked across the room, trying to keep control, but Tsuyoshi didn't even flinch. Tsuyoshi stepped forward calmly, his voice steady, eyes locked on the boy who hurt Karina. The air shifted, everyone sensed it. Something was different about Tsuyoshi, like he wasn't afraid anymore. Billy laughed, flexing like a show-off, trying to save face in front of his crew. With a cracking sound, Billy cracked his knuckles, clearly not expecting Tsuyoshi to stand ground. Tsuyoshi's voice stayed calm as he exposed the truth. Karina never fell. She was pushed. The mood dropped instantly. Even others started exchanging glances, nervous about how this would end. One girl scoffed, calling him garbage, trying to rewrite the scene with fake confidence. Laughter followed, but it felt forced. They knew this wasn't going the way they expected. Billy turned, still trying to dominate, until Tsuyoshi's hand moved faster than anyone in room could react. Billy screamed, clutching his hand in shock. The pain was instant. Tsuyoshi didn't even hesitate. Chaos erupted. The others froze, startled by how quickly Tsuyoshi turned the tables without warning. He stepped forward, calm but firm, as if every step had already been decided long ago. Doors slammed shut behind him. Tsuyoshi's eyes narrowed. He wasn't letting anyone walk out untouched. Tsuyoshi entered the room, eyes calm, as whispers stirred from nervous students recognizing him immediately. A girl flinched, unsure why this quiet guy made her heart pound with anxious energy. Tsuyoshi casually explained, he just hated getting checked for no reason. It was annoying. A bulky guy stood up, shouting, flaunting family ties like it meant something worth fearing. Vivian stepped forward, lollipop in mouth. Amused but respectful, she liked gutsy challengers, even if reckless. She warned him, not a hero, but not someone you could mess with either. Before her words even cooled, Tsuyoshi moved too fast, too smooth, like reality skipped a frame. Her body hit the table with a crash, surprise wiping smugness from everyone's faces. Tsuyoshi stood tall, stating he never held back just because someone happened to be female. Billy stared, shocked this speed wasn't normal. Not even athletes moved like that. What was he? Vivian stumbled back, breath shaky, her body refusing to move while her pride burned. Billy called out, still pretending he had control, unaware of how quickly things had shifted. Tsuyoshi turned, face flat, saying he didn't see them as women, just enemies in his way. His fist landed again, sharp and final. Billy's ego shattered along with his nose. The last girl screamed his name, but behind her, another presence stirred with glowing, eerie eyes. Tsuyoshi dashed forward, grabbing the girl before she could react, sending chairs flying around them. He pinned her against the wall, eyes burning with quiet fury held back too long. Her panic rose as she struggled, but his grip didn't waver in the slightest. Tsuyoshi reminded her of Karina's pain, something he couldn't overlook or forgive, no matter what. He promised retribution, not loud or chaotic, just certain, like a storm waiting to fall. Tsuyoshi squeezed tighter, his voice low, letting her feel the weight of his rage. He repeated the word angry, not loud, but with a tone that froze the air around her. Karina's name left his mouth like a vow, and she knew it wasn't a bluff. He told her to stay far away for her own sake or suffer again. Her strength vanished, replaced by trembling. Compliance threats weren't needed anymore, only his glare. Tsuyoshi released her, watching her collapse, gasping like she just survived drowning. She didn't speak. Her eyes said enough: fear, regret, confusion, all swirling at once. Tsuyoshi stood silent, asking with his presence, "Still think you can bully Karina now?" He picked up a ruler, coldly amused this would have ended so differently without mercy. As his shadow loomed, the boy realized, heroes didn't always wear capes. Sometimes they cracked knuckles. Billy screamed, clinging to family ties like they were armor, his father's name, his last hope. Tsuyoshi raised a ruler, unfazed by threats, focused on ending the nonsense with sharp finality. The gang name triggered something deeper: memories, faces, a darker past than anyone in room knew. Blue Snake Gang's reputation meant little to Tsuyoshi. He'd survived worse, seen worse, done worse. Lightning cracked around him, his power rising not to intimidate but to finish what was started. Energy surged around Tsuyoshi, his body glowing with the kind of threat that made hearts stop. Billy trembled, realizing this wasn't a schoolyard fight anymore. He'd messed with something out of reach. Tsuyoshi descended like judgment itself, electricity sparking with precision, not rage. A system notice popped up. Pain was real, but mercy still lingered. Tsuyoshi backed away slowly, enough damage dealt to make the message clear without crossing the line. With quiet steps, Tsuyoshi reminded them this was mercy, not weakness. His promise wouldn't be repeated. He told them to clean up, as casually as if discussing homework. Behind him, the girl coughed, her voice shaky, still stunned by what she'd witnessed. Billy groaned on the floor, unable to find his pride among the broken desks. The girl panicked. This wasn't over. Her fear was clear, but Tsuyoshi had already left his answer. Billy snapped, rage blinding him. Tsuyoshi's calm made it worse, like salt on an open wound. Veins popped as Billy vowed revenge, clinging to his father's name like a worn-out shield. The girl fueled it, whispering encouragement, desperation masked as loyalty in a crumbling plan. Vivian stood apart, calculating plans forming behind a sweet expression and an eerie stillness. Their vengeance shifted targets. Karina was next, not realizing they'd just awakened something much worse. Karina sat alone at sunset, shoulders heavy with guilt, hoping her brother wasn't hurt. She blamed herself, thinking if she were stronger, he wouldn't always have to fight. The thought of burdening Tsuyoshi made her chest tighten, her heart full of quiet regret. Tsuyoshi arrived with a soft smile, reassuring her no words needed, just presence. He offered a piggyback ride and carried their bags like nothing heavy ever happened. Tsuyoshi thought back to everything: Karina, school, the fights, and New Balance couldn't last forever. He smiled gently, hiding the weight he carried, knowing Karina deserved peace, not worry. As they walked home, his thoughts drifted, one foot in this world, one in another. Elsewhere, a flying beast cut through clouds, the other world stirring while Tsuyoshi recharged. A guide explained the basics: register, train, gear up. Tsuyoshi nodded. It sounded like a game. Tsuyoshi and girl touched down in Beastmen City, eyes wide. New quests, new energy, new chances. Rin stared at the towering city gates, marveling at the bustle of Beastmen tribes. Her steps slowed as she explained the city's vibrant mix of diverse beastkin specialties. Tsuyoshi followed her gaze, impressed by the rare tribes wandering freely through the streets. His eyes widened at a familiar sight: humans blending into the crowd, equipped like adventurers. Rin explained they weren't natives, just travelers seeking fortune, much like them trying to survive. A sharp gaze met hers. Rin tensed, instincts triggered by the silent duo approaching nearby. Tsuyoshi walked up and greeted them, unaware of the tension brewing between unfamiliar factions. The masked stranger narrowed his eyes, his companion raising a cautious hand to stop Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi froze, unsure what he did wrong, caught in the sudden shift of the atmosphere. Rin quickly pulled him back, sensing danger, whispering that they may have crossed an unspoken line. A chill ran through the stranger, sensing something strange from Tsuyoshi that he couldn't explain. Anger erupted as the tension cracked. Confusion spread as Rin tried calming the growing scene. The masked man warned them this city wasn't safe for careless strangers, especially not humans. Rin led Tsuyoshi away from the crowd, explaining the wary silence born of harsh memories. Tsuyoshi glanced around. He noticed the stares, the whispered suspicion. This world had more rules than expected. Tsuyoshi realized being a half-beastman made him a target for prejudice in the city. Rin suggested getting their registration done, hoping it might ease some of the tension. Tsuyoshi agreed it was better to move quietly than provoke unwanted trouble from strangers. As the sun dipped, he reached for her hand, grateful for her steady presence. They took off on a red wyvern, gliding toward the Adventurers Guild without hesitation. Tsuyoshi's eyes lit up at the quest board. It felt just like an anime scene. Rin reminded him they needed to register first, rules coming before dreams in this world. Inside, they approached the counter, ready to officially become adventurers together. The receptionist eyed their pairing curiously. Human and half-beastman duos were rare in this region. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, choosing to register himself, determined to walk this unfamiliar path head-on. The receptionist noticed Tsuyoshi's confidence, unusual for someone with little understanding of this world's balance. She opened the registry, noting his name down with a faint but intrigued smile. Tsuyoshi received his ID, a symbol of new beginnings and countless untold adventures. Rin explained the badge system ranked from iron to gold, power tied directly to trust. Holding his adventurer badge, Tsuyoshi felt the weight of responsibility settle in, quietly accepting what's next. Tsuyoshi was amazed by the badge. It showed his level just by focusing his thoughts. Rin explained the method was mental, no interface, just memory and will to activate it. Curious, Tsuyoshi tried it on the spot and quickly accessed the system in one go. His badge pulsed with light. His level appeared instantly, surprising even the experienced guild staff. As others entered, tension returned. Brute adventurers shoved past like they owned the entire building. A heavy thud silenced the room. The newcomers weren't here to chat or drink casually. They announced their report with force, tossing their kill trophies onto the counter for credit. The receptionist remained calm, multitasking between guests, requests, and handling reckless behavior with practiced ease. She offered drinks half serious but declined when more urgent work needed her full attention. An emergency request came up dangerous, high-ranked, and only for level 15 adventurers or stronger. The quest involved a swarm of wild carnivorous bunnies wreaking havoc on nearby farmland. Though tiny, these monsters overwhelmed in numbers and attacked anything near with frenzied speed. Even strong teams avoided the mission. It required both strategy and serious combat experience to survive. While others hesitated, Tsuyoshi accepted without blinking. Hand forward before they could even react, the orc shoved him aside again, mocking him, but he stood his ground calmly. The orcs mocked Tsuyoshi, convinced he didn't deserve the quest, nor knew what awaited, but Tsuyoshi calmly focused, activating his unique ability, letting its power speak instead of words. His skill shimmered into view, quieting the jeers. His strength wasn't something they could brush off. The orcs scoffed, clinging to old biases, unaware just how far behind they were falling. One even warned Tsuyoshi not to get his hopes up. The real world wasn't forgiving. Rin stepped forward confidently, ending the doubt with just 2 words that made them freeze. The orcs stared in disbelief, unsure if she was serious or just bluffing again. One challenged her openly, questioning if she could even prove what she was saying. Rin revealed her badge, casually flashing the gold earned, not gifted, and waited. The sight shut them up fast, their pride no match for the truth in her hand. Tsuyoshi grinned. He hadn't expected Rin to be a top-tier adventurer all along. The receptionist smiled too, finally approving the quest and entrusting it to the capable pair. The orcs mumbled excuses and backed away, defeated before the journey had even begun. Rin reminded Tsuyoshi the mission could boost his level another step on this unpredictable path. He nodded with a grin. They had a job now. And this time, they were ready. The receptionist paused, surprised that a gold-rank adventurer answered to someone she casually called Master. As Tsuyoshi and Karina left, her curiosity lingered. Just who was this mysterious new recruit? They followed the path to the farmland, the sun dipping quietly beyond the hill's edge. Tsuyoshi learned Karina had earned her gold badge young, working hard through countless party quests. He realized how much effort she'd poured into this life. Karina wasn't just strong, she endured. Karina lowered her gaze, cheeks warm. She whispered her thanks, sincerity woven into the silence. Tsuyoshi stepped beside her, quiet and steady. Their journey brought them one step from real battle. Mist drifted over the field. Below, footprints and claw marks revealed trouble. Strong foes were waiting. Lightning cracked the sky as Rin and Tsuyoshi stared at the monster-infested mansion ahead silently. Rin noted the dangerous aura. Tsuyoshi, as always, remained calm and oddly curious about everything. She explained the strange gathering, recalling how such clusters usually meant an awakening or summoning. From above, creatures swarmed below. Tsuyoshi knew running wasn't an option anymore, not for him. Determined, he stood ready, his resolve stronger than before. Rin watched, uncertain but silently trusting. With a spark in hand, Tsuyoshi summoned his power. He had a plan this time. He wanted to grow stronger, not just survive. Rin didn't understand why he insisted on this. Tsuyoshi reached for her hand briefly, grounding himself in her presence before facing the danger. Rin hesitated. She remembered how people died chasing power. Why did he risk everything again? Still, he smiled. He wasn't chasing strength blindly. He wanted to protect someone for once. Later, inside a quiet chamber, Rin saw something in Tsuyoshi's eyes, questions he hadn't voiced yet. He asked how strong the king really was. Doubt had started gnawing at his courage. Rin paused, the memory of the prophecy haunting her. The weight of it never faded. Tsuyoshi admitted his fear, not of dying, but of not being enough when it mattered. She looked at him, voice steady, honest. At his current level, passing the trial was impossible. Tsuyoshi blinked in surprise. Impossible? The word hit harder than he expected it to. Rin lowered her eyes, recalling what the prophecy meant. Reality wasn't built on hope alone. She explained the king's strength, shaped by years of war, not just his terrifying level. Tsuyoshi asked about the world's system. He barely understood how levels even worked in combat. Rin clarified both worlds had levels, but theirs worked off actual battle efficiency, not stats. She summoned a vision of warriors, those who never broke past the bottleneck of their growth. The system wasn't just numbers. Strength came from pushing limits beyond what people assumed possible. Tsuyoshi listened carefully, starting to realize how much deeper this world's rules ran beneath the surface. There was a cap, an invisible ceiling. Even the strongest warriors had their own breaking points. To survive the Beast King's trial, Rin said, one had to reach level 50. No shortcuts, no tricks, just endless battles and time, which Tsuyoshi barely had left. Tsuyoshi nodded, determination in his eyes. If anyone could bend the rules, maybe it was him. Rin offered her support despite her doubts. She'd stand beside him no matter the outcome. He reminded her he wasn't normal. The divine trial had marked him from the start. With sunlight on his shoulders, Tsuyoshi vowed silently. If strength was needed, he would reach it. Tsuyoshi understood the odds but refused to be ordinary. He saw this world as opportunity. He declared himself different, not bound by rules, and Rin began to believe him a little more. With newfound energy, Rin's confidence rose. She smiled, inspired by the resolve she saw shining. Tsuyoshi surged with power again, lightning crackling, eyes forward. He was finally ready to begin. Before moving on, he asked his next question, how strong should he be to survive? Rin hesitated, thinking it through carefully. Her answer might shape his path more than anything. She advised at least level 12 if he wanted a fighting chance in group battles. Tsuyoshi accepted it without flinching. He'd hit level 12 once before, this time would be quicker. Rin nodded, already calculating the path ahead. But something dark stirred before they moved. A monstrous creature emerged from shadows, twisting, shrieking its hunger for mana, corrupting the very ground. Without pause, Tsuyoshi stepped forward. His blade glowed, stance solid. Rin knew he was serious. He activated his divine eye, letting the system analyze the enemy's abilities and danger level. The results weren't great: high resistance, enhanced senses, multiple attacks. The monster was nightmare matchup. Still, Tsuyoshi smiled. Strategy mattered more than stats now. He had no plans to lose. He charged with purpose. If that thing hit Rin, it could kill her instantly. He wouldn't allow it. Inside Beast's body, Tsuyoshi searched for its weakness, pushing past the crushing force around him. He found it: the core. His body glowed, fortified by the system's ultimate defensive trait. With his defense at maximum, he dashed through the creature's mass toward its hidden core. He struck deep, puzzled for a moment. Wasn't the core supposed to be in the chest? The monster recovered frighteningly fast. Tsuyoshi realized he needed to act faster than its regeneration. It transformed mid-fight, the entire structure morphing into something far more grotesque and unpredictable. A sharp strike came at him, tentacles, teeth, chaos. Tsuyoshi barely deflected the incoming barrage. Still grounded, he gritted his teeth. This thing wasn't just wild, it learned while it fought. The system warned him his defense ability was reaching its limit. The next blow might break him. Tsuyoshi laughed, unshaken. No monster could stop him once he found the rhythm of its attacks. A final charge lit the air. He welcomed the risk like an old friend. The beast lunged. Tsuyoshi roared louder, blade ignited, slashing through the storm of blackened limbs. Rin watched from the distance, stunned. His presence overwhelmed everything, even logic and fear. He defied expectations, doing what most would call suicidal. But for Tsuyoshi, it was just instinct. The beast fell at last. The core cracked. Tsuyoshi stood tall, already ready for the next. Tsuyoshi unleashed a surge of lightning, his blade humming with power, aimed straight at the sky. Thunder erupted in waves, crashing down in a spiraling storm that swallowed the battlefield whole. The monster's form disintegrated in glowing fragments, scattered like ash as the light faded gently. Breathing heavy, Tsuyoshi steadied himself. This fight was over, but journey ahead was just beginning. After the battle, golden shards faded into the sky as silence returned to the ruined field. Tsuyoshi stood among the remains of darklings, their corruption wiped clean by his surging power. His status revealed just how far he'd come, but numbers alone couldn't ease the weight inside. Power meant survival, but also isolation. Tsuyoshi carried the burden of being stronger than most. A new goal sparked in his chest. He needed more than strength, he needed purpose. Back at camp, Tsuyoshi checked supplies while Sakaki handed over carefully prepared recovery potions and gear. Her thoughtfulness and planning made their difficult days feel manageable, even when funds were tight. She had prepared for everything, using what little they had without complaint or hesitation. Tsuyoshi considered the reality they were broke. Every step forward required careful choices and constant effort. Despite hardships, he admired how Sakaki kept going, focused and steady, while he chased power. Sakaki laid out data from their journey: prices, trends, scarcity. A survival strategy, not just shopping. Her analysis revealed a sobering truth. In this world, knowledge mattered just as much as strength. Tsuyoshi knew he'd ignored the details. Her awareness filled the gaps he often overlooked. As they reached the farm, tension returned. Another unexpected obstacle blocked their already uncertain path. With determination in his steps, Tsuyoshi prepared himself for whatever lay ahead. As always, Farm guards stormed out in panic, their voices rising, startled by unexpected visitors near the fields. Tsuyoshi stayed calm, watching the tension build as the group of adventurers sized each other up. Sakaki assessed the situation instantly, noting weapons drawn and energy rising between rivaling adventurers. A name came up: Cardalus. Everyone wanted it, but no one really knew its full value. Tsuyoshi stayed quiet, sensing the word Cardalus meant something far greater than just a rare item. The goblin explained Cardalus was dropped by a powerful boss, and item adventurers scrambled to collect. Tsuyoshi realized this place held more secrets than expected, valuable ones hidden in the dark. Some groups moved aggressively, already claiming territory. The air grew heavier, full of quiet competition. Sakaki remained focused. Information power, and every small detail helped them move smarter, not louder. Tsuyoshi understood the stakes now. Cardalus wasn't just rare. It was key to leveling up fast. Tensions reached a peak, weapons drawn, magic sparked. The field now held more than one threat. The farm owner, clearly overwhelmed, stepped in to restore peace before things spiraled even further. A temporary agreement formed: first come, first serve, but nobody truly trusted each other with the prize. Tsuyoshi watched the others leave, knowing the quiet wouldn't last long once hunting began again. He gripped his sword tighter. For once, it wasn't monsters he needed to outsmart, it was people. The rival party marched confidently ahead. Their strength and numbers easily overwhelmed the local adventurers. Tsuyoshi and Sakaki watched in silence, sensing their opportunity had already slipped through. Still, Tsuyoshi stepped forward with an idea. Confidence flickered in his eyes despite the odds. He offered a solution: if he failed, he'd walk away without claiming a reward. His level didn't impress anyone. Laughter followed as he volunteered to face the challenge alone. Despite mockery, Tsuyoshi stood firm. His calm expression masked the weight of what he carried inside. Sakaki hesitated, then nodded. Trust between them been built through shared struggle, not empty praise. The others scoffed, unconvinced. To them, level 6 was laughable against a boss this strong. They underestimated him, thinking the outcome was already written in stone before the fight began. Tsuyoshi, unfazed, turned toward battlefield. He didn't need belief from strangers, only his own resolve mattered. He walked forward, the shadows parting around him. Something inside had shifted with quiet intensity. His status vanished from view. Whatever came next, they wouldn't know his strength until it unfolded. Tsuyoshi's calm steps echoed as the entrance loomed. Heat and pressure filled the threshold ahead. Inside, the energy swirled dark, pulsing, alive. This was the fight he hadn't known he needed. Eyes narrowed, grip firm, Tsuyoshi stepped into the dark. It was no longer just about survival. The monstrous boss revealed itself towering, grotesque, and pulsing with a strange, violent energy and silence. Tsuyoshi stood unfazed. The darkness in front of him felt familiar but more suffocating than usual. Outside, the others doubted him. They whispered predictions of failure before the battle had even begun. Sakaki sensed something different, worry mixed with loyalty as she watched from beyond the sealed entrance. No one expected much. Their comments piled up, but Sakaki's sharp glare cut the noise instantly. Alone in the chamber, Tsuyoshi activated his power, lightning coiling around him in quiet focus. He analyzed the creature's weakness, searching for a crack, something he could exploit in a single blow. The pressure increased. He breathed deeply, recalling every battle, every struggle that shaped who he became. He didn't want to use this skill, but sometimes choices are made before the fight. Electricity erupted violently as his ultimate technique surged through his body, tightening his grip on resolve. Tsuyoshi had one shot. The boss's massive frame loomed as he prepared the final technique. Timing everything precisely, he launched forward, striking with a combination of thunder, precision, and reckless faith. It was all or nothing. If he failed, he'd lose his chance and likely everything else. Lightning tore across the room as Tsuyoshi's weapon connected. The impact thundered through the boss's core. There was no second try. Only this moment, this attack, and Tsuyoshi's unshakable will to win. Lightning exploded from Tsuyoshi's blade, shattering silence as thunder chain fall struck like a divine judgment. The boss shrieked, arms writhing upward, caught in the center of the overwhelming electric cascade. Power surged downward. Energy cracked the floor as blinding light swallowed the monster whole in chaos. Outside, the sky flashed blue. Everyone froze, staring as raw force distorted the world around them. A beam pierced the ruins. No one could tell if it meant victory or complete destruction. The dust settled slowly. Sakaki clutched her cloak, wondering if Tsuyoshi had used that technique again. Around her, confusion spread. The earth trembled, adventurers scattered, unsure whether to flee or stay. One guard panicked, worried about his warehouse more than the boss. The shock had disoriented everyone. From the rubble, a single figure emerged, worn, scraped but standing. The boss was gone. Tsuyoshi raised his hand to signal Karina. He was alive, still holding his sword steady. Tsuyoshi stared at the unpurified Cardiolus, its unstable glow pulsing with danger and untapped potential. At the Adventurers Guild, the request was completed faster than anyone had expected or imagined. The receptionist praised the efficiency, impressed by results even veteran parties failed to achieve before. The girl modestly explained everything was thanks to her master, who carried the entire mission. She emphasized the final boss was too strong for her alone to handle effectively. The receptionist doubted her, thinking no rookie could handle a level 11 monster like that. The weakened man sat quietly, his body drained after carrying the battle without any magic. She clarified that his stats were still low because he hadn't fully awakened his abilities. They dismissed it as a joke, convinced no one could defeat that boss at level 1. He stood up slowly, his muscles aching, recalling how he crushed the beast using raw power. He mentioned the beast was manageable, but dealing with Karazil's aura had been truly exhausting. The receptionist's eyes widened, knowing Karazil was a rare item purified from corrupted mana essence. She warned its market value could destabilize even the major trading cities in the region. He calmly replied he wasn't planning to sell it, no matter how valuable it was. As they talked, the guild shared details about a new threat known as Shaman Beasts. Shaman beasts manipulated corrupted auras and summoned spirits, turning battles into chaos through spiritual disruption. Tsuyoshi began to realize the strange influence shamans held across adventuring society. Skilled shamans shaped battles, supporting both elite and rookie parties with powerful summoning and spiritual manipulation. He learned even high-ranking guilds sought shamans to tip the balance of dangerous missions. A tale spread of a powerful wizard losing control after confronting a single silver shaman. Since then, strong adventurers were cautious. Even kings issued orders to avoid unnecessary shaman fights. With the referral letter in hand, Tsuyoshi and Jesse thanked the guild quietly. They approached the Shaman Guild, its massive doors guarded and the crowd murmuring with impatience. Jesse explained entry wasn't simple. The day's schedule determined who could enter the sacred place. With steady steps, they moved through the crowd, presenting their official letter from the guild. A shaman at the gate denied them, claiming only shamans were allowed entry on exam days. Jesse calmly presented the letter, hoping its seal would override the strict entry restriction. The gatekeeper shoved it aside, scoffing at authority and dismissing the adventurers as unworthy. He warned that letters didn't matter when the Shaman Guild itself enforced divine order. Tsuyoshi stood his ground, refusing to back off, stating he wasn't leaving without entry. Jesse warned him gently, knowing if Tsuyoshi got serious, the gate wouldn't stand long. The sudden commotion drew attention as President Dojo, a high-ranking shaman, appeared from inside. Curious about the noise, Dojo listened while the gatekeeper complained about unauthorized purification demands. Tsuyoshi calmly stepped forward, saying he'd handle the situation without causing further disruption. Dojo questioned his reason for entry, finding it strange anyone would persist during exam day. The gatekeeper insisted shamans needed preparation and warned to come back later after the ceremony. Tsuyoshi expressed urgency, stating he didn't have time to wait for the exams. He hoped there was another way, even if it meant proving himself through qualification. Dojo explained only those with magical affinity could qualify as shamans or attempt the exam. The crowd jeered below, mocking Tsuyoshi's request and questioning his basic understanding of shaman roles. Dojo clarified that a shaman's core was spiritual magic without it. Becoming one wasn't possible at all. Tsuyoshi looked at Dojo's staff, pointing out it symbolized magic more than anything else. With casual boldness, he asked to borrow the staff just for a single moment. Dojo was stunned, disbelief flashing across his face as Tsuyoshi made the impossible request. The others called him arrogant, warning that touching it could trigger a backlash or worse. With confidence in his stance, Tsuyoshi reached forward, intent on proving himself instantly. President Dojo accepted the challenge, curious to see how a warrior could prove himself. He handed over the staff, stating it had no restrictions on class or level. Jesse worried about Tsuyoshi's plan but trusted him, as she always had before. Tsuyoshi reassured her with a glance, quietly confident in what he was about to do. The gatekeeper smirked, urging Tsuyoshi to show what he could really accomplish with it. Tsuyoshi struck the gatekeeper directly, his movement fast and clean without hesitation or effort. The hit landed solidly, shocking everyone as the powerful shaman staggered from a single strike. The gatekeeper cried out, overwhelmed by unexpected force and stunned into silence by the impact. Tsuyoshi analyzed everything, suspecting he could mimic magic if given the right channel to cast. With that theory, he grabbed the staff, determined to test whether he could unlock magic. A glowing interface appeared, offering Tsuyoshi a wide variety of magical class options. He realized he wasn't limited by a single type. He could duplicate abilities freely as needed. From the options available, Tsuyoshi selected Shining, drawn to its radiant, balanced skill potential. As the energy surged through him, the skill fully duplicated and magic filled the staff. With magic now in hand, Tsuyoshi declared his qualification to take the shaman exam. Tsuyoshi called out to Karina as golden light surged, magic bursting into full control. With her eyes closed, Karina trusted him completely as he raised the staff toward the sky. Energy exploded outward, catching even President Dojo's attention with its unnatural clarity and focused brilliance. Dojo underestimated the skill, believing it too weak to pierce his experienced magical defense barrier. Tsuyoshi attempted transfer mode, willing to enhance basic magic using only willpower and determination. His magic surged upward, strengthened far beyond expectation as the system amplified his glowing potential. Golden light flooded the area, forcing Dojo to shield his eyes from the overwhelming brilliance. The aura of Tsuyoshi's magic shattered the barrier, rendering resistance utterly ineffective against it. The golden light burst through the entire building, covering the guild in radiant glowing particles. Standing firm beside Karina, Tsuyoshi lowered the staff, his expression calm as silence returned. Tsuyoshi stood confidently, magic swirling around him, his stats now worthy of any true shaman. President Dojo's eyes widened, heart racing, as he officially recognized Tsuyoshi's power and potential instantly.
Tsuyoshi steps into the exam hall, surprised. Humans can take this exam too? He asks. Watching non-human candidates enter confidently, he notices stares. Why are they glaring at me? He wonders. It's the first time a human joins this sacred test. Whispers grow. His companion explains, "You're the first human ever allowed. They see you as a threat, not just competition." Reading the exam details, Tsuyoshi learns he's registered under the unique class pharmacist. He stares, confused. "Am I really first?" His companion nods. "Yes, it's rare. Similar to elven awakeners or eastern shamans. But no human has passed. Until now." Tsuyoshi sighs, "I feel like I'm being tested for something more." His companion stays close, quietly sensing the tension growing. Behind closed doors, a Beastman elder admits he broke no rules. Let him proceed if he believes he's doing right. Another elder, concerned, warns, "This decision affects our honor. He's human. He doesn't even possess the proper tools or knowledge." The Beastman president responds, "True, but I gave him a staff. This is a test to measure what he can do." In the glowing chamber, Tsuyoshi and his companion step forward. "They're watching," she whispers. "Now's your chance to prove them wrong." A shaman elder performs magic, radiating power. "Only true prodigies can reach this level," he says, voice filled with pride. Another elder scoffs, "That human boy? He's nothing. Can't match Kevin's disciple. He wouldn't even be fit to serve her." A large beastman asks, "Kevin's disciple is here too?" The elder nods, "Yes, competing for first place. Seems fair." The girl stands confidently. "Even Kevin says she's better than his younger self," a voice says, as others observe her calmly. A group whispers, "So that's her, Kevin's disciple. She's young, focused, and clearly gifted. This test won't be easy anymore." The cat-eared girl twitches as the crowd murmurs. She closes her eyes, clearly irritated by the noise and whispers. She mutters, "These weaklings are so noisy." Her confidence and calmness make the surrounding competitors even more uneasy and silent. An announcer calls, "Exam begins soon. Non-participants, please leave. Everyone else take your designated spots based on your number." Tsuyoshi says, "I'm number 15, I'll head over." His friend cheers. "Good luck. I'll wait outside until you're done." He looks down, locating his position. "The numbers are written on the floor," he mumbles, holding ticket number 15 tightly. Tsuyoshi steps onto position 15, glancing around. His foot lands firmly. The exam space feels tense, eyes watching closely. The beast girl notices him. "A human?" she mutters, her tone flat but surprised, ears twitching slightly in disbelief. Tsuyoshi smiles, introducing himself. "Ah, I'm Tsuyoshi." He stays cheerful, trying to be friendly despite her cold and cautious stare. He thinks, she's cute, totally different from Sakura. But then hears her mutter, "A human?" Seeking attention, obviously. Tsuyoshi frowns slightly. Well, her sharp mouth is definitely a problem, he thinks, trying not to lose his cool. The examiner announces, you'll create potions alone. This is your chosen shaman path. Prepare yourselves for the challenge ahead. Tsuyoshi panics, staring at strange tools. Ugh, what is this? He groans, completely unfamiliar with the magical setup before him. The beast girl mocks him, don't know a stabilizer? You should leave. She works confidently while Tsuyoshi fumbles behind. Furious, Tsuyoshi yells, leave me alone. His pride hurt, he tries harder, though doubts start creeping into his mind. He remembers Earth. In my world, we had labs, tech, potions, there were chemicals. Maybe I can use that knowledge. An elder steps aside. Vice President Pig will now announce the test details, he says as the crowd waits silently. The vice president throws something into the air. A scroll unrolls midair, signaling the start of the official test. A glowing circle forms around the stage. Magical platforms rise, carrying boxes filled with ingredients and tools for potion crafting. Excitement grows. Participants lean forward, eyes scanning the mysterious boxes, ready to prove their worth in front of the elders. Tsuyoshi opens his note. Refined soul's energy. He sighs, only 3 ingredients I know. So, this is the test. Tsuyoshi scans the table. Only 3 ingredients I know, he thinks. The rest look completely foreign and complicated to him. The elder explains, the first challenge is ingredient selection. Without proper knowledge, candidates won't even pass this initial phase. He continues, there are 5 specific materials for energy potions. 1 mistake means failure. Many will be eliminated here. Tsuyoshi glances around. So many confused faces, he notes. Do this many people really not know what ingredients to pick? He recalls, in labs back home, ingredients were always prepped. Here, we must identify and select everything ourselves, from scratch. The beast girl scoffs, pathetic. They can't even remember the basic ingredients. Her confidence makes others visibly more anxious. With swift movements, she finishes selecting materials. The system displays, material selection complete. She stands tall, already ahead of others. Tsuyoshi watches, impressed. That was fast, he mutters, stunned by her skill and speed in identifying the right ingredients. She raises her staff. Master Kevin expects me to be first. That's the minimum. I will not fail. A judge nods. As expected from Kevin's disciple. She's already started. Her performance draws everyone's attention, raising the bar instantly. Fulin begins grinding ingredients with steady hands. She crushes them expertly, releasing colored powders that glow with concentrated magical energy. Flames and magical auras swirl around her. Each element flows in harmony, controlled perfectly through her staff and practiced movements. Tsuyoshi watches in awe. She's got a sharp tongue, but she's amazing, he thinks, respect forming behind his focused stare. His eyes narrow. I should try to imitate her. He activates his divine eye, preparing to copy her technique precisely. Observers nod. Kevin was right. Fulin's magical control is flawless. She'll surely become one of the top shamans someday. Fulin's staff guides 3 streams of glowing green liquid into test tubes. Each stream moves with precision and perfect timing. The liquids settle inside the tubes. Not a drop is wasted. She handles each motion with experience and total control. An elder watches closely. The next step is the most important and final procedure, he announces with a serious tone. Fulin lifts her staff again. Energy surges from it, encircling the test tubes as she prepares to start refining. Green light swirls tightly around the potions. Refining, she whispers, entering the last phase with unwavering focus and determination. An elder watches calmly. If everything goes according to plan, Fulin will definitely secure first place in this exam. Spectators observe the arena. All eyes shift between candidates, focusing on those who seem ahead or completely still, like Tsuyoshi. Someone whispers, why hasn't he started yet? What is he doing just standing there? Confusion begins to spread quietly. Fulin finishes casting her spell. Solidification, she says confidently. Her potions stabilize with a glow, signaling perfect completion of refining. She smiles. It's done. That was easy. With pride, she adds, I'm clearly the best. Fulin's the one on top. The elder announces, once finished, please wait for evaluation. Fulin steps back, finished early, waiting with clear frustration on her face. Cheech, I have to wait for them. Fulin grumbles, annoyed at the delay and forced to be patient. She notices Tsuyoshi staring, her eyes narrow. What are you looking at, pervert? She snaps, catching him off guard. Tsuyoshi flinches. It's nothing. Thank you, he responds quickly, trying to diffuse her sharp accusation without causing more commotion. The proctor reminds him, start now. No time to waste. Tsuyoshi steps forward, focusing on his turn in the test. Fulin's ears twitch. She senses something unusual coming from Tsuyoshi's direction and quickly turns her head to check. A judge murmurs, Noticing the sudden shift, Tsuyoshi's staff begins glowing as his divine eye activates mid-process. A system prompt appears. Tsuyoshi accepts. Optimize, he shouts. Instantly, the ingredients are selected, sorted, and crushed simultaneously with precision. Glowing energy floods his station. Powerful refinement is in progress, the message reads as his potions begin forming at high intensity. Fulin gasps. He's selecting, crushing, and refining? At once? Her eyes widen. I didn't know he could do all that. A judge stares wide-eyed. That's Kevin's technique from his youth. It's impossible without huge magical power. Is this really happening? The exam grounds light up. Everyone watches Tsuyoshi. Could he be on Kevin's level? Whispers ripple through the awestruck crowd. Outside the exam hall, his companion paces. I wonder how Master is doing on the exam, she thinks anxiously. She sighs. I'm still worried, but I trust you, Master. I hope potion making goes smoothly for you. Inside, Tsuyoshi refines glowing energy streams. A prompt appears, processing precision complete. Adaptation achieved. Efficiency at maximum. Perfect synchronization. He smiles slightly. It feels natural, like I've done it before. Potion making. This feeling is good, really good. A system note appears. Final control step defines a potion's rank. Result shows the shaman's strength, skill, and refinement power. Tsuyoshi focuses. To finish this, I'll need absolute precision and flow. Every drop must land exactly where it belongs. Fulin watches in disbelief. How can he manage such control? It's like he's done this many times before. An elder recalls, only Kevin once made a potion like that. He called it a simplified sacred potion technique. The screen glows. Potion classified, sacred grade. Everyone stares. A perfect balance of magic and refinement. Rank S. Another elder murmurs. If this boy can create sacred potions already, we must consider him for higher advancement immediately. A system note appears. C-grade potions are rare, made by elite shamans, highly valuable and dominate potion markets. The elder stares silently. He realizes the level Tsuyoshi may be reaching and braces for the results being announced. The system declares basic energy potion D-grade. Tsuyoshi processes it. D-grade? Lower, but matches the exam's requirements. Tsuyoshi thinks these potions are ranked, so different from Earth's mass-produced types. I'll need to understand this system to compete. He clenches his fist. I must beat her. If she creates a C grade, I'll fall behind her. Tsuyoshi examines his potion. How do I raise its grade? I need to understand how refinement truly works. He realizes potion grade changes with magical strength and attributes. So, if I boost my magic, the result improves. He decides, I'll increase magic output. If done right, I should enhance the potion if I can manage the strain. Observers worry. Why is he hesitating? Refinement delay weakens result. The elder adds, he's holding back. That'll ruin the whole process. Fulin watches coldly. See? Not everyone's a genius. If you're stalling now, your success was just beginner's luck. The Beastmen growled, questioning the delay. Tsuyoshi remained still, focusing on the refining process, sweat dripping as tension rose silently. A Beastman stepped closer. The girl warned him any further pressure could ruin the spell. The ritual's stability was failing fast. She shouted, shielding Tsuyoshi with her body. Sparks flared from her hands. She wouldn't let anyone interfere with his progress. Tsuyoshi struggled internally. With no elemental affinity, he couldn't control the spell. He needed power, something to force the change. A plan formed. If he unlocked the Divine Hammer's true strength, maybe it could rewrite his magic's basic attributes completely. The Elder Beastman sensed it too magic destabilizing. If the ritual failed now, the consequences could be fatal for everyone. Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, raised his arm, and shouted, Come forth, Divine King's Hammer! Sparks crackled violently around his body. He roared, Grant me your power! As the artifact reacted. Lightning surged, drawn toward him, amplifying the ritual's broken energy. Everyone gasped. The girl turned with wide eyes. Tsuyoshi's magical power had exploded upward. He looked completely different, charged with energy. Lightning element awakened temporarily, his stats surged. The refining resumed enhanced, stable. This power's enough, Tsuyoshi said. Time to finish it. Electric energy surged through the beaker. Tsuyoshi held firm, shouting refining, as glowing particles condensed into their final stable form. The mixture solidified. Blue light flashed. The potion stabilized. Tsuyoshi whispered final solidification. With a heavy breath clutching the glowing vial, he stepped forward, exhausted but triumphant. Basic Asura potion, completed, he announced. The beastmen around him stared, silent and stunned. Wiping sweat from his brow, Tsuyoshi muttered, So this is the cost of using divine energy without full control. The elder beastman trembled. He completed it. A human. Murmurs spread. Tsuyoshi stood quietly, overwhelmed, wondering what he had truly started. The judges announced, All participants, step forward with your potions. The test now shifts to evaluation by the highest leaders. Vice President Pig and the President stepped down to judge the results personally. They would determine the final potion ranks. The president examined the potion carefully. The scent faded quickly, and the color was mild. Still, something about it impressed. He declared, "Congratulations, you've passed." The room broke into applause. Tsuyoshi bowed deeply. "I'm honored," he said with honest pride. Vice President Pig stayed silent, staring closely. A strange expression spread across his face. Something about the potion unsettled him. Vice President Pig examined another contestant's potion. "It's cloudy," he said. "A clear result of overforced refinement. Rank failed." A contestant shouted, "No!" and collapsed. His potion was declared toxic. Drinking it would cause severe internal damage and worse. Chaos spread among the participants. Panic filled the air as others realized failure could mean not just rejection, but danger. The elder called calmly, "Fulin, it's your turn." She stepped forward with focus, hiding concern about how Tsuyoshi was doing. Vice President Pig smiled warmly. "Thank you for asking. He's doing pretty well." Fulin nodded. "I'm glad. I'll try hard." Vice President Pig examined Fulin's potion. That overpowering fragrance. "This one looks promising," he said, leaning in with visible interest. Fulin stood still as her potion was assessed. Her heart raced, but her posture remained steady and respectful throughout. "The scent is rich and lasting. It's a pure potion. This is a C-grade basic energy potion," Pig announced. Tears welled in Fulin's eyes. "I didn't embarrass my master. I did well," she whispered, full of quiet relief. Spectators gasped. "C-grade? Like Kevin," one said. "She'll take first." Another added, "She's his disciple, skill and talent, just like him." Spectators murmured, "Wow, a C-grade potion. Impressive." Tsuyoshi stood in the background watching silently, still holding his finished work. A voice called out clearly, "Tsuyoshi, it's your turn." He stepped forward, eyes focused, ready for judgment without hesitation. The elder asked, "How do you feel about your result?" Tsuyoshi replied, "Well, I did what I could." A beastman scoffed nearby. "You're confident?" "At best, it would probably be a D grade." Doubt surrounded him from every side. The elder replied calmly, "If you did what you could, it's fine. Let's check the grade." All eyes watched. As the potion was examined, glowing energy burst from the vial. Blue light spiraled upward, stunning everyone in the room. A sudden crackle echoed. "Ah, a lightning strike? Interesting," someone said. It wasn't just energy, this was something supernatural and rare. Judges stared in silence. A potion causing a supernatural phenomenon. "It's at least A grade." Awe and shock spread rapidly. Fulin's eyes widened. "That's impossible. Only someone like Master Kevin could make one. Could it be even above A grade?" The audience erupted in noise. Whispers, gasps, and disbelief filled the air. All eyes locked on Tsuyoshi in amazement. Blue particles floated in the air. The reaction is proof," the elder said. "It triggered a supernatural phenomenon." The president turned to Pig. "It seems we were wrong. This human may be stronger than the genius Kevin." Tsuyoshi's potion shone. Advanced Basic Energy Potion, A+ grade. The crowd stood frozen, realizing what they had just witnessed. "Without a doubt," the president said, "he takes first place in this shaman exam." Tsuyoshi stood quietly, still processing it. Elsewhere, Sakura girl sat nervously. "I'm worried. Is Master still not back?" she whispered. Her concern only deepened. "Sakura!" Tsuyoshi called out. She turned quickly, eyes wide. He had returned safely, and the tension in her heart eased. "Welcome back. Was everything okay?" she asked excitedly. "It felt like forever." He smiled. "I'm sorry. The exam's over now." Sakura looked concerned. No. How did it go?" Tsuyoshi replied, "I did well. I came in first place." Everyone nearby reacted. "First place? That's amazing!" someone shouted. Tsuyoshi nodded. "Yeah, it feels great." The crowd smiled and celebrated him. Sakura held up a shard. "Despite all your power, you just wanted to purify the cardals?" Tsuyoshi simply nodded. Cardals, a rare item from dark beasts. After purification, it boosts strength, defense, and supports potion refining and magic tools. Tsuyoshi stood before the officials. Yeah, I need it for leveling up," he explained calmly, holding the purified shard. The elder nodded. "Since you got first place in the exam, I'll fulfill your wish. It's well earned." "Who is your potion-making master?" asked the elder. "There's no way you didn't have one," he added, still puzzled. Tsuyoshi replied, "I didn't have anyone. I just tried it on my own." The elder stared in shock. "Absolutely unbelievable." "Come this way," the elder said. "After purifying the cardals, I'll grant you the white shaman's robes, a rare honor." As Tsuyoshi walked away with Sakura, Fulin quietly stepped aside, overwhelmed with defeat and unable to lift her head. "Master Kevin." "I'm sorry. I lost to that weak human," Fulin whispered to herself, ashamed and full of self-doubt. "Kevin?" Sakura gasped, startled by the name. Recognition flashed through her mind as the connection suddenly became clear to her. "So, you're Kevin's disciple." Sakura murmured, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Fulin, a mix of curiosity and concern rising. Tsuyoshi noticed her silence. "Sakura, what's wrong?" he asked. She looked distracted, staring into the distance with a troubled expression. She quickly smiled, brushing it off. "Oh, no, I just spaced out for a moment." Her voice returned cheerfully. "Come on," Sakura said. "Once the purification's done, there's another goal ahead." Tsuyoshi nodded, encouraged by her confident tone. Behind them, Fulin clenched her fist, whispering, "Yes!" Her determination reignited. She would not give up after this loss. A dark crystal floats in the ritual room, pulsing violently. Symbols burn around it, shamans chant, their faces tense with fear. The elder leads the ritual, calling forth ancient spells. He names the entity sealed inside, warning it once destroyed kingdoms alone. One shaman gasps, "Cardial is full of darkness." The elder nods, explaining the ritual must purify it before unleashing further corruption. The young man watches nervously. "Is this really shaman magic?" he asks. The woman beside him nods. "This is specialized purification. Flames rise, then vanish." The elder sighs. "No flames, only light. It's working. The darkness is weakening. Purity has begun." The shaman calls divine light, purging darkness. The crystal glows gold as power flows in. A new legacy is bestowed. The elder raises the crystal. "Infuse your mana and soul. You may now use it," he instructs with careful authority. The boy accepts the crystal. "Thank you," he says quietly. It hums in his hand, pulsing with strange, heavy energy. The elder explains that crystal is medium grade. Darkness still lingers. Use caution, it could affect your thoughts during deep use. He continues, "Your first mission needs 3 warriors, 2 archers, and 1 pharmacist. You'll need teamwork to survive the wilds." He shrugs. "Party? I have none." The girl frowns. He adds, "I'll join if we share experience equally." The elder is stunned. "You're solo?" His voice echoes as the other shamans react with disbelief and cautious admiration. They approach the swirling gate. "This leads to the dark area," the elder warns. "New darkness forms every time you enter." He continues, "You can't leave once inside. Finish before time runs out or the monsters will overwhelm you completely." The girl jokes, "You die, you're out." He smirks, not dying. "I'll clear it before that happens. Just watch." She grips her pouch tightly, eyes focused. "You sure about this?" she asks, concern showing despite her confident voice. He smiles. "As expected, always worried." She nods. "Come back safely." He turns toward the gate, determined and calm. "Wait," the elder stops him. "You gave me the staff. How will you use magic now?" His tone is serious. The boy lifts his hand. "Thanks, but I don't need it," he says as power starts swirling around him. Blue light surrounds him. "I'm a warrior," he declares. His stats appear, confirming his class and readiness for the challenge. He steps into the portal, sword ready. Behind him, she whispers, "Please be safe," as the gate pulses with energy. A shaman gasps. "Wait, you're a warrior?" Shock fills the room. No one expected someone so magical to choose that path. The elder smiles. "Such talent, yet you chose warrior. Interesting. I'm curious how much further he can grow from here." Inside the dark forest, he surveys the area. "Every time I re-enter, the entrance changes. No second chances here." He readies his stance. "No delays," he mutters. "I'll defeat them fast. No time to wait for another opening." A red-eyed wolf growls from the shadows. The system identifies at level 30. Dangerous, its pack likely waits in ambush. He scans the surroundings. Dark wolves hunt in groups. "I can't let myself get surrounded. That would be fatal. I can't hold back," he thinks. "I'll end this fast, no mistakes allowed. Quick kills are the only option." He breathes deeply, charging power. "I'll begin with Moonshadow Fang, then finish with Thunder Chain. It must go down instantly." Lightning explodes downward. The area shakes. Thunder Chain strikes, binding enemies in place. The wolves freeze, paralyzed by the shock. The wolves fall paralyzed, lightning crackling. Each one grants 500 experience points. He calmly surveys the results of his attack. He smirks. 500 per monster. That's like a mini-boss back home. Not bad for the first wave. Experience gain is faster here, he notes. 3 more rounds and I'm out. I might even level up twice. Suddenly, the paralysis effect ends. The wolves twitch. He tightens his grip, ready as the real fight begins again. A monstrous beast emerges, jaws wide. It lunges at a wolf, devouring it whole. His eyes narrow. "That's new." He tightened his grip, recognizing the beast's unnatural strength. It resisted attacks more fiercely than anything he'd fought before. With razor speed, the monster lunged. He barely dodged, blade clashing midair. 1 second slower, his throat would have been torn apart. Eyes narrowing, he realized the enemy used his ally's corpse as cover, intelligence far beyond a normal creature's instincts. Its shadow loomed blood red, fangs glinting under dim light. He clenched his teeth, heart pounding. This fight demanded total precision. He activated his ring. Energy surged. The ground cracked. Strength multiplied. This time, he'd strike first and end it for good. With one sweeping strike, he decimated the enemies. Their bodies collapsed instantly, unable to withstand the force of his blow. As energy swirled around him, experience flooded in. He grinned, knowing he would level up faster than anyone ever had. Watching from a distance, the girl asked gently if her companion was worried about the dangerous path their leader had chosen. She gazed toward the portal. No one entered the dark area alone unless they possessed unmatched strength and absolute confidence. With calm conviction, she looked forward and declared firmly, "I trust my master," her eyes filled with loyalty and resolve. The elder turned away, worried. "I'm heading back first. Hopefully, that human boy finally realizes what he's doing is reckless." She pouted silently, clearly annoyed. He's always fighting without pause, never thinking of the consequences or listening to anyone's advice. Drained and breathing heavily, he dropped to one knee. Battle after battle wore him down. It was endless and exhausting. Corpses surrounded him. "My stamina and willpower are drained," he muttered. Overusing his enhanced strength came at a heavy price. He pulled out potions quickly. Sakura really helped by restocking my supplies, he thought, gulping the stamina and energy restores. He chugged the energy potion quickly, trying not to gag. The flavor was awful, but the recovery boost was necessary. He grimaced and almost spat it out. "I forgot how awful this stuff tastes," he muttered, struggling to keep it down. Warmth spread through his body as stamina and willpower returned. Clenching his fist, he nodded. "I'll keep going, no matter what." In the distance, the portal glowed. Two figures watched silently as he stepped through, determined to continue the dangerous journey. She looked up at the swirling gate. "Isn't Commander Dole going back?" she asked, sensing something was about to change. The elder looked up at the portal, voice low. "I'm worried whether that human boy will return safely or not." Inside, the boy stood tall. "I'm a warrior," he whispered, gathering strength from every step he had survived so far. He wasn't just any warrior. He passed the shaman exam, made potions, and fought monsters without ever holding a proper staff. The elder paused, ears twitching. "Wait, I'm hearing something from inside," he said, eyes narrowing, sensing faint but powerful vibrations. The girl perked up, smiling. It's the sound of Master's thunder," she said. "He's fighting back already." They stared into the portal. "As long as we hear thunder, we'll know that Master is still alive inside." Inside the dark zone, lightning surged around him. He shouted, "Take this thunder!" As he charged straight into the horde, electricity crashed down. Monsters were struck violently, torn apart by the blast. The ground shook as bodies hit the floor. Panting, he stood over the fallen beasts. "All right, all that's left is your boss," he muttered, eyes locked ahead. Exhausted but alert, he whispered, "I'm a little tired, but if I take a short rest, I'll finish this properly." He stood before the sealed gate, sword in hand. "Maybe I should rest a bit before the boss fight." He sat under the eerie tree, quietly catching his breath. Everything was silent, but tension filled the air around him. Lying down, he swallowed another bitter potion. "It's seriously awful," he muttered, enduring the taste as recovery magic activated again. He thought about his world. Capsules were convenient, but this realm's crude medicine, though gross, worked even better, healing him quickly. His energy surged. Sword drawn, he stood strong again. "All right, now that I'm fully recovered," he said with resolve, "let's go." Inside the chamber, a giant red eye slowly opened. The boss was awake, and it had sensed his arrival. He stepped through the massive gate. Bright light flooded the room, and the air instantly grew heavier with pressure. The chamber stretched out before him, ruined, silent, ominous. His footsteps echoed as he approached the center with caution. A shadow moved behind broken walls. From the dark, the massive figure of the final enemy slowly came into view. Muscles rippling and eyes glowing, the beast stared directly at him. Its aura alone was enough to rattle weaker fighters. "This pressure's different." "Same level but stronger presence," he said. "This must be the boss of the dark area." The boss emerged, towering and cloaked in shadow energy. Red eyes glowed and heavy chains rattled from its hands. Before he could blink, the beast vanished. A blur of speed rushed forward, leaving a violent gust in its wake. He gasped, eyes wide. The sudden movement caught him off guard. He barely had time to react. The boss crashed down violently. Chains smashed stone. The impact alone sent him flying back, barely shielding himself from the blow. "It's so fast. The power is incredible too," he growled, gripping his sword tightly as his energy surged again. A wave of purple energy erupted from the boss's eyes. The pressure twisted the air around them, drawing closer. He raised his sword defensively, but his body began to tremble. What is this? A skill meant to break will? Tremble slow, an advanced skill that strikes fear, disrupts focus, and slows reflexes. Victims shake uncontrollably while movement becomes harder. The boss raised its fist, preparing to strike. His body still trembled, caught in the overwhelming force of the effect. He gritted his teeth, trying to resist. "Move!" Please, move, he yelled, forcing his limbs to obey under pressure. He screamed, forcing his body to respond. A surge of golden power exploded outward, shattering the grip of paralysis. The boss staggered from the blast. Cracks formed across its armor as the shockwave disrupted its balance mid-charge. Notice, status tremble slow effect has ended appeared before him. His eyes sharpened. The chains no longer slowed him down. I won't go down so easily, he shouted. Energy surged around him, drawn from deep within the ring's power. He felt it raw force building. Is this an illusion, or is the ring of the infinite altering status effects? Electricity sparked around him as he yelled, I won't die so easily, you boar bastard! Preparing for another clash. He launched forward with force, dodging debris, blue energy trailing behind. The boss raised its chained weapon to block. The boss growled, stunned. You're strong, your presence, big. My tremble slow, broken. That surprised me. His eyes widened. You can talk? The realization hit this wasn't just a beast. It was intelligent and aware. I thought darkness was just a bunch of beasts that couldn't even talk, he muttered, tightening his grip on the sword. The boss raised his hand. We are darkness, he said. A higher existence beyond anything you humans understand. The warrior dashed backward, sword ready. Again with that technique, he thought, recognizing the stance that triggered the deadly skill. If only I had the roaring bullet to strike at its weak point. But it's back in my world. Notice bloody attack causes massive bleeding and physical breakdown. High-level skill from mutated bosses. Use caution. Red energy exploded outward as the boss lunged. The shockwave crushed the ground. He braced himself for brutal impact. The ring's notification rang out. His sword's durability was dropping fast under pressure from the boss's overwhelming chain weapon. He gritted his teeth. This guy's no joke. That weapon's insane. This enemy is way above anything I've fought before. Scarlet energy flooded the field. This attack blocks vision, he realized, narrowing his eyes to catch any hint of movement. The red blur rushed toward him. It's fast. I won't be able to block it in time, he panicked. A streak of blood-red shot straight at him. The moment to react was gone. He braced for the impact. Blood burst from his side. The monster's spinning strike had landed. He staggered, pain shooting through his entire body. He hit the ground hard, rolling through rubble. The pressure was growing. One solid hit nearly broke his stance completely. Trying to stay upright, he steadied his sword. Blood poured out fast. The red light on his gauge kept flashing. I got hit once and I'm already bleeding. I don't have any medicine. I'll die at this rate. Notice, bleeding continuous HP loss until healed. Can only be stopped with magic, potion, or a specific skill. Wounded and bleeding, he knew the potions wouldn't last. The beast loomed. He had to act before collapsing. Despite pain and exhaustion, he clenched his fists. Retreat or fight? The answer was clear. There was no escape now. Lying on the cold floor, he considered his odds. Healing meant delay. Delay meant death. His vision blurred. Time dwindled. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up. Anyway, I'll just kill it, he shouted, charging with renewed fury and resolve. Lightning crackled around him as he struck. The monster's eyes widened in shock. Victory or death, he would decide it now. He shouted with force, unleashing lightning toward the monster. Eat my thunder attack! The blast lit up the battlefield instantly. As the smoke cleared, he advanced quickly, watching carefully. Did I do it? Why didn't it even try dodging? Chains rattled. The creature stood still, unharmed, glowing with strange energy. Its posture didn't change. It had expected the strike. The thunder hit the ground, not the beast. Sparks flew everywhere, but the monster hadn't moved. It took no damage. The beast looked down, unimpressed. Laughable, it muttered coldly. His strongest move had failed. Fear and shock gripped the hero's chest. He clenched his jaw. This is troublesome, he muttered. His wounds throbbed, but his will to fight only grew stronger. Dark energy surged. The monster growled, I'll kill you, I don't need the sacrifice either. Its voice echoed with menace. His eyes widened. Sacrificed? What the hell is that? He braced himself, sensing something massive charging from above, shaking the air. The beast soared down, weapon glowing with power. A devastating move was coming. Huge attack, the warrior whispered, frozen in place. The blow landed hard, crushing the earth beneath. Dust and energy exploded outward. He couldn't tell if he survived or not. The beast's strike pinned him down. Energy surged violently. Just this level? It growled, crushing the ground with terrifying force. Thrown back, he barely held his sword. Blood trailed his steps. His body trembled, lungs burning. He couldn't stand straight. The monster walked calmly. Lost weapon. Lost adventurer. Its voice was cold. His sword lay broken. His strength felt distant now. Useless, the beast declared, stepping forward. Eyes burning red. His grip weakened. There was no counterattack, no second chance left. It turned away. Next time, I'll kill you. Darkness swirled as it vanished, leaving silence and a trembling warrior behind. The beast froze. "Who is this?" it snarled. A shadowy figure appeared, eyes glowing. "Wha? Who are you?" the beast stuttered. The red aura surged. "Is this your sacrifice?" The figure mocked. The beast shivered, confused. "Why sacrifice?" it whispered, backing away. "Hey!" The figure chuckled low. "What? A darkness-exclusive skill?" The beast roared. Panic spread across its face. "Who are you?" "You came close to attack," the red figure explained calmly. Sharp energy cut through the space, wrapping the monster in fear. "I duplicated the sacrifice using absolute replication," the figure declared. The beast's plan turned against him. His secret weapon was copied. Empowered by duplication, he stepped forward. "Now I can end this. No weapons, just hands. I'll crush you completely."
Tsuyoshi activated the forbidden technique, his body engulfed in crimson energy as power surged uncontrollably within. Chains of searing light wrapped around him, binding his form as the system's ominous conditions manifested in reality. The enemy recoiled in shock, sensing the overwhelming force building, unable to comprehend Tsuyoshi's sudden transformation into darkness. A blinding explosion erupted beneath him, pulverizing stone and sending debris skyward, the force disorienting all nearby. Through the settling dust, Tsuyoshi advanced at impossible speed, his figure blurring as the enemy's fear intensified. Tsuyoshi's vision locked on the enemy, his eyes narrowing as the crimson energy intensified around him. He launched forward, the ground cracking beneath his steps, as his momentum surged toward the stunned opponent. Their clash erupted violently, shockwaves scattering debris while Tsuyoshi's relentless strikes forced the foe backward without pause. The force of impact dragged the enemy across the ground. Though the power felt immense, Tsuyoshi's control wavered, relying solely on raw strength to contain the raging force. Tsuyoshi's enhanced state surged violently, every heartbeat shortening his remaining time before the technique consumed his life. He accepted the risk, focusing on unleashing decisive strength to end the confrontation before his body collapsed completely. The opponent's aura flared abruptly, revealing mastery over the same dangerous power, challenging Tsuyoshi's resolve to overpower them. Dark crimson energy erupted, shattering the ground as the adversary's strength expanded beyond its previous limit. Tsuyoshi felt the oppressive force closing in. Tsuyoshi's opponent declared their sacrificial power authentic, dismissing any comparison to what he had unleashed earlier. A surge of red energy erupted as the technique activated fully. Tsuyoshi maintained focus, recalling every instance of his foe's precision and ability to evade devastating attacks. Observations aligned his adversary's movements were calculated, using skill to redirect strikes rather than relying solely on strength. The realization deepened each exchange had been manipulated, forcing him into disadvantageous positions without him recognizing it sooner. Tsuyoshi advanced swiftly, his movements precise, closing distance while channeling energy into a decisive, lethal strike. The adversary's eyes narrowed, sensing the target of the attack was something far deeper than flesh. Shock flashed across the opponent's face, unable to comprehend how Tsuyoshi's power matched and exceeded expectations. Seizing the moment, the enemy aimed a lightning-charged assault, testing Tsuyoshi's defense without his primary weapon. They declared their body the ultimate weapon, strengthened by blood sacrifice, ready to overwhelm through pure physical dominance. The enemy lunged forward with killing intent, determined to end the fight before momentum shifted again. Tsuyoshi advanced with unyielding force. He declared dominance through action, radiating energy that promised a decisive and overwhelming counterattack. A system notice confirmed the Guardian's defeat, marking successful conquest of the Dark Area and Sacrifice's end. Tsuyoshi acknowledged Sacrifice's strength but understood, combining it with ultimate physique, inflicted unbearable strain on his body. A system notice confirmed rare equipment drop from the defeated Guardian, glowing brightly in Tsuyoshi's grasp. Recognizing the perfect timing, he considered the weapon's potential to replace what was recently lost. The system identified it as Bloody Mistsaw, a weapon with devastating close-range capabilities against multiple enemies. Another system notice detailed experience points and skill enhancements gained from defeating the Guardian in battle. Tsuyoshi's level increased, granting improved stats and new abilities, further strengthening him for upcoming challenges. Tsuyoshi reflected on Sacrifice's drawbacks, acknowledging residual damage remained even after the skill deactivated completely. He analyzed the lingering pain, recognizing it as lasting strain from combining ultimate physique with sacrifice. Strategic assessment followed. Using both techniques again could be dangerous without proper recovery and support preparation. A system notice confirmed successful challenge completion, unlocking the teleportation gate to the next destination. Tsuyoshi stepped forward confidently, ready to rejoin his ally and continue toward their shared objective. Outside the portal, allies waited in anticipation, the charged atmosphere signaling an intense battle within. One noted the extended delay, uncertain whether Tsuyoshi had finished or chosen to push further. Speculation arose about his decision, acknowledging an extended challenge could yield greater experience rewards. Concerns emerged about supplies, recognizing depletion would hinder survival in the dangerous conditions of the dark area. Despite promises to return, faint thunder-like rumbles from within suggested the fight still raged on. Nearby observers noted the prolonged battle, surprised the portal remained active despite significant time passing. They discussed the demanding nature of the first round, questioning Tsuyoshi's current condition within. Veterans warned of the dark area's dangers, recalling challengers who never returned from extended fights. One expressed confidence in Tsuyoshi's resilience, seeing his continued absence as proof of determination to survive. Another acknowledged this persistence, recognizing it as the mark of someone unwilling to yield under pressure. Nearby, tensions rose as remarks about Tsuyoshi's potential failure stirred discomfort among the waiting group. One ally's expression hardened, sensing an inappropriate comment had crossed the line during this critical moment. A sharp reaction followed, warning against further provocation as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Authority was asserted firmly, demanding silence until Tsuyoshi emerged from the portal's glowing threshold. The order concluded with a command directing one individual to step outside immediately. A dismissive remark was made, predicting Tsuyoshi's collapse and mocking the possibility of his survival. Authority quickly silenced the speaker, ordering their immediate removal from the tense waiting area. Observations shifted to an ally, noting her untapped potential despite her composed outward demeanor. Suddenly, movement near the portal caught attention, prompting questions about the sudden change inside. Concern rose as the familiar rumble of Tsuyoshi's power ceased, leaving silence in its place. An onlooker pointed out the thunder's silence, using it to mock Tsuyoshi's chances of success. They dismissed the idea of a human conquering the dark area alone as hopelessly impossible. Suddenly, the portal flared violently, drawing shocked reactions from those watching its unstable surface. A strange pressure emanated from within, causing confusion and uncertainty among the waiting group. Questions arose whether darkness itself was breaking free, the sensation unmistakable and deeply unsettling. A dark silhouette emerged from the portal, radiating overwhelming energy that rippled through the surrounding. Onlookers were warned to prepare as something powerful prepared to shatter the portal's mystical barrier. Disbelief spread among the watchers, refusing to accept that such a seal could be broken. Sudden recognition dawned as Tsuyoshi stepped out, his presence confirming survival against impossible odds. He revealed completing the challenge 3 times, gaining experience bonuses and reaching an impressive new level. Tsuyoshi emerged from the portal, his return met with urgency from allies rushing to his side. Observers expressed shock at his 3-level increase, questioning the extent of strength he still concealed. A system notice confirmed his new status, detailing equipment, skills, and a significant combat power rise. Green light enveloped Tsuchushi's body as the healing magic worked, mending his battered muscles and strained nerves. The Beastmen's magic clashed against protective barriers, golden sparks scattering as the dangerous attack was safely deflected. The elder Beastman examined Tsuchushi closely, astonished by his survival despite the severe damage to his body. Stretching his arms, Tsuchushi's improved condition was evident, the lingering pain replaced by renewed strength and confidence. Beside him, his companion's sharp gaze warned him never to risk himself recklessly again, regardless of rewards. The elder Beastman addressed Tsuchushi, recalling the young human's earlier claim of defeating 6 formidable enemies. Tsuchushi hesitated briefly, sensing the weight of their scrutiny as silence settled heavily within the room. The elder admitted disbelief, astonished by Tsuchushi's feat, acknowledging the overwhelming difficulty of challenging the dangerous task area. He remembered the terrifying enemy's strength, a presence so overwhelming it seemed ready to burst from the shadows. Gazing at Tsuchushi, he recognized power beyond ordinary limits, likening the human to someone possessing a demon's might. The Beastman warrior hesitated, then cleared his throat, preparing to address his earlier harsh judgment of Tsuchi. With a serious tone, he admitted fault, apologizing for underestimating the resilience and capabilities of human warriors. Tsuchushi, seated beside his companion, accepted the sentiment, reminding them his wounds had already been mostly treated. The elder explained their healing had limits, managing surface injuries while deeper damage kept Tsuchushi's body in critical condition. He warned that without immediate treatment earlier, Tsuchushi would have died, urging caution to avoid reckless risk again. Dark thoughts stirred within Tsuchushi, the lingering influence of his dangerous skill clouding his judgment dangerously. Memories of reckless killing overwhelmed him, filling his mind with a restless urge he struggled to control. His gaze locked on the massive, menacing eyes ahead, their ominous glow sending shivers down his spine. Snapping back, he reassured his companion while hiding the unsettling truth behind his sudden moment of unease. Tsuchushi resolved to avoid using the sacrifice skill, knowing its toll harmed both body and mind deeply. The elder offered Tsuchushi a rare medicine, instructing daily use with meditation to aid his recovery. Gasps of surprise arose as the Beastman revealed the medicine's extraordinary value and powerful restorative properties. Tsuchushi accepted gratefully, smiling at his companion's astonishment toward the unexpected generosity shown by their hosts. They explained the medicine's origin, recommending a personal visit to Kevin for direct healing and advanced treatment. Kevin, renowned for mastering the legendary Law of Rune, possessed unmatched skill and knowledge in magical medicine. Curious, Tsuchushi's companion asked about Kevin's legendary Law of Rune and its specific numerical designation. A Beastman reminded Tsuchushi that such knowledge should be familiar to any well-informed and experienced adventurer. They explained that laws of rune govern magic structure, enhancing medicine's power when mastered by skilled shamans. Kevin, holder of the 12th Law of Rune, had drastically advanced medicine's refinement and magical potency. They believed Kevin's expertise could heal Tsuchushi's deepest internal wounds, offering him a chance at complete recovery. Tsuchushi's companion brightened with hope upon hearing his injuries could potentially be healed by Kevin's skills. However, the Beastman explained that the timing to meet Kevin directly was currently not ideal. He handed Tsuchushi a letter of introduction, ensuring Kevin would agree to meet with him. They advised bringing rare items and valuable medical materials to strengthen negotiations and secure Kevin's cooperation. Outside, Tsuchushi departed with determination, unaware that his actions had already drawn the attention of observers. The Beastmen discussed generously giving Tsuchu rare medicinal materials, considering it a valuable investment for the future. They acknowledged the high-risk nature of supporting him, curious to see how far he could progress. Few geniuses had conquered the dark area alone, making Tsuchushi's accomplishment as a human even more remarkable. The elder recalled that history had seen only a handful of such daring individuals. He spoke of Garces, the ancient god king, a legendary being born to the Beastmen clan. While moving through the forest, Tsuchushi asked Sakura if she knew Kevin's location from earlier discussion. She confirmed, explaining the route was long but allowed opportunities for leveling up during their journey. Sakura suggested a closer path matching their quest goals, though she hesitated to reveal its drawback. She explained the quest required forming a party, making solo progression impossible for this specific challenge. Approaching a clearing, they saw a large crowd of adventurers already gathered for the same objective. Sakura explained they had reached the quest point where adventurers gathered before departing to various destinations. Tsuchushi likened it to a market, eager to explore opportunities and assess his current combat capabilities. He considered testing his new skills inside the caves, anticipating tougher challenges than those in the previous world. Declaring his intent to proceed, Tsuchushi reassured Sakura, who promised to keep a close watch on him. Nearby, a recruiter called out seeking a strong warrior or tank with exceptional combat power to join. A recruitment call sought warriors to face minotaurs, but no adventurers volunteered for the dangerous mission. The team worried about failing again, noting the lack of qualified members and the captain's stubborn persistence. Some suggested abandoning the quest to avoid wasting valuable time and losing available quest opportunities elsewhere. The captain refused, reminding them this was the only quest yielding the rare Blood Rose item. The Blood Rose, a prized medicinal ingredient, could greatly enhance healing potions. The party debated their chances, concerned about failing without enough members to face the dangerous quest. Tsuchushi stepped forward, offering to join as a warrior despite acknowledging his relatively low current level. The group reacted with surprise, questioning his level and whether he met the quest's strict requirements. Tsuchushi admitted he was level 9, but assured them he could handle the vanguard position effectively. Some doubted his capability, shocked by his confidence despite the apparent gap between his level and expectation. The dungeon portal's timer ticked down, pressuring the party to decide quickly before losing their opportunity. Some members urged trying Tsuchushi despite his low level, reasoning that sufficient numbers ensured the quest's viability. Reluctantly, the captain agreed, instructing Tsuchushi to avoid independent action once inside to prevent unnecessary risks. He emphasized Tsuchushi's role was to support the stronger members, ensuring the team maintained its combat balance. Tsuchushi accepted cheerfully, grateful for his first chance to join a party and contribute to a quest. Tsuchushi eagerly set off with the party, excited for his first experience working alongside others. They entered the dungeon as the level 16 quest began, the environment shifting into a dense forest. The first enemy, a massive forest rhino, emerged, its size and power intimidating the entire group. Tension rose as members doubted survival chances, but the captain urged teamwork to handle the difficult challenge. They pressed forward cautiously, ready to adapt their strategy if Suchu struggled against the formidable beast's strength. The party carried a rare return horn. Mid-battle, someone remembered Tsuchushi's absence, questioning where the level 9 warrior had gone during the fight. Confused, they recalled seeing him earlier, wondering if he had taken any action without their notice. Suddenly, a powerful attack thunder chainfall descended from above, crackling with energy. The party stared in shock, realizing the unexpected display of overwhelming power had come from Tsuchushi himself. Tsuchushi struck down the level 16 forest rhino effortlessly, finding the battle far easier than previous challenges. His overwhelming performance left the party stunned, realizing he had defeated the powerful beast entirely on his own. Armed with formidable skills and gear, Tsuchushi's combat power reached 14,500, far surpassing expectations for a level 9 warrior. Tsuchi advanced swiftly, slicing through the dense forest as the ongoing quest pushed him toward greater challenges. Spotting hostile creatures guarding the path ahead, he tightened his grip and prepared to eliminate them efficiently. His movements were precise, striking enemies without hesitation, his growing strength overwhelming opponents that once posed significant threats. Blue energy surged from his weapon, tearing through clustered foes, leaving the ground littered with their fallen forms. With enemies defeated, Tsuchi pressed onward alone, determined to clear the quest's final stage without seeking anyone's aid. Tsuchi observed the battlefield carefully, identifying threats while adjusting his strategy to counter the enemy's diverse attacks. From his vantage point, he spotted hidden dangers ahead, prompting a swift descent to engage them directly. He moved quickly through the dense terrain, closing in on a towering creature guarding the quest's main objective. Approaching the massive foe, Tsuchi readied his weapon, channeling power to unleash a devastating, decisive finishing strike. The unleashed energy tore through the monster's defenses, collapsing its form and marking another step toward quest completion. Tsuchi advanced toward the beast's lair, sensing the approaching threat as the enemy's presence grew stronger. Smaller creatures emerged in greater numbers, forcing him to adjust tactics and prepare for a coordinated magical assault. Recognizing the perfect opening, Tsuchi gathered his strength, channeling energy for a strike to shift the battle's momentum. Nearby fighters noticed his precise commands, questioning how he possessed such knowledge of monster behavior and weaknesses. They realized his displayed level was deceptive, concealing the true extent of his strength and battlefield experience. A staff ignited with fiery energy, releasing a swirling as flames expanded rapidly, engulfing the battlefield and forcing enemies to retreat under the relentless wave of heat. As the firestorm subsided, only smoldering remains marked the ground where the enemy forces once. Allies gathered near the campfire, confident the quest would progress smoothly under Tsuchi's overwhelming strength and leadership. One observer quietly noted Tsuchi's unusual presence, sensing he was unlike others and likely carried a hidden origin. After the battle, Victor extended his hand toward Tsuchiya, acknowledging his skill and calm battlefield demeanor. Victor admitted curiosity about Tsuchi's abilities, suspecting his true identity differed from the image he presented. Tsuchi dismissed the praise, insisting he was merely a beginner, masking the extent of his real strength. Victor's interest grew, casually asking about quest rankings while gauging Tsuchi's knowledge of the world's structure. Tsuchi responded vaguely, avoiding commitment, while Victor suspected he was intentionally concealing his background and deeper experience. Victor explained how quest points determined rankings, emphasizing differences between regions and their respective scoring systems. He detailed that rankings reflected the performance of individuals or parties across various completed quests. Victor revealed his membership in an elite party known for exceptional achievements in dangerous missions. Tsuchi listened attentively, acknowledging Victor's explanation while maintaining his composed and seemingly disinterested demeanor. Victor mentioned a new regional quest involving small ogres in a swamp, hinting at possible upcoming challenge. Victor noted the monster's threat came from limited knowledge about them, complicating strategies and preparation. He suggested Tsuchi's apparent understanding of smaller monsters could prove valuable in clearing the upcoming quest. Tsuchi realized the quest's rarity and potential rewards made it a worthwhile opportunity despite inherent risks. Victor proposed introducing Tsuchi to his captain, believing the meeting could lead to beneficial cooperation. Though cautious, Tsuchi considered joining, reassured the quest allowed mixed-level participants without excessive restrictions. Victor was pleased Tsuchi agreed to join, noting the benefit of having him in their condition. Tsuchi accepted, clarifying he'd participate as long as his capabilities suited the mission's requirements. Victor promised to introduce Tsuchi to the captain, explaining the quest's dual objectives in detail. Tsuchi found the offer intriguing, prompting Victor to reveal his personal intention to join the mission too. They agreed to finalize arrangements after finishing current tasks, rejoining their group to prepare for the next stage. The group emerged from the battle's aftermath. Tsuyoshi admired the captain's precise strike that exploited the boss's weakness, ensuring the fight ended decisively. The enemy's vulnerability to fire magic had made the final attack devastatingly effective and swift. Victor credited Tsuyoshi's guidance for enabling him to target the weak spot with perfect timing. Tsuyoshi modestly claimed his share of loot, offering the remaining resources to the rest of the group. The group dispersed, agreeing to distribute the spoils later while preparing for their next objectives. Victor offered to introduce Tsuyoshi to the captain, recognizing his potential value to the party. Tsuyoshi informed a companion about the opportunity, understanding the significance of being invited to such a group. He agreed the quest would be valuable experience, planning to gather information in the nearby town. Before leaving, Tsuyoshi received provisions and money, ensuring he could manage until their next scheduled meeting. Tsuyoshi departed with a wave, setting off toward the town to begin his information-gathering mission. A female comrade wished him luck, watching his departure with a calculated. Privately, she decided to investigate Tsuyoshi further, intrigued by his mastery of the Phantom Fusion Law. She realized her plan to kill him might require significant changes given his unexpected capabilities. Elsewhere, someone expressed disbelief at the notion of a level 9 warrior possessing such rare conditions. At the Adventurers Guild, armored warriors discussed recent events while awaiting important arrivals. One marveled at a level 9 warrior's ability to lead and achieve victories beyond expectation. They credited him for helping secure major successes without encountering significant problems. A red armored adventurer confirmed the claims, though she expressed reluctance toward wasting time if untrue. Victor invited them to verify personally. Moments before a guard asked if the awaited guest had arrived. Victor confirmed he had brought the guest, who was waiting just outside the guild entrance. The red armored adventurer questioned the decision, doubting the wisdom of bringing such an individual. Frustrated by skepticism, Victor resolved to prove his choice was justified beyond any doubt. The guild leader agreed to meet the guest, prompting Victor to lead them toward the entrance. Tsuyoshi introduced himself modestly, stating his level while greeting the gathered adventurers with a casual demeanor. Tsuyoshi entered the guild hall, drawing immediate attention from nearby adventurers. A red armored adventurer laughed mockingly, dismissing Tsuyoshi as a weak and unremarkable fighter. Victor urged Tsuyoshi to ignore the insult, focusing instead on the important discussion ahead. The guild leader confirmed Victor's claim, asking Tsuyoshi directly about his ability to handle the new quest. Tsuyoshi confidently accepted, though he noted there was one additional condition for his participation. The guild leader awaited Tsuyoshi's response, curious about the condition he required for joining the mission. Tsuyoshi's eyes sharpened with resolve as he declared his intent to lead the operation as captain. A candle burned steadily on the wooden table, its faint light marking the calm before inevitable conflict. Armored footsteps entered the room as seasoned warriors approached, their presence commanding the attention of everyone nearby. Tsuyoshi watched them closely, evaluating their movements and noting the confidence that came from countless successful battles. His mind processed details quickly, considering how to position himself as a capable ally in their ranks. The tension rose when one warrior's demeanor turned hostile, challenging Tsuyoshi's resolve and forcing a test of will. Tsuyoshi agreed to the proposed terms, knowing the opportunity outweighed the looming risks of potential failure. The armored leader's stern warning promised severe consequences if Tsuyoshi faltered, leaving no room for second chances. Whispers of disbelief spread among the group, surprised by Tsuyoshi's willingness to accept such dangerous conditions. A boisterous warrior questioned the decision, suspecting Tsuyoshi might be an inexperienced recruit destined for quick defeat. The leader's expression hardened, revealing the grim reality that many newcomers failed and perished under similar challenges. A rival group plotted to outperform others, aiming to secure the highest score and claim valuable rewards. They discussed exploiting any opportunities, knowing even a small advantage could shift the balance in their favor. At the quest point, curious onlookers gathered, recognizing familiar teams preparing for the challenging mission ahead. Tsuyoshi's presence drew attention, his unfamiliar face and simple gear making others question his role and skill. Nearby, a seasoned adventurer assessed the situation, certain the newcomers would struggle against the fierce competition awaiting them. A nearby adventurer whispered that the opposing party's captain had always considered them as dangerous rivals. Tsuyoshi learned their rivals' arrogance masked repeated failures, proving overconfidence without results was meaningless in dangerous quests. The rival team's recent struggles increased tension, pushing their captain and members to perform under mounting pressure. Tsuyoshi acknowledged the explanation, understanding the rivalry's roots while preparing himself for the challenges lying ahead. One rival mocked Tsuyoshi's calmness, questioning if he could maintain it when facing defeat and humiliation. Tsuyoshi activated his skill, letting the glowing interface display critical quest details only he could interpret. The portal pulsed brightly as multiple teams prepared to enter, each hoping to outperform the other. Tsuyoshi analyzed the quest's rules, noting the shortened time limit would demand faster decisions and precise execution. Determined to prove himself, he decided this mission would showcase his true capabilities to allies and rivals. As the portal awaited them, Tsuyoshi stood ready beside the Beastman captain, confident in his carefully prepared plan. Tsuyoshi confirmed he would receive all initial experience points, ensuring his growth was prioritized from the start. The captain agreed, valuing the party's honor over rewards, but reminded Tsuyoshi not to disappoint them. Acknowledging their desperation, Tsuyoshi accepted the responsibility, understanding the weight of expectations placed upon him. Checking his interface, he reviewed objectives before ordering everyone to prepare for immediate action. Nearby, a rival fumed over Tsuyoshi's advantage, vowing to retaliate once the mission began. Tsuyoshi finalized his strategy, assigning roles to each member while keeping crucial details to himself. He activated the quest interface, revealing an unexpected hard mode condition that increased the mission's difficulty significantly. Smirking, Tsuyoshi embraced the challenge, confident this would further highlight his capabilities compared to other teams. The Beastman captain read the update, shocked by the sudden escalation in danger and potential risk. Tension spread through the ranks as members realized the stakes had doubled, demanding flawless execution to survive. A teammate expressed doubt, questioning Tsuyoshi's ability to handle hard mode without jeopardizing the entire group. Tsuyoshi revealed knowledge of the quest's point system, hinting at a strategy to maximize their score. Rivals mocked his decision, convinced it would lead to disaster and prove his supposed inexperience. The rival captain saw hard mode as a chance to crush Tsuyoshi's reputation before it could grow. Ignoring their jeers, Tsuyoshi charged ahead with determination, aiming to claim victory through speed and precision. Rivals mocked Tsuyoshi's hard mode choice, doubting he could overcome the difficulty without causing mission failure. Tsuyoshi activated his skill, unleashing enhanced perception and speed as Dungeon Eyes synchronized with his senses. He assessed enemy positions instantly, identifying patterns and weaknesses to exploit for swift, decisive strikes. Confident in his strategy, Tsuyoshi prepared to counterattack while maintaining enough awareness to protect his ally. Meanwhile, a rival noticed the approaching threat, warning his team too late to prevent the incoming assault. The Beastman captain realized Tsuyoshi's skill was genuine, impressed by his confidence under intense pressure. Tsuyoshi surged forward, urging the others to follow as he led the charge through hard mode's dangers. His movements disrupted enemy formations, forcing them into vulnerable positions while maintaining momentum for his team. Rivals grew frustrated, realizing their strategies were failing against Tsuyoshi's relentless pace and adaptability. As flames lit the battlefield, Tsuyoshi's allies moved to secure key objectives before enemies could regroup. A hesitant ally decided to join the fight, determined not to be left behind in battle. The group launched a coordinated attack, targeting enemy positions with precision and synchronized movement. The Beastman captain warned of multiple foes combining their assault, risking their formation's stability. Tsuyoshi issued clear orders, directing allies to concentrate attacks and maintain defensive positioning near him. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, signaling the clash's intensity as both sides fought for dominance. A massive explosion illuminated the battlefield as Tsuyoshi unleashed his most powerful attack without hesitation. Enemies reeled from the assault, their formations breaking under the overwhelming force and precision. Allies quickly formulated follow-up plans, aiming to exploit the chaos and maximize their advantage. Tsuyoshi's Divine Eye skill completed its analysis, confirming enemy vulnerabilities and opportunities for further strikes. Cheers erupted from the team, recognizing Tsuyoshi's leadership and strength as key to their current success. The Beastman captain was shocked by Tsuyoshi's displayed level, realizing his strength exceeded earlier expectations. A rival scoffed, dismissing the level as meaningless without proven results in battle. Others questioned why the vice-captain allowed Tsuyoshi to fight independently, risking mission cohesion. Frustration grew among rivals, feeling embarrassed by their inability to match Tsuyoshi's performance. Tsuyoshi rallied everyone, declaring his intent to lead them in conquering hard mode together. The call to action spurred the warriors into motion, each determined to keep pace with the lead. Footsteps thundered across the battlefield as soldiers hurried to regroup, unwilling to fall behind the advancing front. With Tsuyoshi at the forefront, the united force charged ahead, ready to face hard mode's challenges. Tsuyoshi cautiously entered the glowing swamp, the air thick with mist and a faint, unsettling stillness. He spotted other adventurers crouched by the water, their tense expressions showing the danger hidden within. A warrior explained the monsters here were darker and fiercer, unlike anything they had faced before. Another fighter mentioned previous analysis of beasts, but Tsuyoshi sensed the situation had grown unexpectedly perilous now. Determined, Tsuyoshi readied his stance, knowing hesitation would mean death as monstrous shadows closed in fast. The group quieted as Tsuyoshi focused, scanning the swamp with sharp eyes and steady, deliberate movements. He recalled the briefing detailed maps and warnings, each word memorized to guide them through treacherous terrain ahead. Calculating the safest route, Tsuyoshi planned to avoid deep waters, dangerous zones, and unpredictable monster patrols. His mind raced through possible threats, preparing counters to every scenario while adjusting his pace accordingly. Spotting movement, Tsuyoshi swiftly signaled allies, drawing monsters toward a diversion point to clear their main path. During combat preparations, Tsuyoshi positioned the markers, ensuring real-time updates guided the squad's coordinated movements. He addressed the group, emphasizing unity and trust, offering anyone the choice to leave without consequence. Yet, his tone shifted, asserting temporary command, insisting his orders be followed until the mission's completion. Some questioned his motives, suspecting ambition, while others focused solely on finishing the operation efficiently. Tsuyoshi reflected on past experiences where leadership was challenged, vowing not to let discord hinder success. Tsuyoshi knew that no matter the challenge, he could not allow fear to weaken him. Memories of past struggles surfaced, protecting loved ones despite overwhelming odds had forged his unwavering determination. He studied the swamp's distant edge, planning the safest route to reach their next objective. The Beastman warrior warned of potential ambushes, emphasizing the importance of avoiding unnecessary confrontation. Tsuyoshi responded calmly, outlining his strategy to outmaneuver enemies while guiding the team to their goal. Some questioned Tsuyoshi's bold approach, fearing unnecessary risk, while others doubted his understanding of the mission. He remained confident, explaining the route's efficiency and its advantage in bypassing major danger zones. Tsuyoshi revealed his plan to exploit the enemy's predictable movement patterns for safe passage. Determined, he moved ahead swiftly, unwilling to lose time or momentum during the operation. His focus sharpened, reminding himself that wasted time in the swamp could mean the entire plan's failure. The squad silently followed Tsuyoshi, their eyes fixed on his steady movements and commanding presence. He ordered them into formation, preparing for coordinated action the moment he gave the signal. Stepping into the swamp, Tsuyoshi felt the cold water close around his legs immediately. The uneven ground beneath the surface demanded careful footing to avoid dangerous slips or hidden traps. Activating his scanning ability, Tsuyoshi assessed the terrain ahead, identifying obstacles that could hinder their progress. Some questioned Tsuyoshi's readiness, but others trusted his judgment and followed his orders without hesitation. He instructed them to rely on his plan, assuring it would maximize their safety and success. As Tsuyoshi advanced, the murky waters rippled, concealing unseen movements beneath the surface. Suddenly, a massive creature erupted from the depths. Without pause, Tsuyoshi channeled his energy, preparing to counter the beast's attack with precise, decisive force. Tsuyoshi struck first, his enhanced strength driving the creature back with a crushing. The beast reeled, crashing into the swamp water. Tsuyoshi analyzed its movement patterns, noting openings in its defense after every failed strike. He unleashed a devastating lightning attack, channeling energy through the water to hit multiple enemies simultaneously. Monsters shrieked in agony as electricity coursed through them. Tsuyoshi's attack forced the monsters together, creating an opening to control their movements strategically. He assessed the situation, confident his strength would be enough to handle the dangerous swarm. Channeling lightning through his weapon, Tsuyoshi surged forward, using force to drive enemies back. He commanded Harvey to lead the others safely through the predetermined route. The group watched in awe as Tsuyoshi single-handedly held off the overwhelming number of enemies. The team's confidence grew as Tsuyoshi's strategy proved effective against the swamp's dangerous creatures. Even skeptics admitted his leadership had turned the tide of their mission's progress. Harvey urged the group forward while Tsuyoshi kept the monster's attention on himself. Victor took point, guiding everyone along the safest route through the hostile terrain. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi continued moving aggressively, keeping the enemy forces distracted and away from the formation. Tsuyoshi reached the designated combat area, prepared to face the incoming wave of swamp creature. With firm resolve, he vowed to handle every threat that entered his striking range. He readied his stance, anticipating the enemy's first aggressive movement toward him. His counterattack landed precisely, stunning the lead creature. Tsuyoshi kept his composure, reminding himself there was no need to rush the engagement. The group emerged from the swamp, relief washing over them as they stepped onto solid ground. They realized they had accomplished what few teams before had managed, successfully navigating the treacherous route. Excitement spread among the group as they anticipated the next stage of their mission. Morale soared, though some acknowledged the real challenge still lay ahead in the coming battles. Tsuyoshi urged them to rest briefly, knowing conserving energy was crucial for what awaited next. The group decided to remain calm and wait for Tsuyoshi before advancing further into danger. Some questioned the choice, but others recognized the value of his leadership and combat skill. Even former skeptics admitted Tsuyoshi's performance had exceeded their expectations. They agreed it was safer to proceed together rather than risk separation in hostile territory. Confidence grew among them, knowing Tsuyoshi's presence would greatly increase their chances of survival. The team agreed it was wise to wait, ensuring everyone was prepared before advancing. They regrouped with Tsuyoshi, relieved to see him unharmed after holding off the monster. With the boss area ahead, Tsuyoshi prepared for the final stage of their mission. His stats revealed immense combat power, shocking those who had underestimated him earlier. Even seasoned fighters admitted Tsuyoshi's abilities surpassed expectations, earning their respect and trust for the battle ahead. The Beastman captain resolved to endorse Tsuyoshi's abilities, recognizing his value to the guild's future strength. A lone bird soared over the barren land, scanning for movement in the dangerous. Suddenly, a monstrous creature emerged from the shadows, its crimson eyes fixed on an unsuspecting target. Tsuyoshi crouched beside his companion, surveying the surroundings while planning their next move through enemy territory. A large structure loomed ahead, its dark silhouette hinting at potential danger or a hidden opportunity. Tsuyoshi's gaze sharpened, calculating the best route while preparing himself for the challenges that lay ahead. The armored warrior urged his team forward, determined to secure victory before the enemy could regroup. Tsuyoshi, alert and focused, scanned the battlefield for threats while awaiting his chance to take command. Receiving his orders, Havel moved quickly to gather magicians and other essential members for their strategy. The group assembled in formation, prepared to receive instructions for the next phase of their mission. Leaders exchanged final words, ensuring each unit understood their role before advancing into the dangerous unknown. Tsuyoshi addressed the group, instructing them to prepare necessary gear before the mission's dangerous departure. The warriors listened attentively, mentally checking their supplies and ensuring no essential equipment was left behind. Tsuyoshi calculated their survival chances, knowing proper preparation could determine success against the enemies they would face. He reminded them that mistakes in gear readiness could cost lives once the mission began. With final checks complete, Tsuyoshi signaled the group to move toward their next objective without delay. The warriors approached glowing portals, each swirling with power, marking the beginning of their dangerous mission. Multiple colored gates pulsed with energy, each leading to separate, unpredictable realms filled with unknown challenges. Observers discussed the entrance, noting this was the first time humans joined such a dangerous quest. Some scoffed at the idea, convinced the humans would fail before completing even the first challenge. Inside the quest, brutal combat erupted instantly, forcing participants into a deadly struggle for survival. Tsuyoshi led his team toward the portal's glow, ignoring suggestions to begin with magical assistance. A massive beast thrashing violently as warriors struck with everything they had. Blood sprayed as another fighter's weapon tore into the creature's thick. The monster roared, its skeletal face twisting, assessing the situation. Tsuyoshi ordered Magician Group 2 to launch a coordinated magical strike immediately. Magical energy erupted from the mages, engulfing the beast in searing green flames and explosive force. Tsuyoshi's allies advanced cautiously, ready to strike if the creature survived the devastating magical assault. Through the smoke, Tsuyoshi strode forward, prepared to deliver the decisive blow to end the battle. After 15 grueling minutes, the massive creature finally collapsed, signaling the end of the hard-fought fight. The crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Tsuyoshi's victory and hailing him as the arena's undisputed champion. Tsuyoshi reflected on the fight's intensity, realizing how crucial teamwork and strategy had been for victory. His allies praised his skill, confident their combined efforts ensured the mission's success without unnecessary losses. Bathed in golden light, Tsuyoshi leveled up, his current level now reaching an impressive 85. Calculating his progress, he noted only 2 more levels stood between him and his next milestone. A notification appeared, offering him the chance to equip a new bonus reward for reaching this level. The dark armor disintegrated, revealing Tsuyoshi's upgraded form after absorbing system messages detailed his new abilities, highlighting increased strength, durability and special skills from the fallen foe. Glancing at his transformed body, Tsuyoshi acknowledged the changes but decided to adapt gradually to his upgrades. Companions expressed surprise, impressed by his powerful new appearance after the grueling battle. One ally approached, requesting a personal favor, hinting at another mission awaiting Tsuehashi's attention. Tsuehashi listened intently, curious about the favor his ally urgently wanted him to fulfill. They pointed toward approaching figures, noting their determined march from across the battlefield toward the portal. A system notification announced Big Goat's record-breaking completion time for clearing hard mode. The achievement stunned onlookers, who couldn't believe hard mode had been cleared so quickly, power radiating from his hand as the next challenge loomed. Tsuehashi emerged from the portal with his team. Spectators murmured in disbelief, acknowledging the incredible strength shown during the grueling match. Allies gathered around Tsuehashi congratulating him and discussing the remarkable feat of clearing hard mode. In the stands, Beastmen leaders analyzed Big Goat's performance, noting the mix of humans and beasts. They planned to observe Tsuehashi closely, recognizing his growing influence could shift the balance of the arena. Tsuehashi accepted the Beastman's praise, confident his performance had earned him newfound respect among warriors. The Beastman apologized for underestimating Tsuehashi, acknowledging his strength and strategic skill in battle. He requested Tsuehashi's help in training future warriors to prepare them for the coming challenges. Tsuehashi listened carefully, aware that such a role could strengthen his position and influence within the ranks. Determined, Tsuehashi agreed, ready to use his skills to lead and inspire the next generation. Tsuehashi walked forward with steady steps, the crowd parting as guild members cleared his path respectfully. The morning sun lit Beastman City's stone streets. Orc guards patrolled calmly, watching the crowd while townsfolk chatted suit injury, strode through the main street. Flanked by allies, whispers spread among Beastmen, debating his strength, wondering if a human could truly match their strongest warrior's might. Reaching the guild's grand entrance, Tsuyoshi halted, scanning the surroundings as a distant voice urgently called for him. A beast woman's sharp gaze followed Tsuyoshi, her expression unreadable. As if measuring his worth from afar, Tsuyoshi approached the tavern's counter, scanning shelves of bottles, considering the best choice for the intended meeting. Two orcs blocked his way, suggesting he join their table for drinks before handling any real business. With steady steps, Tsuyoshi pushed forward, his voice firm, demanding passage without engaging in unnecessary confrontations or distractions. The orc's hand hovered near his weapon, eyes narrowing as tension thickened between them in the tavern. Inside the tavern, Tsuyoshi approached the counter, noticing a familiar figure who observed him with curiosity. A beast woman leaned forward, recognition in her eyes, recalling the day Tsuyoshi had intervened to help her. Tsuyoshi stated his purpose plainly, making it clear he intended to purchase information, not exchange pleasantries. The orcs questioned his intent, mentioning a supposed scheduled meeting, though Tsuyoshi denied any prior arrangements existed. Two burly orcs stepped closer, asking if they were the two idiots Tsuyoshi had been speaking about. The beast woman agreed to his request, her tone calm, though tension stirred in the room's atmosphere. The orcs bristled, voices rising as they accused her of mocking them in front of other patrons. One grabbed Tsuyoshi's shoulder aggressively, unaware of the difference in strength that would soon be proven without effort. Tsuyoshi's grip reversed the hold instantly, leaving the orcs stunned by his overwhelming and unexpected physical power. Another orc challenged him outside, determined to settle matters with force, while Tsuyoshi accepted without the slightest hesitation. The orc barked a warning, claiming Tsuyoshi's earlier victory meant nothing against the real challenge awaiting outside. Tsuyoshi stepped toward the exit, intent on finishing matters quickly, knowing Rashia was still waiting for him. The beast woman called after him, reminding Tsuyoshi to return for the promised exchange once this fight concluded. He acknowledged her with a nod, stepping fully outside where the gathered orcs blocked the busy street. Crowds began forming as the orcs prepared themselves. The crowd gasped as the defeated orc captain was dragged away, his earlier confidence shattered completely. From the tavern doorway, the beast woman watched intently, her curiosity about Tsuyoshi's identity growing stronger with each moment. Tsuyoshi stood over the fallen opponent, calmly stating the orcs had provoked him, ending the fight decisively and quickly. The surrounding guards exchanged confused glances, trying to make sense of the brief yet overwhelming clash before them. An elder guard stepped forward, declaring it a misunderstanding as the defeated orcs were escorted out of sight. A companion asked about the commotion, but Tsuyoshi dismissed it, focusing instead on reaching the guild. Inside, guild members chatted idly, unaware of the earlier incident outside as the day carried on. Tsuyoshi entered a conference room where high-ranking members had gathered to discuss the upcoming dangerous quest. The guildmaster, Alumisha explained the urgent mission involving unexplored territories filled with unknown threat. A veteran knight emphasized the mission's risk but assured Tsuyoshi that the rewards would far outweigh the danger. A swordsman questioned the decision, doubting a human could represent the guild's interests among beastmen. Avidin, one of the guild's founders, challenged Tsuyoshi's origins, suspecting he came from another guild entirely. Tsuyoshi confirmed Avidin's suspicion, explaining his past affiliations while maintaining his resolve to join the upcoming mission. Another member voiced support, criticizing prejudice against Tsuyoshi simply because he was human instead of beastman born. The discussion shifted when someone recalled a similar situation, then ordered Victor to present the mission's subject. The guildmaster explained the mission's goal, recovering a stolen relic from dangerous territory before rivals claimed it. Avidin leaned forward, questioning whether Tsuyoshi's presence could truly benefit the team given the mission's high stake. Another member challenged Avidin, reminding him that unity was vital and personal bias only weakened their collective strength. The knight reinforced the relic's importance, stressing that failure could endanger the guild's influence in the region. Alumisha concluded the meeting by instructing everyone to prepare immediately, as the mission would begin the following morning. A senior member suggested following Avidin's plan, preferring the guild handle its own matters independently. He acknowledged Harvey's assistance but insisted on self-reliance, proposing they send a representative as a gesture of hospitality. The armored knight silently awaited the guildmaster's final decision, sensing the weight of the choice ahead. Receiving approval, the knight agreed without protest, accepting the responsibility to carry out the master's chosen course. Tsuyoshi stated he only came for Captain Harvey's request, and, if unneeded, would take his lead. The knight reassured Tsuyoshi, promising he would be accompanied by capable allies on any future mission. A disciplined group of armored warriors stood ready. The knight acknowledged Tsuyoshi with respect. Tsuyoshi turned to leave, stating he enjoyed their cooperation and wished them well in their future endeavors. From across the room, the guildmaster bid farewell, advising Tsuyoshi to stay safe and grow stronger. A guild member warned Radom not to underestimate Tsuyoshi, acknowledging his potential to change their future. Another insisted they would have defeated him with more time, dismissing his skill as mere luck. The group exited together, leaving behind whispers of doubt mixed with grudging respect for the human warrior. Outside, Tsuyoshi pondered his next move, planning to prepare thoroughly before departing on another journey. A familiar voice called out, catching his attention as someone approached quickly, eager to speak with him. A dog beastman approached Tsuyoshi urgently, explaining a mission requiring someone strong enough to ensure its success. Tsuyoshi considered the offer, recognizing the potential to earn significant rewards if he handled the mission alone. Agreeing to assist, Tsuyoshi followed the beastman toward the guild, prepared to hear the mission's full detail. Tsuyoshi walked through the bustling marketplace. He overheard whispers about a dangerous mission, the challenge enough to spark his cautious yet determined interest. A towering beastman explained the competition's rules, revealing the prize could change the fate of an entire kingdom. Tsuyoshi imagined the wealth and influence such victory would grant, strengthening his resolve to participate without hesitation. The beastman warned of perilous trials ahead, each designed to test courage, strategy, and strength beyond normal limits. Tsuyoshi weighed the risks carefully, knowing the competition's danger matched its promise of unimaginable rewards. Memories of his struggles and his sister's hopeful smile pushed him to chase this rare opportunity. In the Grand Hall, seasoned adventurers discussed the contest, each eyeing the fortune with fierce determination. The announcer detailed the trial's harsh conditions, warning that failure meant disgrace, injury, or even certain death. A booming voice declared the event's commencement, signaling the start of a battle that would shape Tsuyoshi's destiny. Tsuyoshi entered alongside the Beastman leader, feeling the weight of countless eyes assessing his every move. They discussed the city's unstable situation, revealing a looming threat that could disrupt the upcoming dangerous competition. A notorious known for brutality had returned, bringing unrest and fear back into the streets. Tsuyoshi listened silently, recognizing the danger but focusing on preparing himself for trials that lay immediately ahead. With resolve in his eyes, he adjusted his weapon, ready to face whatever challenge awaited his path. The Beastman suggested uniting their strengths, believing cooperation could secure victory in the dangerous upcoming challenge. Tsuyoshi hesitated briefly, weighing the risks of partnership against the potential for shared survival and success. He realized the prize was more than wealth; it offered influence that could protect those he loved. Details of the contest's brutal nature flashed through his mind, yet his determination remained firm and unshaken. With silent resolve, Tsuyoshi accepted the alliance, preparing to face the trials alongside a powerful, unpredictable partner. An urgent report detailed a captive's survival, raising hope for a possible rescue within limited time. Leaders deliberated on the safest approach, weighing risks against the moral duty of attempting recovery. The decision was unanimous. Preparations would begin immediately to return the captive safely without unnecessary delay. Plans were finalized for a swift departure, ensuring all resources were allocated for the mission's success. Commanders issued orders to gather skilled participants, marking the start of a dangerous yet crucial operation. Tsuyoshi confirmed his name, standing tall as attention in the hall shifted entirely toward him. An imposing beastman introduced himself formally, offering a test of skill alongside the promise of gold. The hall erupted with murmurs as the challenge's stakes became clear, drawing eager anticipation from surrounding onlookers. Tsuyoshi's expression remained calm, concealing his careful calculations about risk, reward, and potential advantages from this arrangement. He offered a counterproposal, raising the stakes further, confident his capabilities justified the bold negotiation he presented. A swift, decisive strike ended the confrontation instantly. With the deal finalized verbally, both parties prepared to formalize their agreement in writing without delay. Officials began drafting the contract, carefully outlining the terms to ensure mutual understanding and fair conditions. Tsuyoshi signed without hesitation, solidifying the agreement and committing himself fully to the upcoming challenge. The meeting concluded, and participants departed, each silently anticipating the decisive outcome that would unfold tomorrow. Tension flared as accusations were exchanged, tempers rising amid the crowded hall's restless, watchful atmosphere. Tsuyoshi entered with quiet confidence, his presence drawing immediate attention from both allies and rivals alike. A guild official announced the arrival of an important figure, signaling the meeting's focus was shifting. All eyes turned toward the distinguished elder stepping forward, radiating authority earned through years of leadership. The elder introduced himself as the guild's president, prepared to address urgent matters demanding immediate resolution. Tsuyoshi was invited to sit, the formal setting signaling the importance of the upcoming discussion. Questions arose about his past actions, probing for clarity regarding his methods and decisions during recent events. The guild leader confirmed suspicions, explaining the real reason for summoning him to the meeting hall. Mention of a healing area indicated the involvement of powerful magic, raising the stakes of the situation. An unexpected recognition between two participants hinted at shared history that could influence the meeting's outcome. A warm drink was served as the conversation shifted toward a mission of notable difficulty. Tsuyoshi listened attentively, acknowledging the task's challenges, yet expressing readiness to contribute his full effort. Observers speculated about his abilities, noting his surprising composure and the mysterious strength he seemed to possess. An ally proposed working together, recognizing mutual benefit and offering to share valuable experience for the mission. Tsuyoshi accepted without hesitation, signaling a willingness to cooperate and face the forthcoming danger alongside trusted support. Tsuyoshi received a warning to proceed cautiously, aware the mission ahead carried significant risk and uncertainty. Guild members inquired about Tsuyoshi's background, curious about his reputation and the skills he possessed. The guild leader confirmed Tsuyoshi's identity, praising his rare talent and remarkable accomplishments in difficult battle. Shock rippled through the onlookers as they learned he had single-handedly cleared dangerous dungeons unaided. Speculation grew about his motives, but none could deny his potential to alter the mission's outcome. Tsuyoshi stepped forward confidently, his presence immediately shifting the atmosphere among those gathered in the arena. He assessed the crowd, noting potential opponents while formulating strategies for the challenge soon to begin. An ally offered quiet encouragement, reinforcing their shared determination to succeed despite the uncertainty of the trials. The announcer declared the official start, summoning participants to take their positions for the first round. Cheers erupted as the competitors entered, signaling the beginning of a contest that would test every skill. Tsuyoshi observed the arena's preparation, noting the organized layout and the anticipation among waiting participants. Determined to test his strength, he stepped forward, requesting immediate entry into the day's competitive trials. His plan was to use the matches as a method to evaluate and refine his combat ability. Confident in his strategy, he prepared mentally, ready to face challengers and adapt to unpredictable circumstances. The massive arena roared with anticipation as the crowd gathered. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, the sunlight glinting off his blade, his focused stance radiating unwavering readiness for combat. Across from him, a towering blue-skinned warrior emerged, muscles tense, eyes locked on Tsuyoshi with fierce intent. Tsuyoshi's heartbeat steadied, his body lowered into position, every muscle prepared for the imminent clash ahead. The giant warrior lunged forward, stone floor cracking beneath the blue-skinned warrior surged forward, lightning crackling across his frame, generating explosive force that shook the arena. A sharp glare locked onto the target, eyes narrowing with focused intensity. Golden flashes erupted as multiple strikes collided, each blow shaking the ground. The blue-skinned warrior's weapon swung downward with crushing force. Dark energy flared violently, enveloping both combatants, as their locked weapons strained against each other's immense power. Tsuyoshi stood poised, confident in his strategy, certain his control over shadows would secure his advantage. The blue-skinned warrior collapsed to the ground, dust rising as Tsuyoshi's decisive maneuver ended the confrontation. Colorful fireworks burst above the arena, signaling the conclusion of the match. Spectators discussed the technique they had witnessed, recognizing the rare skill required to control such shadows. Tsuyoshi maintained a calm expression, aware his ability had gained attention from both allies and potential rivals. An advisor explained the strategic limitations of shadow control, emphasizing its inability to directly cause harm. They outlined the necessity of combining shadow manipulation with physical offense to achieve decisive battle results. Tsuyoshi listened silently, his attention fixed on the approaching figure entering the arena for the next match. A towering presence emerged, shrouded in darkness, radiating an overwhelming aura that drew every spectator's gaze. The crowd erupted in cheers as the announcer declared the beginning of another high-stakes confrontation. Spectators reacted in shock upon learning the challenger possessed no formal combat experience before this event. Tsuyoshi turned away from the crowd, walking confidently toward the arena's center without hesitation or concern. He dismissed any doubts, stating his intention to fight regardless of perceived disadvantages or prior training. Striding forward, Tsuyoshi's unwavering composure contrasted sharply with the murmurs of uncertainty echoing through the stand. An observer frowned, questioning the source of such confidence when the outcome remained far from certain. Both combatants faced each other across the arena, the air tense with anticipation for the coming clash. The opponent questioned Tsuyoshi's inexperience, probing for weakness before the fight could truly begin. Tsuyoshi granted permission to proceed, his steady gaze revealing confidence despite the acknowledged gap in experience. The announcer declared the match between the newcomer and the one-armed warrior, signaling the start. As the duel commenced, Tsuyoshi focused entirely on reading the opponent's movements, preparing to counter swiftly. The one-armed opponent unleashed a rapid strike, aiming to overwhelm Tsuyoshi before he could react effectively. Tsuyoshi dodged with precise footwork, narrowly avoiding the incoming blow while maintaining visual focus on his adversary. He assessed the opponent's movements, noting the reliance on speed. Observers recognized Tsuyoshi's calculated approach. In a swift motion, Tsuyoshi shifted position. Confusion spread through the audience as they tried to understand the sudden pause in the match. Spectators exchanged questions, scanning the arena for clues about the abrupt change in pace. Whispers arose, wondering if the opponent was deliberately stalling or reassessing the newcomer's capability. In mere moments, Tsuyoshi's presence intensified, radiating power that commanded attention from every corner of the arena. With a calm expression, Tsuyoshi decided to make the next move and take the initiative. The opponent grew tense, realizing Tsuyoshi's unpredictable presence could not be compared to ordinary fighters. Tsuyoshi activated a special ability, instantly replicating the opponent's skill with perfect accuracy and precision. This ability allowed Tsuyoshi to mimic techniques he previously studied, granting an advantage in unfamiliar combat scenarios. Dark energy surged around the opponent, signaling their readiness to unleash a powerful and decisive strike. Tsuyoshi steadied himself, acknowledging the thrill of the challenge while remaining cautious of potential missteps. Tsuyoshi utilized a mobility technique, enhancing speed and agility to evade incoming strikes with precise movement. He tested the skill's responsiveness, moving fluidly across with a sudden burst. Tsuyoshi closed the distance, aiming to exploit a brief opening in defense. Energy flared around him as he prepared to deliver a decisive counter to end the engagement. The impact erupted in a blinding flash, leaving both combatants momentarily obscured by the resulting shockwave. Tsuyoshi's blade intercepted the strike, the clash sending sparks. His mastery activated, allowing him to strengthen his defense and maintain offensive pressure simultaneously. The crowd gasped in disbelief, astonished that Tsuyoshi remained unharmed despite the opponent's powerful and precise blow. Observers speculated on his true capabilities, questioning if they were witnessing the strongest contender in the arena. Tsuyoshi prepared to duplicate a chosen ability, scanning through available options to select his next tactical advantage. Tsuyoshi duplicated the opponent's unique weapon skill, integrating it seamlessly into his own combat technique. The opponent's stance shifted in surprise, realizing something had changed in Tsuyoshi's approach. Tsuyoshi advanced quickly, refusing to prolong the fight and giving no time for countermeasures. He unleashed the copied technique with precision, channeling energy into a decisive and overwhelming strike. Shock spread across the opponent's face as they recognized the familiar skill now turned against them. Tsuyoshi unleashed a devastating energy-infused strike, realizing the overwhelming power now aimed entirely in their direction. Tsuyoshi stood firm, confident that this strength could be used for greater purposes beyond the arena. The announcer declared Tsuyoshi the victor. Outside the arena, a spectator expressed disbelief, attributing Tsuyoshi's victory to exceptional and well-crafted equipment. With recent adjustments, Tsuyoshi's body moved efficiently, combining agility and speed suited for precision-based operation. He considered the approaching night, fully aware that visibility would challenge most, yet it posed no problem. Equipped and prepared, Tsuyoshi advanced toward the rescue mission, his skills and gear optimized for success. Under the pale moonlight, birds scattered above the dark forest. Through thick branches, Tsuyoshi advanced silently, his focused eyes scanning shadows for any sign of danger. The Beastman beside him studied the terrain, aware their enemies possessed strength surpassing most adventurers' combined efforts. Tsuyoshi felt the pressure mounting. Each step toward the city brought him closer to unavoidable confrontation. From the ridge, the fortified city loomed ahead, its walls hiding foes far beyond their current power. An enemy scout searched frantically, confused by Tsuyoshi's sudden disappearance into the rocky cliffside shadows. Below the cliff, guards patrolled steadily, their disciplined formation protecting the fortress from infiltration or sudden assaults. Hidden above, Tsuyoshi activated the Divine Eye, scanning the enemy positions with calculated precision and patience. Red markers illuminated through the darkness, revealing patrol routes and guard numbers with unring accuracy and detail. With knowledge secured, Tsuyoshi planned a silent route, ensuring maximum safety while approaching the fortress undetected at night. Determined and ready, Tsuyoshi propelled himself forward, vanishing into the forest's dense shadows without hesitation. His eyes glowed sharply as his black armor adjusted, concealing his presence and adapting to the darkness. Each step was calculated, his cape shifting. He advanced low to the ground, muscles tense, avoiding every branch that might betray his silent movement. The moon hung high above as Tsuyoshi's swift silhouette cut across treetops. Tsuyoshi leapt forward, narrowly bypassing a deadly rolling log trap, marked by glowing red indicators on ground. Hidden in darkness, he assessed enemy positions, planning precise strikes to dismantle their defenses one target at a time. A sudden faint noise escaped from his movement. Startled, the guards debated the source, suspecting either a wild animal or an intruder testing their trap. One guard moved to investigate, unaware he was walking directly toward the concealed and prepared Tsuyoshi's location. Two guards conversed casually, confident no enemy would dare attack their heavily fortified position at this hour. Believing it a false alarm, they dismissed the noise and continued their patrol along the wooden path. From a concealed spot, Tsuyoshi calculated the distance, preparing to use his skill to strike efficiently. Activating his ability, he copied the weapon mastery. He moved in swift hand, reaching out to incapacitate. Tsuyoshi struck swiftly, silencing the guard before he could raise an alarm or resist. Using copied skills, he delivered a precise blow, ensuring the target collapsed instantly without alerting others nearby. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi moved on, eyes scanning for the next obstacle in his infiltration route. He vaulted past another hidden trap, avoiding the deadly falling rocks marked by faint warnings on the path. Landing silently, Tsuyoshi crouched low, blending into the shadows. Patrolling guards noticed a comrade's absence, wondering why he hadn't returned from his assigned perimeter check. They suspected negligence, deciding to retrieve him themselves before the situation drew unnecessary attention from superiors. Determined to avoid trouble, they quickened their pace, intent on dragging him back to his post. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi moved silently nearby. One guard sensed something unusual, pausing mid-step as an unexpected movement caught his peripheral vision. A guard arrived at the platform, puzzled by the absence of the sentry assigned to that post. Hidden nearby, Tsuyoshi marked his next target, preparing to eliminate him swiftly and without hesitation. The remaining guard called out defiantly, threatening to trigger deadly traps if the intruder did not reveal himself. Despite his bold words, unease crept in as the silence deepened and shadows seemed to close in. He gripped his weapon tightly, questioning if the chilling presence meant an intruder had truly infiltrated their defenses. Tsuyoshi closed in swiftly, determined to stop the guard before any trap could be activated. A burst of lightning-infused power struck. With the enemy neutralized, Tsuyoshi advanced toward the entrance, now cleared of immediate threats and obstacles. Observing from afar, another foe realized the intruder's overwhelming strength and the danger approaching their position. Tsuyoshi pressed forward, fully aware of the remaining traps ahead but resolute in continuing his infiltration. Tsuyoshi guided his ally, carefully avoiding the trap's trigger line illuminated by the Divine Eye's vision. He identified additional hazards, ensuring their path remained safe while minimizing unnecessary risks during the approach. With sudden speed, he neutralized a hidden enemy, preventing any interference with their mission's progress. Acknowledging Tsuyoshi's strength, the ally prepared to follow his lead for the next critical phase. Together they advanced toward the hostage's location. Tsuyoshi swiftly seized the chain, halting the deadly swinging trap before it could strike. A nearby guard fell victim to the sudden intervention. Ahead, heavily armed enemies guarded the hostage's chamber, their presence signaling an intense battle to come. Acknowledging the danger, Tsuyoshi prepared his ally to create a diversion while he advanced unseen. With a knowing grin, the ally accepted the task, ready to draw enemy attention away. An ally reported progress, explaining they had lured some enemies away but left others behind. Tsuyoshi reminded him the diversion was intentional, ensuring the base's defenses remained partially engaged elsewhere. Using this advantage, Tsuyoshi planned to exploit weakened defenses and gain access to the stronghold's heart. He instructed the ally to guide remaining foes into trapped zones, while he handled stronger adversaries. With dawn approaching, both prepared to act quickly, knowing time was running short for their mission. Guards noted the unusual silence, unaware that the distraction was already drawing danger toward them. A loud challenge erupted as an ally appeared, taunting the fortress defenders to draw their focus. Recognizing the intruder, one guard recalled past encounters, his frustration boiling over into aggressive intent. The defenders roared in unison, rallying to confront the perceived threat with overwhelming force. As they charged, the ally retreated strategically, ensuring the enemy pursued away from Tsuyoshi's infiltration path. The ally's taunts echoed through the night. He sprinted with determined speed, ensuring the enemy's attention stayed far from Tsuyoshi's infiltration route. Hidden in the shadows, Tsuyoshi assessed the situation, knowing failure would mean certain death for his comrade. He focused on confirming the hostage's location before making his next move. With sharp eyes, he scanned ahead, preparing for the final phase of his dangerous mission. Inside the fortress, a guard questioned the hostage, unaware danger was already closing in on them. Her sudden shift in expression betrayed recognition of a looming presence approaching from the shadows. The guard ordered her to stay calm, shielding her from the imminent confrontation nearby. A dark advanced with lethal intent, challenging the guard to engage in combat. Steel clashed violently as the attacker struck first, aiming to end the fight in one decisive blow. A towering enemy unleashed a crushing attack. Through the settling dust, the armored foe advanced with measured steps, assessing Tsuyoshi's presence and potential threat. Tsuyoshi held his stance, eyes locked on the opponent, readying himself for the inevitable battle ahead. Under the glaring moon, a lone presence advanced, shadows twisting as hostile creatures gathered in silence. Steel clashed against instinct, eyes narrowed, sensing a confrontation that would decide survival within hostile territory. Memories of countless hardships surged, strengthening resolve, turning hesitation into determination as overwhelming threats pressed closer. The demand for surrender echoed, yet defiance rose, refusing compromise even against overwhelming force and danger. A surge of crimson energy erupted violently, cleaving the enemy's stance, marking the beginning of battle. Blades of energy flashed downward, striking hard as relentless momentum carried into the heart of conflict. Instinct dictated movement, each strike met with resistance, combat escalating into a storm of calculated survival. Time pressed heavily, prolonging the clash, meant exposing vulnerabilities. A crushing strike landed, shaking the ground violently, forcing defenses tighter as the battle's pace intensified. Power surged violently, erupting with destructive force. A sudden burst of speed ripped through the battlefield. Energy erupted violently, colliding with raw strength, sending shockwaves outward. Dust clouds spiraled upward, fragments of stone scattering, despite defensive enhancement. Sustaining repeated blows, wrist collapse, even resilience faltered beneath relentless, overwhelming attacks. Calculations revealed disparity. Superior speed, power, and technique tilted the battle, forcing desperate strategies for survival. The atmosphere thickened as strength surged, overwhelming presence marking the beginning of a swift, decisive conclusion. Power expanded violently, crimson aura blazing outward, muscles tightening as combat potential reached an even greater peak. Shadows shifted around delicate footsteps, revealing unexpected presence that pierced tension with sudden, fragile innocence. The battlefield froze momentarily, confusion rising as eyes widened. Protective instinct ignited instantly, demanding retreat of the intruder, Yet the conflict's chaos left no guarantee. Silence lingered under the cold night sky, tension shifting as unexpected emotions surfaced within conflict. Gentleness emerged briefly, strange amidst chaos, sparking uncertainty as intentions wavered between confrontation and protection. A fragile hand reached outward, shifting momentum, breaking hostility with a simple gesture of concern. Confusion deepened as alliances blurred, rivalries tangled, leaving intentions unclear while fragile bonds unexpectedly formed. A distant memory resurfaced suddenly, haunting expression reminding him of someone once lost, fueling silent resolve. Defiance burned brightly, refusal to retreat marking courage, determination rooted deeply within fragile but unyielding heart. Agreement followed reluctantly, promise to stay ensuring fragile trust remained, despite uncertainty surrounding looming threat. Questions lingered unspoken, heavy silence pressing as tension settled, awaiting clarity through conversation yet to come. Gentle embrace carried warmth, exhaustion overtaking quickly, soft breathing signaling temporary peace amidst constant surrounding danger. Quietly, the night deepened, unease lingered, truth awaited disclosure, hidden motives threatening fragile balance forming here, silence weighed heavily as the truth neared, tension rising with every breath under the dim light. Confession emerged steadily, revealing allegiance bound to hidden organization that thrived in darkness and manipulation. Motives surfaced coldly, driven purely by money, showing greed's dominance over any trace of loyalty. Explanation deepened, describing extortion schemes designed carefully, targeting guilds with precision through fear and deceit. Strategies unfolded methodically, detailing weaknesses exploited, diversions planned, and traps set to shatter defenses quickly. Tsuyoshi listened carefully as hidden truths unraveled, each revelation tightening the web of corruption and deceit. Thoughts raced quickly, weighing possibilities, realizing that exposure could endanger not only him but everyone involved. The confession grew darker, revealing a child stolen, raised under falsehood, manipulated into a fabricated destiny. To Tsuyoshi, the cruelty was undeniable, innocence exploited, bonds twisted into chains designed solely for control. The explanation concluded coldly, betrayal laid bare, leaving Tsuyoshi determined to sever deception and uncover truth. The revelation deepened, showing how lies had grown heavier, twisting innocence into another tool of control. Tsuyoshi absorbed the words, realizing the weight placed upon fragile shoulders, questioning what true future remained. The admission carried guilt, acknowledging irreversible consequences, while hinting at desperation woven into past decisions. Cold night air lingered around the confession, every word sharpening the cruel truth of manipulation's reach. Despite everything, attachment was undeniable beneath corruption, a bond existed, fragile yet genuine in conflicting loyalty. Tsuyoshi pressed forward, recognizing debts repaid through years of silence, demanding acknowledgement of hidden sacrifices made. Resolve strengthened, a plea was given, escape together, forging new beginnings away from corruption and shadow. Doubt clouded the response, fear of betrayal's punishment weighing heavier than promises of uncertain freedom. Reminding that survival required hope, insisting change remained possible despite overwhelming opposition. Quiet settled once more, contemplation deep within weary eyes, the choice now resting upon wavering loyalty. Determination hardened as resolve was voiced, a silent oath to act despite the growing danger. Moonlight stretched across the battlefield, steady resolve declaring protection, rejecting all threats that sought dominance. A twisted creature emerged, clutching tightly, its intent clear as shadows deepened around its move. Confrontation escalated instantly, intentions colliding as survival instincts clashed with the promise of unwavering protection. Warning delivered sharply, the enemy faltered, recognition flashing briefly at authority that carried undeniable conviction. The enemy retreated swiftly, issuing threats promising future conflict beneath the weight of looming vengeance. Tsuyoshi's gaze sharpened, determination forming. He resolved that the time had come to confront deeper truth. Golden halls gleamed brilliantly, chandeliers casting reflections upon wealth, power. Greed echoed proudly, boasting of amassed fortune, arrogance declaring untouchable security within gilded walls of deception. The moment shattered abruptly, intrusion detected, alarmed voices demanding answers, searching for presence now revealed. Dark energy surged outward, Tsuyoshi advanced steadily, declaring the end for those bound by corruption. Panic erupted instantly, desperate cries filled the air as resistance collapsed beneath overwhelming pressure surrounding them. Tsuyoshi reminded coldly that while distractions lingered, his strategy dismantled enemies, leaving their foundation destroyed. Under the moonlit sky, the silent mansion stood untouched. Inside, corpses of beastmen lay sprawled across marble floors, their blood soaking into ancient stone beneath shattered weapons. The surviving elder, trembling, muttered about elite guards crushed instantly, their strength meaningless against overwhelming destructive force. Standing before him, the Dark Warrior radiated power, system stats glowing, confirming a new level of terrifying evolution. With clenched teeth, the elder cursed wasted gold and failure, knowing his hired assassin had become master. The warrior pressed forward calmly, declaring judgment upon the Beastman Lord who sat cloaked in smug defiance. Memories returned as the Beastman squinted. This wasn't their first meeting, but now the power balance reversed. Curious yet anxious, the Beastman probed deeper, his voice trembling under the warrior's unrelenting, unreadable gaze. With a flicker of his blade, the warrior silenced all doubt, piercing air and pride simultaneously. The Beastman's smirk shattered as cold steel met flesh, authority crumbling faster than his last desperate bargain. The warrior's silent glare deepened, the room thick with tension as finality drew ever closer. Panicked, the Beastman tried to barter for mercy, offering treasure in exchange for spared breath. But the warrior, unmoved, admitted his greed extended beyond gold. His true desire had not yet arrived. Startled, the Beastman demanded clarity, but his fists clenched in dread as the figure stepped forward ominously. With lightning fury, the warrior launched forward, shadows erupting around him, his answer sharp and final. Your life. No signs of a struggle were found. The entire unit was eliminated swiftly in complete silence. Every victim displayed clean neck wounds, suggesting a highly trained assassin struck with calculated precision and speed. Meltavin, once a ruthless commander, was found alone, his corpse cold, expression still twisted in disbelief. A single lethal strike pierced his heart, no hesitation, no mess, only perfect execution by someone experienced. Next to him lay a letter, blood-stained and trembling, revealing secrets likely forced from his hand. The shadow loomed tall above, a presence that carried countless unknown battles, awakening hidden fears within him. He analyzed the strange figure, recalling memories of warriors long defeated, unable to identify this masked enigma. Confusion deepened as memories clashed. He distinctly remembered the warrior's final breath, yet doubt clawed at certainty. The masked stranger advanced with silent steps, radiating menace, forcing him to question truth, illusion, and survival. Resolved, he steadied his breath, determined to uncover this identity and prove himself worthy against the unknown. At the guild's grand hall, whispers echoed loudly as news spread of Tsuyoshi's unbelievable recovery of treasure. Guild leaders rose in awe, their gazes fixed on Tsuyoshi, holding gold that shimmered with undeniable proof. Hope brightened their faces. They believed destiny had brought him. A warrior fated for triumph and survival. Discussions turned serious. Mention of Wenten's assassination stirred unease, connecting Tsuyoshi's success with dangerous unfolding conspiracy. Tsuyoshi remained calm, silently proud of his growth, knowing each victory pushed him closer to inevitable greatness. After eliminating Wenten, Tsuyoshi gained unexpected system rewards, proving each victory carved his path toward inevitable strength. Power surged through him, his body glowing brightly as experience points accumulated, unlocking new levels and greater potential. The guild leader praised his fortune, marveling at Tsuyoshi's unexpected growth and the treasure he had reclaimed. Tsuyoshi refused excess gold, determined to give beyond himself, proving his strength carried responsibility, not selfish greed. The guild hall fell silent, stunned by his generosity, as whispers spread of a hero's uncommon compassion. Tsuyoshi humbly accepted only his share, insisting the rest be given to those truly in need. With quiet dignity he turned away, leaving the guild hall, his cape swaying beneath the golden light. Leaders marveled at his selflessness, whispering of a warrior who gained fortune yet abandoned greed without hesitation. Outside, Tsuyoshi reflected on progress, realizing level 30 was within reach, driving him toward his ultimate target. Disguised by his armor, he walked calmly, relieved Samina would never recognize him despite their intertwined fates. Crowds gathered noisily in the streets, their shouts rising, driven by suspicion and desperate demands for truth. Tsuyoshi noticed the growing tension, unsure why so many citizens accused strangers loudly without clear justification. A furious mother confronted soldiers, insisting her missing son was abducted, anger spilling unchecked into chaos. Samina tried to calm her, explaining repeatedly that investigations were ongoing, though patience was wearing thin. The woman's rage exploded, accusing officials of incompetence, claiming their negligence endangered countless innocent lives without remorse. Accusations erupted from the crowd, fingers pointed harshly, voices rising to brand Samina falsely without evidence. The guards advised compliance, urging her to apologize, showing bias as authority leaned unfairly toward false claims. Samina's resolve hardened, declaring she wouldn't tolerate insults, her words filled with strength against undeserved humiliation. She sought truth through witnesses, hoping someone would step forward, Alone in defiance, Samina's thoughts darkened. No ally emerged, leaving her strength as the last shield remaining. An enraged noble struck ruthlessly, demanding submission, his voice dripping venom as insults fueled the surrounding chaos. A guard barked commands, ordering immediate compliance, mocking Samina's resistance as nothing but foolish pride misplaced. Samina knelt painfully, refusing surrender, her pride unbroken though her body trembled beneath oppressive weight of humiliation. The noble woman's shriek pierced the hall, enraged further, questioning why others tolerated defiance against her authority. Supporters joined quickly, their words laced with scorn, calling for punishment to restore dominance and unquestioned control. A guard shouted angrily, declaring resistance unlawful, demanding obedience while raising his weapon as intimidation grew. Samina's mind raced, calculating her next move, unwilling to yield even as overwhelming pressure pressed harder. Hand trembling on her blade, she prepared herself, knowing one misstep could escalate everything beyond repair. Before steel could strike, a sudden impact shattered. Gasps erupted instantly, as the noblewoman reeled backward, stunned by the interruption. Panic filled the noble's son as he cried out, shocked by the sudden collapse of his mother. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, presence overwhelmed, casting shadows that silenced arrogance. A single strike landed cleanly, the impact resounding. Onlookers froze in disbelief, Samina's eyes widening. Tsuyoshi's voice cut sharp, declaring boldly that harming Samina was unforgivable, his protective intent unmistakably resolute. Tsuyoshi stood firm, strength radiating, system stats revealed his dominance, ensuring justice would soon be delivered. Steps echoed through the corridor, silence pressing down, walls bearing scars of countless forgotten struggles endured. A shadow emerged swiftly, blade reflecting faint light, revealing intentions hidden beneath layers of secrecy and mistrust. Recognition flared instantly, names revealed, as identities long concealed finally surfaced within the tense underground chamber. Armor glinted faintly as motives unraveled, suspicion rising, yet opportunity lingered in whispered exchanges of power. Accusations confirmed hidden truths, betrayal exposed, and destinies bound by dangerous knowledge none could easily ignore. Suspicion remained strong, silence lingering, as intentions grew sharper and motives concealed themselves behind guarded expressions. Information revealed discovery of a hidden site, suggesting valuable remains, sparking curiosity yet also deepened rising caution. Accusations followed, doubt forming, warning against deception, demanding proof before trust could replace sharpened hostility between them. A plea insisted urgency, offering critical details while admitting weakness, emphasizing cooperation against potential overwhelming danger. Reluctant acceptance formed, terms presented carefully, agreement fragile, binding cooperation under uncertain circumstances clouded by mistrust. Shock filled the tense air, eyes widened as recognition surfaced, uncertainty surrounding the unexpected presence before them. Power radiated strongly, new strength identified clearly, status displayed, confirming advancement that altered dynamics within confrontation. Opposition reacted immediately, voices raised with disbelief turning to threats as resistance hardened against overwhelming force. Tension escalated violently, threats exchanged, desperation revealed intentions of annihilation, leaving conflict unavoidable within collapsing fragile balance. Orders echoed loudly, commanding reinforcements swiftly, determination unshaken, preparing decisive retaliation against escalating danger, threatening their position. Orders were issued firmly, soldiers advanced with weapons raised, surrounding both targets within the crowded square. Accusations echoed, tension rising, claims of self-defense clashed against authorities' commands, pressing situation into dangerous escalation. Resistance grew louder, frustrations revealed, denial challenged unfolding events, forcing confrontation toward conflict despite evident consequences. Determination surfaced quietly, unwavering stance strengthened, confidence unshaken even when opposition gathered strength against exposed position. Support emerged nearby, loyalty displayed strongly, comfort offered amidst chaos, reinforcing bonds forged through shared survival. Tsuyoshi stood firmly, presence commanding, silence heavy, preparing to confront judgment amidst tense surrounding atmosphere. Sakura hesitated briefly, uncertainty clear, emotions conflicting, unable to find confidence within pressing weight of expectation. Accusations continued, authority questioned motives, framing Tsuyoshi's actions as unlawful, deepening the crisis unfolding before witnesses. Crowd reacted mixedly, some skeptical while others acknowledged his strength, shifting attention toward growing recognition unexpectedly. Tsuyoshi maintained composure, answering modestly, presenting himself as capable yet humble, stabilizing atmosphere amid continuing conflict. Confusion spread quickly, uncertainty evident. Crowd shifted uneasily, whispers filled the air, astonishment clear as many recognized strength displayed so openly. Tsuyoshi remained steady, speaking plainly, clarifying intentions, reminding others his actions followed necessity rather than ambition. Tension lingered among gathered audience, respect slowly replacing doubt, acknowledgement forming despite ongoing disbelief within rank. Realization dawning, silent admission revealed uncertainty, curiosity rising about Tsuyoshi's true identity. Authority demanded testimony, stating accusations must be confirmed before judgment could proceed within crowded square. Voices echoed stronger, more stepping forth, each volunteering boldly, determined to support truth despite consequences. Respected warrior advanced calmly, declaring observation of entire conflict, lending credibility, strengthening support against false. Accused collapsed visibly, denial shattered, as mounting testimonies eroded confidence, exposing lies before gathered witnesses. Crowd responded firmly, collective agreement rising, vowing to reveal truth. Voices merging in unwavering determination. Guards announced their demand, insisting Tsuyoshi comply immediately, authority pressing firmly under watchful eyes surrounding. Tsuyoshi remained composed, requesting justice for companion, ensuring accountability before moving forward under official order. Crowd responded firmly, voices demanding apology, refusing silence, pressuring authorities to recognize wrongdoing without hesitation. Accusers wavered, unease visible, fear rising as unity of crowd cornered them into reluctant concession. Apologies followed nervously, responsibility admitted, tension eased slightly, while Tsuyoshi's influence strengthened before assembled witnesses. Tsuyoshi ensured order, instructing others to remain cautious, emphasizing safety while preparing to depart carefully. Instructions followed firmly, urging vigilance, reminding everyone dangers remained, if handled recklessly during uncertain circumstances unfolding. Acknowledgement came quickly, gratitude shown openly, voices united, respect forming stronger as Tsuyoshi's guidance shaped action. Crowds dispersed steadily, calm restored, while the city's atmosphere shifted slowly toward relief and cautious optimism. Tsuyoshi reflected briefly, recognizing influence gained, considering responsibilities ahead, while preparing silently for upcoming challenges. Tsuyoshi walked steadily, companion close beside, ensuring calm remained after tense conflict concluded within city. Conversation turned lighter, focus shifting briefly toward rest, revealing exhaustion masked beneath strength during earlier struggle. Expressions softened, laughter shared, mood brightened slightly, relief settling after difficult moments endured through relentless challenges. Tsuyoshi reflected silently, thoughts considering responsibilities ahead, preparing carefully for tasks that awaited in future. Plans formed decisively, next town chosen, path determined, resolve clear as journey pressed forward without hesitation. Tsuyoshi recalled earlier encounter, reviewing details carefully, ensuring no critical information was overlooked during reflection. Steps carried onward through forest path, sunlight breaking gently, atmosphere calm despite tension lingering faintly within. Movement caught attention, Tsuyoshi's gaze lifted upward, falling objects descended rapidly, scattering across surroundings. Tsuyoshi observed intently, analyzing falling fragments, preparing response quickly, uncertain whether threat or sign approached. A hand reached firmly toward weapon, steel drawn swiftly, blade flashed outward, cutting tension, demanding presence revealed, readiness solidified, stance unwavering, vigilance sharpened, determination focused on uncovering hidden threat concealed within shadow. Observation confirmed suspicion, another presence revealed quietly, evidence undeniable as situation escalated beyond prior expectation. Tsuyoshi advanced cautiously beside companion, eyes sharp. Two assassins emerged, ranks revealed, announcing intent clearly, their mission targeting Tsuyoshi's life without hesitation. A black-winged creature circled overhead, its piercing eyes reflecting unease across the fractured battlefield below. A hooded watcher studied closely, recognizing unusual fluctuations radiating from Tsuyoshi, hinting at unfamiliar and dangerous power. The silent examiner noted patterns within energy flow, comparing endurance, agility, and magical presence with steady calculation. Another observer clenched teeth, realizing strength was growing dangerously unstable. Tsuyoshi stood firmly beneath falling leaves, armor glimmering, revealing quiet determination stronger than fear or hesitation. Concern spread through the cautious ally, warning Tsuyoshi of the formidable strength hidden within approaching adversaries. Memories of previous encounters resurfaced, recalling terrifying moments when lesser warriors had fallen instantly without resistance. The feared guild's crimson reputation emerged, their history marked by countless victories and rivers of unburied corpses. Whispers confirmed alliances with powerful factions, ensuring dangerous influence spread across every region without opposition. Tsuyoshi processed the information carefully, understanding the looming threat required decisive preparation before escalation consumed everything. Tsuyoshi realized the unique ambush skill marked him as prey, targeted relentlessly by the Assassin's Guild. Nearby watchful eyes studied the situation, noting every shift in expression. In secret discussions, intentions grew darker, plotting the capture of allies while underestimating hidden strengths within. One strategist prepared grimly, believing delivering Tsuyoshi's defeat would cement loyalty and silence internal guild suspicions. Laughter erupted with cruel confidence. Enemies convinced strength and arrogance alone ensured inevitable victory against their target. Energy erupted violently, dark purple power tearing apart the ground, swallowing remnants of everything within its radius. Tsuyoshi stood firm amidst chaotic destruction, body absorbing the surge while focusing inward to maintain balance. The battlefield shifted, forcing separation, scattering allies and enemies across fractured terrain, created by the unleashed surge. Tsuyoshi calculated options carefully. Opponents watched nervously, their confidence wavering as unexpected resilience transformed into overwhelming presence none anticipated before. Energy waves tore across the battlefield as Tsuyoshi advanced cautiously, monitoring unstable surroundings for sudden danger. A sharp strike cut through the distortion, crimson glow tracing its path as enemies revealed hidden strength. The ambush technique unleashed, echoing guild reputation. Tsuyoshi steadied himself, analyzing the attack's rhythm, preparing counters while testing the opponent's reliance on skill. Recognition struck immediately. The foe's level exceeded 30, demanding growth beyond limits before decisive victory emerged. Tsuyoshi's blade cut cleanly, severing defenses instantly, leaving his opponent shocked by the unexpected precision display. Confusion spread rapidly, disbelief rising, movement blurred violently, strikes clashing in relentless succession, each exchange testing patience and determination within deadly combat. Tsuyoshi revealed his current level calmly, an unshakable stance masking confidence hidden beneath controlled outward composure. Derision followed immediately, the opponent mocking impossibility, unable to comprehend rapid growth achieved through relentless determination. Tsuyoshi steadied his stance, refusing hesitation, his focus unbroken as pressure mounted from incoming threat. Opposition invoked serpent illusions, their presence weaving unpredictably, concealing strikes with deceptive patterns born from mastery. The technique twisted perception, forcing Tsuyoshi to anticipate carefully, every movement weighed against possible misdirection's danger. Blades surged simultaneously, multiple forms converging, aiming to overwhelm by sheer volume and flawless coordinated synchronization. Tsuyoshi countered swiftly, purple aura radiating outward, power condensed instantly, upper body strength heightened unnaturally, granting enhanced defense for only a short duration. The empowered assault clashed fiercely, confusion overtook the opponent, disbelief spreading quickly, questioning whether equipment alone could explain such resilience. Demanding answers, the enemy's voice broke. Calmly, Tsuyoshi repeated his truth, revealing unwaveringly that his growth stood firm at merely level 11. Tsuyoshi advanced steadily, purple energy colliding against reinforced defenses. The defender's eyes widened, disbelief twisting features, questioning if Tsuyoshi's declared level concealed something far greater. Momentum surged forward, icy wind trailing behind Tsuyoshi's stride. Desperation leaked through trembling voice, begging for reprieve, fear replacing confidence once boldly carried into combat. Recognition dawned reluctantly, such growth defied reason, branding Tsuyoshi a prodigy every powerful guild would seek. The opponent introduced himself proudly, extending an offer, hoping to recruit Tsuyoshi into the Assassin's Guild. Tsuyoshi declined immediately, explaining neither restrictions nor deceitful methods aligned with his chosen path of growth. Acknowledgement flickered briefly, yet determination hardened the guild member prepared to unleash everything in final defiance. Power surged violently, crimson eyes glowing, aura intensifying as the battlefield shook beneath the reckless charge. Tsuyoshi observed calmly, recognizing desperation, silently preparing to counter with precision, refusing to falter against uncontrolled force. Blue energy surged violently, the warrior launched forward, his killing intent crystallized into an overwhelming destructive force. The crystal's terrifying might concentrated instantly, creating a devastating strike that promised certain death to any opponent. Yet, the enemy endured, body trembling under immense pressure, but his ultimate defenses resisted the overwhelming destructive blow. Dark power flared from his chest, marking his determination, revealing strength surpassing normal limits. resisting complete annihilation fiercely. Eyes burning crimson, he declared merciless intent, promising death to his foe who refused submission and allegiance. The enemy lunged forward relentlessly, raw power radiating from his body, determined to crush the warrior complete. Shadowed by danger, the warrior analyzed swiftly, realizing brute strength and weapons alone could never overcome this. Calmly, he stored his weapon away, preparing another strategy. Golden lightning burst forth violently, wrapping around his body, manifesting an aura unlike anything previously witnessed before. The enemy's eyes widened in shock, confusion spreading instantly. Tsuyoshi summoned the Divine King's hammer, its unstable power consuming energy, granting him one decisive chance. Lightning tore across the sky, striking violently. His body floated upward, golden currents wrapping tightly. Energy surged from within, forcing his limbs to glow, each spark reinforcing his determination to fight. The unleashed force shook the ground, overwhelming his opponent's defenses, leaving them struggling to comprehend Tsuyoshi's awakening. Shocked, the warrior below staggered, realizing Tsuyoshi's technique surpassed imagination, a devastating weapon no defense could counter. Raising his weapon high, Tsuyoshi gathered thunderous energy, preparing a strike powerful enough to shatter anything. The monstrous foe bellowed with madness, its singular eye burning crimson, relishing the challenge of battle. Unfazed, Tsuyoshi focused his strength, his body radiating sparks, steadying himself as the ground trembled violently. Their clash erupted with blinding force, shattering the air, announcing Tsuyoshi's resolve to kill the evil spirit. Gripping the divine hammer, Tsuyoshi surged forward, knowing one decisive second would determine victory against darkness. A warrior watched intently, questioning Tsuyoshi's strength, uncertain if his power could defeat the monstrous foe. The enemy rose again from rubble, body trembling yet unyielding, determined to continue the destructive battle. Tsuyoshi descended from above, lightning bursting outward. Channeling divine might, he unleashed another devastating strike. The impact thundered across the land. Dust exploded outward, the battlefield trembling. The foe emerged through rubble, scarred and furious, disbelief burning in his eyes at Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power. He clenched his teeth, acknowledging defeat loomed closer, realizing his strength dwindled against the unstoppable hero. Desperation surged as he invoked dark magic, summoning deathly essence, forming a monstrous apparition of destruction. Desperate, the enemy warned Tsuyoshi, claiming victory meant inheriting curses. The divine hammer's brilliance faded, its duration ended, leaving Tsuyoshi unable to unleash overwhelming strength. Landing heavily, he steadied himself, sweat dripping as exhaustion weighed his body after relentless divine combat. He realized the hammer's brief power drained immense energy, pushing his limits dangerously close to collapse. A warning echoed, urging immediate recovery, his battered body demanding healing before further damage consumed him. Companions rushed forward, offering support, acknowledging his sacrifice to defeat madness in one devastating strike. Tsuyoshi consumed the potion, its effects spreading through his body, restoring vitality though fatigue still remained. He reflected on the immense cost of battle, knowing reckless strength could never be used endlessly. Exhaustion lingered as he walked carefully, mind focused on recovery, while allies ensured no threats approached. Together they analyzed the aftermath, realizing strategy and restraint were necessary for survival against stronger enemies. Resolved, Tsuyoshi steeled his determination, vowing to refine power wisely and guide companions through looming dangers. Tsuyoshi recalled his past encounter with warriors, their strength a reminder of dangers still ahead. He remembered allies who once fought beside him, their guidance shaping his resolve for battles ahead. Grateful for newfound resources, Tsuyoshi secured healing potions, knowing survival depended on preparation and endurance. Determined, he vowed to train harder, strengthening himself before returning to confront stronger looming challenges. Together with his companion, Tsuyoshi marched onward, only to face a horde of monsters blocking passage. Venturing deeper, Tsuyoshi and his companion confronted a formidable field boss, its power shaking the battlefield. The monstrous creature lunged forward, striking with overwhelming force, testing their endurance and unity under immense pressure. Along the way they discovered a struggling party, their failed quest leaving them vulnerable and desperate. Tsuyoshi fought relentlessly, his strength overwhelming enemies, nearly completing the quest alone through sheer determination and willpower. Victorious, Tsuyoshi advanced to a higher level, preparing for challenges ahead as dusk approached Kevin's town. After their long journey, Tsuyoshi and his companion entered town, deciding to rest before continuing onward. An innkeeper welcomed them cheerfully, offering rooms with a smile, eager to accommodate traveling adventurers immediately. Tsuyoshi asked about available rooms, knowing recovery was vital after countless battles fought earlier that day. The innkeeper explained demand was high. Only one room remained due to an ongoing adventurers tournament. Tsuyoshi learned Kevin was hosting the tournament nearby, a revelation that piqued his curiosity and concern. The innkeeper questioned their knowledge, surprised they were unaware of the renowned refining tournament attracting adventurers. He explained the large-scale alchemical event, featuring competitions, exhibitions, and valuable potions sought across the land. Tsuyoshi's companion confirmed details, suggesting arrival on the first day to explore shops and secure supplies. Tsuyoshi considered carefully, uneasy about sharing a single room, but trusted Sakura's acceptance eased his concern. Together, they agreed to take the remaining room, stepping inside to finally rest from exhausting travels. A wealthy pair entered confidently, requesting a premium room, their presence demanding attention within the inn. The innkeeper eagerly welcomed them, announcing the reservation of the finest room exclusively prepared in advance. Tsuyoshi stood silently observing the situation carefully, his expression unreadable as tension filled the crowded hall. One beastman smugly remarked about limited rooms, implying others would struggle while they enjoyed greater luxuries. Their arrogance confirmed the premium room would belong to them, raising suspicions about favoritism and unfairness. The innkeeper reacted nervously, recognizing the new arrivals, rushing to explain their identity with urgency. He revealed Vincent, famed disciple of a grand master, respected widely and feared among adventurers. The explanation highlighted Vincent's alchemical talents and influential connections, reinforcing his dominance across noble circles. His companion urged dismissal of others, confident Vincent's name alone would command unquestioned respect instantly. Tsuyoshi listened calmly, unimpressed by titles, while Vincent arrogantly declared ownership of the room without hesitation. Vincent laughed mockingly, boasting of his lineage, daring Tsuyoshi to challenge someone tied to renowned genius. He threatened consequences, warning that defying him meant inviting unavoidable retaliation from powerful, influential figures. Tsuyoshi responded coldly, dismissing his threats, unleashing overwhelming force that sent Vincent crashing violently across the room. Onlookers gasped in shock, the arrogant disciple defeated instantly, lying broken while his companion screamed desperately. Furious, the Beastman swore vengeance, vowing Tsuyoshi would pay dearly for humiliating Blue Shaman Vincent publicly. Tsuyoshi calmly instructed the innkeeper to show their room, ignoring the chaos stirred moments earlier. Furious, Vincent's companion seethed, declaring Tsuyoshi would regret showing such blatant disrespect to their master. Unmoved, Tsuyoshi dismissed their threats, stating others' backgrounds and connections meant nothing against his resolve. He recalled his painful past, refusing to ever be powerless again, determined never to fall helpless. Sakura gazed at him curiously, questioning his words, sensing unspoken memories hidden deep within his heart. The moonlight shone over the quiet inn. Tsuyoshi sat awake, gazing at his glowing hand, silently reaffirming his promise to return home. Through swirling golden light, Tsuyoshi's weary body was dragged across dimensions. He collapsed onto cold ground, relief washing over him, whispering silently that finally he had returned. Under moonlight, Tsuyoshi watched her peaceful slumber. Relieved his return brought no disturbance to her fragile rest. Her trembling voice revealed despair, confessing her unmoving legs. Tormented by helplessness, Tsuyoshi clenched his resolve, vowing strength so she would never suffer burdened loneliness again. Tsuyoshi inspected the cane, confused by its intact form, wondering if she secretly repaired it herself. He noticed her bruised arms, realizing she endured pain alone, fiercely protecting precious gear despite weakened body. Exhaling deeply, Tsuyoshi's chest tightened, guilt overwhelming him for allowing her to struggle under relentless hardship. He acknowledged her stubborn spirit, yet silently vowed never to let her carry burdens alone again. Strengthened resolve ignited within, promising to heal her legs and restore the radiant smile she deserves. Tsuyoshi examined the glowing interface, relieved his equipment remained secured. Organized carefully, he ensured everything stayed together, uneasy at the thought of losing familiar gear again. His belongings from that world were safe, yet he knew timing would determine their hidden use. Gazing at the city, Tsuyoshi promised himself to rebuild slowly, confronting lingering challenges step by step. His sister's cheerful greeting broke silence, her innocent question piercing deeply, reminding him of fragile reality. The courtyard buzzed with chatter, classmates noticing drastic change, amazed by Tsuyoshi's transformation overnight. Wearing a neat suit, Tsuyoshi walked confidently, concealing hardships behind calm composure and matured appearance. His sister admired him proudly, noting his growth, unaware of the unseen battles shaping his resolve. She urged him gently, reminding him not to overwork, balancing his strength with needed recovery. Nearby students whispered curiously, astonished by his presence, unaware of hidden struggles driving his newfound strength. Walking beside his sister, Tsuyoshi's imposing figure drew startled stares, classmates whispering with hushed astonishment. Sharp eyes glanced briefly, silencing gossip instantly. He reassured his sister softly through presence alone, promising protection and freedom from torment lingering in past. She accepted nervously, comforted by his strength, unsure how to respond to this powerful yet gentle change. Her thoughts wandered deeply, sensing transformation, questioning whether her brother's heroism reshaped him into someone entirely new. Tsuyoshi's steady stride beside his sister drew wary glances. Karina's eyes widened, realizing classmates feared him now, confused how her brother's presence shifted everything overnight. Whispers spread quickly, bullies feeling threatened, dreading inevitable confrontation as Tsuyoshi's reputation began reshaping their dominance. Determined, he resolved silently to shield her. Inside the classroom, whispers thickened, students recalling fear from yesterday, uncertain whether defiance was worth survival. The gang leader barked angrily, berating his lackeys, furious that fear had reduced them to silence. He replayed yesterday's encounter, admitting carelessness, realizing too late that Tsuyoshi's strength was not ordinary bravado. Confusion spread through his group, questioning their failed intimidation, shaken by memories of Tsuyoshi's unflinching resistance. Suddenly, the classroom door opened, silence falling instantly. The leader's eyes narrowed, recognizing Tsuyoshi immediately, his pride wavering at the undeniable difference standing before him. The teacher announced the future star tournament, her words stirring uncertain anticipation across the silent classroom. She emphasized its importance, urging every student to participate, presenting it as an opportunity for recognition. But whispers filled the room, doubts spreading quickly, students recalling past humiliations against stronger hero class contenders. Memories of crushing defeats haunted them, last year's challengers suffering humiliation, leaving scars heavier than physical wounds. Many students slumped reluctant to join, fearing shameful losses while others preferred avoiding unnecessary embarrassment entirely. The teacher announced the future star tournament, her words stirring uncertain anticipation across the silent classroom. She emphasized its importance, urging every student to participate, presenting it as an opportunity for recognition. But whispers filled the room, doubts spreading quickly, students recalling past humiliations against stronger hero class contenders. Memories of crushing defeats haunted them, last year's challengers suffering humiliation, leaving scars heavier than physical wounds. Many students slumped reluctant to join, fearing shameful losses while others preferred avoiding unnecessary embarrassment entirely. Students muttered hopelessly, dismissing chances, convinced participation only meant certain defeat against stronger schools. Tsuyoshi raised his hand confidently, voice steady, declaring his decision to enter without hesitation or fear. Shock rippled instantly, bullies mocking him, laughter masking unease as they questioned his courage and sanity. Taunts grew louder, peers ridiculing Tsuyoshi, claiming his determination foolish against overwhelming hero class opposition. Amid jeers, Tsuyoshi remained calm, unwavering, silently resolved to prove them wrong through strength alone. The teacher asked cautiously, her tone steady, testing if Tsuyoshi's bold declaration truly held resolve. Without hesitation, Tsuyoshi confirmed his intent, signing up firmly, silencing doubts with unyielding certainty in himself. Classmates mocked louder, dismissing his resolve, convinced his challenge meant inevitable humiliation before stronger rival. Tsuyoshi's gaze hardened, thought's clear victory would silence mockery and shield Karina from further scorn. The leader sneered viciously, declaring Tsuyoshi's courage worthless, swearing his downfall would expose laughable weakness publicly. Tsuyoshi accepted calmly, ready to move forward, his decision marking the start of an unshakable path. The teacher explained clearly every participant must complete a mandatory pre-tournament test before formal registration proceeds. Tsuyoshi listened silently, acknowledging the rules, already considering strategies to ensure flawless performance when tested. Karina encouraged him sweetly, her innocent words fueling his determination to succeed for her sake. Nearby students whispered enviously, realizing his transformation, debating whether Karina's brother now stood as something more. Tsuyoshi walked steadily down the hallway. Karina blushed lightly, classmates surrounding her with sudden attention. Students whispered quickly, rumors spreading about Tsuyoshi's tournament entry, curiosity and doubt mixing in nervous chatter. A message circulated among Billy's gang. Smiling with anticipation, one student reveled in the thought of chaos erupting during the confrontation. Excited students gossiped endlessly, convinced Tsuyoshi's sudden confidence would collapse once reality struck harder. Outside the classroom, the instructor prepared announcements, reminding everyone the pre-tournament evaluation was mandatory for all. He emphasized the purpose assess participants' strength, ensuring no one entered unprepared or dangerously outmatched. The instructor reviewed documents carefully, tallying entrants, satisfied nearly all students signed up despite hesitation. Another teacher smirked knowingly, convinced Tsuyoshi would falter quickly, certain his untested strength meant nothing against power. An instructor reviewed the applications carefully, pausing with concern when Tsuyoshi's name appeared on the list. Another teacher reacted with disbelief, shocked a regular class student dared to enter the prestigious tournament selection. In the pre-competition area, participants from elite schools gathered, each assessing their potential rivals. One group fixated on Tsuyoshi, whispering doubts about his presence and his qualifications. The test wasn't for strength alone, it measured adaptability, survival instinct, and strategic thinking under pressure. Tsuyoshi stood tall and composed, his demeanor silently radiating confidence and veiled, dangerous potential. An instructor watched Tsuyoshi, puzzled why such a high-ranking noble would enter a basic-level exam. Rumors spread that Tsuyoshi came from the highest class, raising questions among nearby competitors. In a private room, upper officials observed the test grounds from above in silence. The exam administrator welcomed the chairman of the School Hero Association, requesting his guidance. Worried about students' reactions to danger, the chairman insisted they watch from a secure location. The instructor received the order. With urgency, he signaled to begin the hero qualification test. Examiner confirmed the signal again and gave the final order to start the test. He instructed everyone to proceed downstairs, where the strength assessment would take place in the main hall. Massive machines stood ready to evaluate raw strength, an essential measurement for future hero qualifications. Tsuyoshi politely raised his hand, prompting the examiner's attention amidst the assembling students. The examiner sighed, explaining Tsuyoshi's delay didn't matter, his test would proceed like everyone else's. Tsuyoshi mentally prepared himself, understanding the true nature of the test was about to begin. As the group formed, students speculated about the machines, unsure if they measured strength or mana. The examiners confirmed the device's ability to scan. Chairman explained this virtual simulation would push students to reveal real combat instincts and resolve. Students stepped into the simulated forest, their surroundings shifting into a dangerous and unpredictable combat zone. A system message displayed the test goal: defeat enemies and earn points to pass evaluation. Students discussed the strategy. Survival meant scoring well while avoiding recklessness in the simulation zone. Determined to excel, one participant charged ahead, eager to make his mark on the test. Later, students returned from the simulation. Tsuyoshi and others reviewed the scoring screen in silence. The chairman reviewed results. Most students struggled, scores remained low compared to previous elite batches. Chairman noted a clear gap in talent, even elite students varied widely in capability. He explained exceptional scores could attract guild interest and skip ranks if they performed impressively. The examiner commented on one particularly quiet student, hinting at unmeasured potential before the test. Officials realized one final student from the regular class hadn't completed the simulation yet. The chairman expressed interest, curious to observe the only remaining regular class participant's individual performance. Examiner instructed Tsuyoshi to enter quickly, explaining simulation details for the final participant's entry. Tsuyoshi acknowledged and confidently stepped forward, unfazed by the murmurs surrounding him from other students. Some students mocked, assuming Tsuyoshi would panic once faced with the simulation's harsh, unpredictable environment. They laughed, guessing how long he'd survive before. Inside the simulation, Tsuyoshi spawned fully armed. His class and stats displayed unexpectedly powerful combat specialization. Tsuyoshi dashed forward silently, eyes locked ahead, sensing movement deeper within the simulation forest zone. Two monstrous beasts emerged, snarling and charging, intending to overwhelm Tsuyoshi with brute force. With sharp precision, Tsuyoshi activated his weapon, unleashing a purple energy slash that split the air. Light and force collided as Tsuyoshi executed seamless strikes with calculated movements. Moments later, the giant monster lay defeated. The system confirmed Tsuyoshi's flawless victory with cleared. After clearing the first simulation, Tsuyoshi unlocked access to the more advanced mock exam. Without hesitation, he selected the D-Class cave, seeking tougher challenges beyond standard evaluation. A glowing red portal appeared before him, entry point into the D-Class mock cave exam. Outside, students speculated nervously, mocking Tsuyoshi for not exiting the machine like everyone else. 12 minutes passed. The instructor began to worry, unsure if Tsuyoshi had failed or advanced. Observers acknowledged Tsuyoshi's courage. Even entering the D-Class cave was rare for regular students. Though results were pending, his decision alone earned recognition from those monitoring the test. Suddenly, the simulator machine erupted in smoke and light, signaling the unexpected conclusion of the test. Tsuyoshi calmly stepped out. A notification declared his perfect score in both simulations within minutes. Stunned by the regular student who outperformed everyone with flawless execution, Tsuyoshi confirmed the test was over, calm and unbothered by the attention around him. Officials stared in disbelief, realizing Tsuyoshi might have just passed the highest-level hero challenge. The examiner panicked, questioning how a regular student completed the D-class mock in minutes. Other students shouted, convinced there was a mistake no one from regular class could succeed. Tsuyoshi ignored the noise, stating he only cared about passing, then turned to leave silently. A surprised student approached Tsuyoshi, stunned that he cleared the simulation in mere minutes. The instructor stepped in, confirming he had completed the full mock exam. Officials were shocked a regular student accessed and finished the D-class simulation without external assistance. The examiner asked Tsuyoshi how he overcame the toughest section designed for elite-level challengers. Tsuyoshi casually explained the final enemy was just a slightly bigger wolf than the others. The chairman turned serious, doubting nothing but confirming the outcome needed to be kept quiet. He instructed his staff to quietly send Tsuyoshi home and avoid further questions from onlookers. Tsuyoshi nodded respectfully, thanking them before turning to leave without pride or hesitation. Another official asked if something was wrong with Tsuyoshi's results, sensing secrecy in the air. The chairman revealed Tsuyoshi's participation was permitted by the principal and must remain strictly confidential. The examiner confirmed Tsuyoshi's feat defeating a level 6 boss in record-breaking time was real. Tsuyoshi walked away calmly, his stats revealing hidden strength far beyond what anyone had imagined. The stadium buzzed louder as attention shifted to a quiet student from the newly built school. A scout confirmed the boy's background takoed. Tsuyoshi, the rumored transfer with no combat record or past achievements. Curiosity sparked. Teachers and students whispered, questioning how someone with no stats entered such a tournament. Tsuyoshi stood calmly, ignoring stares, his expression unreadable as others sized him up like prey. One teacher laughed dismissively, claiming elite students from larger schools would crush him early without effort. Confetti rained down as the stadium filled. Teachers discussed last-minute logistics, but confusion arose over how Tsuyoshi got registered without proper approval. A supervisor assured them the registration was valid, his name already assigned to Arena 1. Doubt lingered as one official questioned if throwing untested students into battle was even ethical. Meanwhile, brawls erupted in Arena 1, strong schools clashing violently to secure early dominance and reputation. Officials debated Tsuyoshi's registration, suspecting internal manipulation or unspoken strategy behind his sudden tournament entry. They speculated Chairman Tsukahiro knew everything, perhaps orchestrating events beyond what rules officially allowed. While uncertain, one teacher admitted the situation might serve as a hidden test of capability. Tension grew as organizers announced the first elimination round would begin shortly in designated combat zones. Meanwhile, elite fighters from powerful schools entered the arena, prepared to crush anyone blocking their path. Contestants were surprised when ability tests were announced before the actual combat rounds could begin. Instructions explained the scoring, punch machines recorded maximum power, with higher precision earning better results. Everyone realized the tournament had officially started through technical assessments, not open fighting yet. Officials clarified the machines couldn't be tricked. This phase would expose every participant's raw output. A confident Sawahira High student approached the machine. Tsuyoshi delivered a solid punch, shaking the testing device with raw. Seeing the numbers, Tsuyoshi grinned with satisfaction, recognizing his strength was finally being acknowledged clearly. Nearby trainees noticed his scores, reacting with mixed curiosity, skepticism, and concern about their own standings. Another trainee stepped forward, preparing to test himself, determined to see if he could match up. Digital readouts appeared. His scores were lower than Tsuyoshi's, a gap that couldn't be ignored. Another trainee's results appeared. Isechi Hagi scored well, nearly matching Tsuyoshi's strength and body level. Observers praised Isechi's consistency, noting his steady rise and natural talent among the group of recruits. Laughter and confidence spread as others speculated their own improvements could surpass Tsuyoshi's unexpected performance spike. Meanwhile, instructors discussed rankings, curious about who would maintain dominance as the evaluations progressed over time. In a separate room, supervisors observed everything closely, analyzing combat potential and growth trends in silence. From the stands, Karina watched nervously, quietly whispering her brother's name with deep concern. Her classmates mocked Tsuyoshi, recalling past embarrassment he caused during an inter-school competition event. Despite their doubts, Karina stayed firm, expressing trust in her brother's strength and determination. Tensions rose as classmates ridiculed her faith, mocking both her and Tsuyoshi without hesitation. Near the arena, an instructor commented that true contenders usually revealed themselves at the very end. An instructor wondered when Tsuyoshi would face stronger opponents from other prestigious hero academy. While walking, Tsuyoshi accidentally bumped into someone, drawing annoyed attention from nearby trainees. The person was Vince, a high-level trainee with elite stats from Sawahira High's hero class. Spectators whispered about Vince's dominance, already seeing him as the top contender for victory. Another student, intimidated by Vince's presence, regretted speaking earlier. Vince prepared calmly, lifting the weighted sphere for the official power. With a sharp breath, he launched the sphere forward. The powerful strike slammed into the testing wall. Spectators reacted loudly, acknowledging Vince's dominance and potential to secure the championship without much challenge. Instructors noted Sawahira High's legacy of producing elite fighters, expecting Vince to lead the leaderboard. Other students whispered as another skilled contender, Shinhwa from Produce High, prepared to take position. Confident and calm, Shinhwa approached the stage. Already known for consistent top rankings in past events, he gripped a weighted sphere firmly. The device displayed Shinhwa's stats: body score 89, power score 92. The crowd erupted in disbelief, realizing Shinhwa might become Vince's main rival for tournament victory. The instructor acknowledged Shinhwa's near-perfect results, placing him among the strongest contenders so far. Shinhwa glanced back confidently, clearly aware of the attention and pressure now resting on him. With a smug smile, he expressed interest in observing the next participant's attempt to compete. Spectators turned their attention as Tsuyoshi silently stepped forward, finally ready for his own test. Calmly gripping the weighted sphere, Tsuyoshi stood focused, ignoring all distractions and whispers around him. Karina's classmate taunted her, mocking Tsuyoshi and doubting he could perform under pressure. Karina whispered encouragement to her brother, silently hoping he wouldn't falter in front of everyone. Instructors and students watched closely, expecting Tsuyoshi to fail like many regular class students before him. Tsuyoshi gripped the ball firmly. Golden energy surged through his arm as he subtly modified the system to amplify his throw, enhancing his control to maximize force without exceeding test parameters. He released the sphere with immense speed. Gasps echoed as spectators, instructors, the machine tried calculating his stats, but displayed errors. Power score exceeded known measurement limit. Smoke cleared. Tsuyoshi stood unfazed, his body glowing faintly as silence overtook the entire stadium. The ball soared beyond the stadium, and Tsuyoshi quietly panicked about paying for destruction. Tsuyoshi hurled the heavy training ball, launching it like a missile across the distant horizon. Observers stood frozen, stunned by the impossible throw of six. No one believed such force was real. Judges leaned in, checking sensors, whispering urgently, "Try 6-6." Tsuyoshi's power far exceeded predicted human limits. One man panicked, realizing Tsuyoshi's display shattered standard rankings and might upend their entire evaluation system. Two agents watched silently, arms crossed, realizing this anomaly wasn't luck, it was something dangerous. Officials noted irregularities in the sensors, suspecting Tsuyoshi's physical strength had affected their calibration process. Two masked examiners silently approached, tasked with manually verifying the results through specialized physical evaluation. Tsuyoshi raised his hand, ready for inspection, aware scrutiny would only intensify from now. An examiner questioned the unusual calluses, surprised to see hardened skin across every jointed surface. Tsuyoshi calmly answered, "Years of labor forged his strength long before tests or challenges began." The examiner hesitated, confused by Tsuyoshi's score, which contradicted his expectations and prior assumptions. Tsuyoshi's performance reached 300 points, an unprecedented number, leaving evaluators speechless and unsure how to proceed. Despite disbelief, examiners confirmed the reading. Tsuyoshi's raw output surpassed what was considered physically possible. The coordinator demanded clarification. If accurate, Tsuyoshi could disrupt recruitment balance and elite candidate selection. Acknowledging the uproar, the superior agent calmly accepted the results, citing fairness over favoritism or control. Tsuyoshi's final evaluation stunned everyone, a perfect score, 100 power, 100 physical capability. Other candidates froze, eyes wide, unable to comprehend how Tsuyoshi achieved perfect marks, effortlessly. One student, once indifferent, now fixated on Tsuyoshi, disturbed by his quiet but overwhelming strength. He questioned Tsuyoshi's existence, wondering if such power was born naturally or through some trick. Suspicion spread through the ranks. Could this unremarkable boy really be stronger than everyone here? The system publicly announced Tsuyoshi's results, confirming perfect scores across all categories, an unprecedented achievement. Spectators turned to the screen, stunned by Tsuyoshi's portrait glowing beneath those flawless numeric scores. Some students expressed disbelief, struggling to accept someone unknown had effortlessly surpassed every known benchmark. Among the crowd, female students lit up, admiring Tsuyoshi's strength and humble appearance with excitement. Tsuyoshi's sister smiled proudly, overwhelmed with joy, realizing her brother had proven himself to the world. A private message confirmed Tsuyoshi's top ranking, shocking observers monitoring the results from afar. The exam leader announced Tsuyoshi had officially entered the elite class reserved for extraordinary candidates. From the command booth, instructors discussed how Tsuyoshi bypassed simulations meant to assess innate power. They noted his abilities weren't measured through normal pathways, raising questions about hidden variables and origin. An instructor approached Tsuyoshi, clipboard in hand, inviting him to join a special high-level curriculum immediately. Tsuyoshi's name remained fixed on the scoreboard, igniting whispers of doubt and conspiracy among students. One rival struggled to accept reality, questioning if Tsuyoshi somehow manipulated the results unnoticed. Frustrated and desperate, he convinced himself Tsuyoshi must have exploited a hidden method or concealed artifact. His outburst grew public, drawing attention from instructors and officials monitoring students for signs of instability. Despite rising tension, the supervisors confirmed Tsuyoshi's placement, officially assigning him to Shion High's elite team. The simulation match began, with each team entering the virtual battlefield one by one. From the stands, mockery erupted. Tsuyoshi stood alone, without allies or a formal team. Spectators laughed, assuming no elite would team with someone who came from nowhere and scored perfectly. Tsuyoshi remained composed, silently observing the crowd while whispers targeted him with mockery and doubt. His sister watched sadly, hurt by the misunderstanding, knowing no one truly saw Tsuyoshi's work. Final rankings would depend on simulator performance, determining individual scores and school prestige alike. The top-performing student, regardless of school, would be honored with a special reward and recognition. Tsuyoshi stepped into the chamber, silently preparing to prove himself under the watchful eyes of all. Other schools launched into action, teams cooperating to eliminate enemies and earn victory through number. One team defeated 18 creatures, another cleared 68. Boniface's elite group wiped out an impressive 82. The crowd eagerly anticipated Tsuyoshi's turn, wondering if he could maintain his perfect record. One official watched quietly, considering whether Tsuyoshi's abilities would upset the academy's carefully maintained balance. Meanwhile, Tsuyoshi's classmates from Shion High entered the simulator, visibly concerned about what awaited them. They discussed Tsuyoshi's solo status, unsure if he could endure or achieve anything alone inside. The coordinator hesitated, then declared Tsuyoshi could still enter, but only at his own risk. Another team panicked, missing a member, risking point loss due to incomplete formation. They spotted Tsuyoshi nearby and urgently offered him the vacant slot on their team. Tsuyoshi agreed without hesitation, unaware how his presence would reshape the outcome for everyone involved. He stepped into the simulator calmly, indifferent to how others doubted his impact or work. Inside, as the battle began, Tsuyoshi silently prepared to fight while others still underestimated him. A teammate nervously asked Tsuyoshi for help, doubting his strength but desperate for support. Above them, a swarm of enemies descended. Tsuyoshi instructed both teammates to close their eyes immediately, without time for explanations. As they obeyed, Tsuyoshi unleashed a blinding slash, vaporizing every enemy with precision and control. His teammates realized Tsuyoshi alone had just raised their team's ranking into top contenders. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, cloaked in power, telling his stunned team to leave everything to him. With a single leap, he closed the distance to the enemy swarm in seconds. Dozens of enemies converged, but Tsuyoshi showed no hesitation. Eyes locked, calculating every threat instantly. He unleashed devastating energy arcs, cutting through darkness creatures with surgical precision and monstrous force. The counter rose rapidly. 43,73,100, 8,200 and 4,330. Tsuyoshi was rewriting the leaderboard solo. Amid the rubble, Tsuyoshi exhaled calmly, surrounded by silence. He scanned the battlefield, confirming not a single enemy was left standing. Mission complete. His teammates stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Tsuyoshi eliminated everything alone. A massive symbol marked the crater, proof of Tsuyoshi's overwhelming final blow. The results appeared. Seishin High secured first place, thanks entirely to Tsuyoshi's solo contribution. Tsuyoshi stepped forward silently, his aura tense. The board displayed Seishin High in first place. 330 monsters defeated, causing stunned gasps to erupt. Onlookers whispered in disbelief, unsure how Tsushi's team claimed victory without stepping into battle. The instructor recalled Tsushi's calm command to close their eyes moments before chaos had exploded. Realizing Tsuyoshi single-handedly eliminated all monsters instantly, the instructor vowed to secure him post-match. Judges remained stunned by the three-member team's performance, questioning the true source of their strength. Tension rose as audience members speculated about hidden tricks or forbidden techniques behind Seishin Hai's dominance. The principal stepped forward, requesting the lead judge's opinion on whether the results remained valid. A confident judge smirked, convinced the victory came from talent alone, not manipulation or misconduct. As murmurs spread, Kahoru stood defiantly, prepared to defend Tsushi's actions with unshakable certainty and evidence. Tsushi's sister stepped forward, firmly rejecting the accusations, defending his honor without hesitation or fear. Officials called for Okada, the data analyst, demanding confirmation on possible irregularities during the match. Okada reported unusual spikes in energy, but confirmed no forced interference or signs of cheating. Relieved, the judge acknowledged Seishin Hai's integrity, affirming Tsushi's victory as legitimate and commendable. Still puzzled, he admitted disbelief that 3 students alone achieved such overwhelming monster elimination numbers. Tsuyoshi suggested joining the next event, offering to prove his strength again without hesitation. The announcer confirmed his eligibility, explaining that no team had filed any objections so far. A judge reviewed the rankings, noting Tsushi's party qualified for the elite final match. Another official warned him, if anything suspicious happened again, they'd treat it as direct cheating. Tsuyoshi nodded calmly, fists clenched, fully prepared to silence doubts with undeniable results in battle. A rival athlete soared through the air, confidently claiming the long jump would be effortless. Tsuyoshi landed far beyond expectations, shocking the audience with raw speed and perfect jump form. Seishin Hai's name topped the leaderboard. Tsuyoshi secured first place in long jump effortless. Without pause, Tsuyoshi blazed down the track, his body enhanced, each stride exploding with power. Next event began disc throw, Tsuyoshi's empowered arms ready to unleash overwhelming force with unmatched control. Tsuyoshi launched the disc into the sky with explosive force. The scoreboard updated. Tsuyoshi secured first place again, dominating the disc throw with absolute precision. Spectators stood in disbelief, questioning if such overwhelming strength could come from just one student. Some doubted the legitimacy, sensing something unnatural behind his relentless, unmatched performance in every event. Kakoru stepped forward, confident and composed, offering her help as Tsuyoshi's next challenge drew near. The teacher instructed students to prepare and finalize their discussions before the next match began. Kakoru approached Tsuyoshi directly, watching him with curiosity as he stood alone and silent. Suspicious, Tsuyoshi accused her of mischief, sensing she had other motives behind her presence. She calmly replied, claiming her actions went unnoticed because no one monitored her behavior closely. Meanwhile, other participants gathered at the starting area. Kakoru explained the next challenge: climb the tower and secure the summit to win. She pleaded with Tsuyoshi to help their team claim first place in the final match. Without a word, Tsuyoshi grabbed the rope confidently, signaling silent agreement to take the lead. Kakoru watched in awe, realizing she had fully entrusted her team's hopes to Tsuyoshi. Boniface rallied his teammate, committing to climb alongside Tsuyoshi with full strength and unwavering trust. He clenched his fists, determined not to let Tsuyoshi win the final event easily. Officials instructed all players to prepare, with assistants standing by to support in emergency. Participants acknowledged, gripping the ropes firmly as assistants stood ready behind each competitor for safety. With tension rising, the final signal was given. Every contestant prepared for the tower climb race. At the shout of "Ray," everyone launched upward, ropes trembling under the force of determination. Tsuyoshi ascended swiftly, his enhanced physique making the rope climb feel light and nearly effortless. He held back slightly, aware that rushing too early might drain strength before the summit. Boniface's team pulled hard, gaining momentum, their chants echoing as they fought for first place. Boniface calculated his moment. He tightened his grip, determined to stop Tsuyoshi, initiating his dangerous hidden ability mid-ascent. A blinding light cracked the sky as the divine bird soared, scattering golden feathers downward. Soldiers scrambled across the deck, ropes tightening as they prepared for the enemy's sky descent. Amid frantic shouts, Tsuyoshi pulled hard, anchoring the sails before leaping to reinforce the rigging. Above them, a young warrior climbed swiftly, positioning herself to intercept the approaching divine threat. As tension snapped, power surged. Tsuyoshi's cheat system activated, overwhelming strength flooding every limb and thought. Tsuyoshi gripped the rope tightly, his calm focus masking the surging power within his body. He planned his move gradual momentum, then a single strike to topple enemies mid-air instantly. Above, she stared down, hesitant but determined, trying to match his unwavering resolve and timing. Driven by desperation, she charged forward, stomping down with force to reinforce Tsuyoshi's tightening hold. Lightning surged through Tsuyoshi's arms as he pulled. Tsuyoshi's thoughts sharpened. Doubts echoed from earlier. He was being underestimated from the very beginning. Below, she recklessly rushed forward, ignoring warnings about the danger ahead and her own safety. Billy, Mina's confident boyfriend, mocked from afar, oblivious to the tension rising in the situation. Mina gritted her teeth, determined to prove herself, stomping down with renewed strength and focus. Suddenly, her expression shifted. Something went wrong. Tsuyoshi's eyes glowed fiercely as raw power surged, his stance firmed. Tsuyoshi's aura intensified, ropes vibrating violently with restrained force and focused resolve. Mina's breath caught. That unflinching gaze. Tsuyoshi wasn't hesitating, and failure clearly wasn't an option. Arrows rained down from above. The final phase began, threatening to scatter everything they'd built. Across the deck, another combatant gripped a rope. Riku clenched his jaw, frustration mounting. He refused to be outshined by Tsuyoshi again. Tsuyoshi held steady, unaware that Riku was preparing something drastic, just behind his anchored stance. Riku analyzed the situation. One distraction, one surge of strength, and Tsuyoshi might lose everything instantly. Driven by jealousy, Riku whispered bitterly, activating a hidden ability embedded in his combat gloves. Power surged outward. Ropes trembled violently as a vortex formed. Riku pulled harder, triggering chaos. The vortex expanded. Power surged through Riku's hands, but the rope strained beyond normal tension, pulsing with resistance. Tsuyoshi sensed distortion, energy felt unstable, and mental static invaded his thoughts without warning signs. System alert activated. Tsuyoshi's mind shielded itself as psychic interference threatened his consciousness. Waves of pressure launched Tsuyoshi and Riku backward. Riku and Mina tumbled through the collapsing ropes. Mina flailed midair, fear overtaking her as she realized there was nothing left to hold. Observers in the control room reacted instantly, shouting commands as the situation spiraled beyond protocol. One supervisor barked orders, demanding backup rope crews prepare for emergency intercepts. She plummeted fast, then suddenly jerked mid-fall. Mina clung to the platform edge. She looked around, confused by the abrupt stop, hand trembling from lingering fear and relief. Her eyes followed the rope upward, searching for the one who had saved her. Tsuyoshi emerged from below, gripping the rope tightly, arms tense with the strain of rescue. He assessed quickly staying would risk collapse. He prepared to act, aware Mina's safety came first. Tsuyoshi accelerated downward uncontrollably, ropes tearing through air as friction burned across his gloves. He passed shattered structures, narrowly avoiding collapse. Tsuyoshi's thoughts sharpened. He had one chance to redirect force before losing control completely. Spectators watched breathlessly. The lead supervisor whispered Tsuyoshi was now beyond anything previously calculated. Wind split open around him. As Tsuyoshi descended in a spiral, Tsuyoshi plunged into the center ring. Cables snapped tight, locking him mid-air with explosive force. Tension compressed his limbs. Pain surged. He couldn't maintain this output for much longer without collapse. Rope crews shouted instructions. Tsuyoshi's allies held tight, synchronizing efforts to prevent total system failure. Mina called out to Tsuyoshi, realizing he was risking everything to keep everyone alive. Spectators gasped. Several stood frozen, recognizing Tsuyoshi's act as something beyond normal endurance or protocol. Tsuyoshi's strength neared its limit. Muscles trembled, and pain spread across his strained body. Rope burned his palms, but Tsuyoshi refused to release it. A supervisor shouted in panic. Tsuyoshi had exceeded human thresholds. Emergency assistance was now authorized. Support teams sprinted into action, charging towards Tsuyoshi's position to reinforce him immediately. They reached him just in time, several crew members catching Tsuyoshi before total collapse occurred. Support staff gripped the rope. Tsuyoshi lay on the ground, catching his breath as a teammate secured his line. One crewmate questioned Tsuyoshi's condition, surprised he could still move after such intense physical strain. Tsuyoshi rose slowly, gripping the rope again, declaring his determination to win every event regardless. Mina watched silently, realizing Tsuyoshi wouldn't stop. He'd push forward, no matter how exhausted. Mina stared wide-eyed, stunned by the endurance and resolve Tsuyoshi continued to show. Tsuyoshi's arms trembled, pain surged. He forced himself to hold on, despite the cramping muscle load limit reached, critical strain detected in upper and lower arm groups. From the crowd, Voices echoed, family, friends, and strangers cheered, urging Tsuyoshi to keep fighting. Drenched in sweat, clinging tightly to his final shred of strength, Tsuyoshi yanked the final rope downward, gears locking in place as the final mechanism was triggered. Officials confirmed the final task. Only one action remained: lowering the victory banner manually. Billy shouted across the arena, warning Mina not to lower it under any circumstance. Mina stood frozen above the platform, torn between Billy's voice and her own decision, torn between pressure from the crowd and the conviction forming within her. Saw Tsuyoshi bruised and bloodied, still gripping the rope unshaken. A silent breath escaped her lips. Her eyes narrowed. Without waiting, Mina reached upward, grabbing the banner rope with firm and steady hands. Billy and others shouted in protest, focused only on Tsuyoshi's effort. The Seishin-hai banner dropped completely. The crowd erupted. Cheers echoed Tsuyoshi's name. Seishin-hai had officially claimed first place. The crowd inside the stadium quieted as Tsuyoshi's name echoed, declaring him the unexpected victor. Gasps followed as stunned students turned toward Tsuyoshi, unable to believe he claimed the top rank. She with long blonde hair observed in awe, clearly impressed by Tsuyoshi's incredible performance. His sister beamed proudly, overwhelmed with joy as she celebrated his long-awaited success. Guild representatives panicked, urgently plotting to recruit Tsuyoshi before any rival factions could secure him. The Blue Snake Gang watched Tsuyoshi's victory, suspecting he might threaten their power and influence. Their boss scowled, realizing Tsuyoshi's talent was no accident. It was a product of deep mastery. He silently stood, deciding it was time to report Tsuyoshi's rise to their gangmaster. Elsewhere, Tsuyoshi received formal congratulations from officials, recognizing his unprecedented win in the competition. A grateful shop owner thanked Tsuyoshi for protecting the area, offering him supplies for his journey. Staff member approached the group urgently, sensing something unusual had just occurred backstage. Security reported a participant caught with forbidden interface tools, possibly altering the tournament's outcome unfairly. Spectators gasped as the item appeared clearly an illegal device meant to manipulate performance data. The accused wasn't part of Tsuyoshi's academy, causing confusion among the surrounding competitors. Officials paused rankings, requesting cooperation from leaders while promising the investigation wouldn't delay final results. Tsuyoshi stood calmly, drinking water after training, as officials approached with serious expression. One recognized him instantly, confirming Tsuyoshi's identity as a standout from the recent event. Another praised Tsuyoshi's skills and integrity, especially his efforts to protect a girl during chaos. Tsuyoshi respectfully acknowledged their support, silently appreciating those who believed in his honest efforts. A recruiter observed from afar, noting Tsuyoshi's talent and beginning to strategize future contact plans. Tsuyoshi reacted in surprise, amazed by the promise of a mansion as a reward. An observer silently acknowledged the chairman's aggressive efforts to recruit someone with rare potential. Meanwhile, she approached from the stadium stands, walking slowly with an uncertain expression. Suddenly, a man grabbed her aggressively, dragging her back with no regard for resistance. She cried out in pain as he forcefully pulled her away from the gathering crowd. Billy's grip tightened as he demanded answers, furious about being ignored by someone close. With rage, Billy struck without hesitation, releasing a burst of violent force during the confrontation. Resisting pain, the dark-haired student stood firm, enduring Billy's attack with unwavering defiance and silence. Billy shouted, blaming others for his failures, demanding validation through dominance and attention. Bruised but calm, the student met Billy's outburst with silence, refusing to show fear. Refusing to endure more, she stepped back and ended all ties with Billy without hesitation. Billy froze, stunned and speechless, his clenched fists trembling as anger began to boil. Without thinking, Billy lunged forward, his arm raised to strike again in blind rage. Unflinching, she braced herself silently, refusing to show fear as the hand came closer. Before contact landed, Tsuyoshi intervened, catching Billy's arm midair with unwavering speed and strength. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, identifying Billy as the one behind the unacceptable behavior and abuse. Billy panicked, shouting in disbelief, realizing Tsuyoshi had been watching and now intended to act. Stunned by Tsuyoshi's presence, the student realized help had arrived, though emotions remained tangled inside. Tsuyoshi struck swiftly, compelled by justice and knowledge of Billy's past harmful actions. Kneeling beside Billy's fallen body, Tsuyoshi delivered a warning born from experience and deep regret. Billy stammered in fear, realizing Tsuyoshi's strength had completely shattered his sense of control. Tsuyoshi responded coldly, delivering a brutal strike that launched Billy across the arena floor. crashing into the ground as spectators stared in stunned silence, shocked by the sudden escalation and worried for what came next. Billy groaned in pain, barely conscious, his pride crushed more than his battered body. Retreated angrily, shouting a threat while limping away with his pride in pieces. Tsuyoshi turned calmly, signaling the confrontation was over and daring retaliation if necessary. Another student ran up frantically, confused by the commotion and worried about Tsuyoshi's presence. Seeing Tsuyoshi again, she froze mid-sentence, shocked to find him there after everything that happened. Tsuyoshi made it clear despite Billy's defeat, he still held resentment over past betrayals involving family. Tsuyoshi spoke firmly, demanding an answer, wanting accountability before anything else could move forward. His gaze remained steady, refusing to turn around as emotions swirled between them in silence. Overwhelmed, she collapsed, finally accepting how deeply her choices had affected those around her. Tsuyoshi stood still, silently processing the weight of her words. The student beside her offered quiet reassurance, holding her hand while Tsuyoshi watched without response. Tsuyoshi reminded her that apology alone couldn't erase what happened to his injured sister. He questioned if pain inflicted could truly be undone by words once the damage existed. Both students remained silent, unable to respond. Tsuyoshi took a step forward, pausing briefly. Finally, he acknowledged her remorse and told her to stand, signaling acceptance without full forgiveness. In the locker room, Tsuyoshi prepared to change before heading out to meet Serena. He reviewed tomorrow's plan targeting the upper floors, the magic facility, and escaping before sunrise. His confidence remained firm, failure wasn't an option. From a hidden corner, Rayleigh's allies observed quietly, gathering information for their next move. Tsuyoshi sensed something off, tightening his towel, already prepared if danger revealed itself too soon. Several classmates suddenly knelt before Tsuyoshi, apologizing for mistreating him and calling him a lackey. Tsuyoshi stood in silence, confused by the unexpected attention and repetitive bowing throughout the day. Students gathered outside the school gates, whispering in awe as Tsuyoshi confidently walked forward. Whispers spread quickly, admiring his presence, unaware of the dark threat approaching from nearby shadows. A monstrous creature suddenly emerged, lunging fiercely, its massive form crashing violently through walls toward unsuspecting students. The beast roared, striking recklessly, while Tsuyoshi's instincts sharpened, his body moving swiftly to counter its assault. Crowds panicked as Tsuyoshi clenched his fists, ready to unleash power surpassing ordinary humans against darkness. Recognized Tsuyoshi immediately, rumors spreading about his ties to powerful groups and dangerous enemies. An older fighter challenged him boldly, fists clenched, eager to test Tsuyoshi's rumored strength in battle. Tsuyoshi steadied himself, determination clear, realizing conflict was unavoidable as challengers closed in from all sides. He warned allies to protect his sister, choosing instead to confront the rising threat directly himself. Dark energy surged violently within, eyes glowing fiercely as Tsuyoshi embraced his destiny as a hero. Energy enveloped Tsuyoshi, his power radiating fiercely, instantly revealing the overwhelming gap between them. A system window appeared, showcasing his advanced level, rare skills, and unmatched combat potential against opponents. Fear spread rapidly among challengers, their confidence shaken as Tsuyoshi's terrifying aura crushed their reckless bravado. One desperate fighter lunged forward, Tsuyoshi struck decisively, purple energy tearing through bodies. The leader roared orders demanding every fighter charge at once, desperation pushing them into reckless unity. A massive brute surged forward, veins bulging, unleashing his fury with the terrifying roar of defiance. Tsuyoshi's body glowed ominously, energy surging as the system announced his deadly skill had been activated. His empowered strike landed instantly. One survivor trembled in disbelief, stammering proudly, convinced he alone had achieved something remarkable against Tsuyoshi. An iron rod bent effortlessly in Tsuyoshi's grip, shocking enemies who realized his terrifying raw strength. He declared their defeat inevitable, his presence radiating overwhelming power, crushing any hope they desperately clung. Observers whispered about the upcoming Supernova tournament, where rankings would decide resource control and guild dominance. Even the Hero Alliance prepared candidates, determined to secure the strongest rookies before rival factions acted. From above a scheming smirk, a cloaked warrior emerged, aura blazing coldly, preparing to strike as tension filled the battleground. His sharp blade pierced swiftly, blood scattering. A crimson-winged beast launched skyward, wings spreading wide, lightning surged violently around Tsuyoshi, gathering immense destructive force, preparing his strongest attack without hesitation. Thunderous energy crashed downward, devastating surroundings as enemies screamed, overwhelmed by the unstoppable storm's terrifying force. Lightning descended toward terrified enemies, their leader realizing too late Tsuyoshi's unmatched might surpassed ordinary heroes. Bodies collapsed lifelessly across the ground, Tsuyoshi standing tall. Swiftly he closed distance, his movements overwhelming opponent. One fighter froze in horror, sword trembling. Desperation filled the man's face, but his scream ended abruptly as Tsuyoshi's attack shattered the earth. Tsuyoshi glared coldly, commanding retreat, his overwhelming presence forcing enemies to scatter without resistance. Survivors staggered away trembling, while allies rushed toward Tsuyoshi, grateful for his decisive strength and protection. Tsuyoshi acknowledged their concern with calm composure, subtly appreciating their support though maintaining his stoic demeanor. Excited classmates gathered enthusiastically, praising Tsuyoshi loudly, insisting he deserved recognition as their undeniable leader. Confused by sudden attention, Tsuyoshi sighed quietly, wondering how everything escalated so quickly around him. The sun set over the academy, calm returned. She admired his strength, noting classmates' jealousy, while Tsuyoshi cautioned that power attracts both admiration and enemies. Tsuyoshi mentioned their victories' rewards, revealing the school promised money and housing through the Hero Association. His sister gasped with wide eyes, shocked at the incredible prize awaiting them after their struggles. Tsuyoshi smiled softly, relieved, promising an easier life together without endless stair-climbing in their new home. His sister's eyes softened, grateful for his constant care, whispering her thanks with heartfelt sincerity. Tsuyoshi remained composed, reminding her it was his duty as brother, not something requiring gratitude. She smiled warmly, touched by his words, feeling reassured under the unwavering protection he always offered. As they walked peacefully, a figure emerged from shadows, calling Tsuyoshi's name with commanding presence. The man introduced himself, requesting conversation, hinting at matters concerning the upcoming dangerous supernova tournament. Inside Tsuyoshi's modest house, a warm cup of tea is offered, symbolizing respect and cautious hospitality. The chairman accepts the tea calmly, his presence filling the quiet room with an air of importance. From above, their conversation unfolds, revealing Tsuyoshi's devotion to his sister and struggles maintaining their daily life. The chairman insists on urgent relocation, yet Tsuyoshi hesitates, preferring careful preparation before any sudden decisions. Curiosity arises about Tsuyoshi's sister, prompting concern as the chairman questions the origin of her lasting injury. Tsuyoshi recalls the horrific night their parents were slain by darklings, leaving scars both physical and emotional. His sister Karina's legs were crushed, forcing her into a wheelchair, yet her spirit remained remarkably unbroken. The chairman expresses sympathy, recognizing Karina's resilience and Tsuyoshi's unwavering commitment despite countless hardships faced every day. Tsuyoshi listens attentively as hope emerges. Rumors speak of advanced treatment, capable of restoring Karina's damaged legs. A breakthrough serum is revealed, its golden glow symbolizing humanity's potential salvation, and Karina's long-awaited chance for recovery. The chairman outlines strict requirements, explaining survival relied upon accumulating resources, status, and unshakable personal strength. Tsuyoshi's eyes hardened, silently weighing the heavy burden demanded, understanding hesitation could endanger Karina's fragile future. Though silent, his determination radiated. Tsuyoshi realized sacrifices were inevitable, but his sister's well-being justified every risk. Chairman revealed society's hierarchy, where wealth and reputation dictated influence, and strength alone rarely guaranteed survival. Stacks of money were presented, a starting fund symbolizing opportunity, yet also a dangerous responsibility to bear. Tsuyoshi studied the briefcase filled with money, realizing wealth was essential, yet daunting to obtain quickly. Doubt gnawed at him. 1 billion yen within a month seemed impossibly distant, yet undeniably necessary. A memory resurfaced. Potions worked wonders but tasted vile. Inspiration struck as he envisioned transforming them into capsules. The idea grew. Combining potions with capsules could surpass current products, revolutionizing healing and creating immense profit. Excitement overwhelmed him. Tsuyoshi hid his realization, deciding to pursue tournaments as cover for his plan. The upcoming tournament loomed, designed to measure strength and attract influential factions seeking powerful new talents. Tsuyoshi envisioned challenges ahead, where rival adventurers and mercenaries fiercely competed, risking everything for recognition and reward. Chairman stressed performance would dictate opportunities, with stronger results ensuring resources, allies, and vital advancement. Determined, Tsuyoshi's resolve ignited. He declared his readiness, accepting every risk to secure Karina's brighter future. Despite concerns about danger, the chairman witnessed Tsuyoshi's unshakable spirit, realizing hesitation could never restrain his ambition. Karina sat quietly, sensing tension in the air, her thoughts unsettled by Tsuyoshi's unusual determination lately. Confusion lingered as Karina wondered about his secrecy, uncertain what dangerous path her brother intended to follow. At Hero Alliance headquarters, seasoned warriors gathered, strategizing future battles and assessing humanity's defense against monstrous threats. The chairman explained alliances maintain balance, with guild leaders coordinating resources to confront looming dangers more effectively. Tsuyoshi listened intently, realizing the system favored elites, while struggling families like his endured harsher circumstances daily. He vowed silently to prove his worth, determined not to disappoint those who placed faith in him. At registration, the stern official declared Tsuyoshi unqualified, her sharp words striking hard against his growing confidence. The chairman protested, pointing out available slots, yet the official hesitated, citing strict standards preventing easy entry. She clarified requirements demanded prior dungeon experience, at least 7 cleared, before contestants could join the tournament. Her meticulous review confirmed Tsuyoshi's ineligibility, stressing fairness, and warning exceptions risked destabilizing the tournament's credibility entirely. The chairman's frustration flared, angered by strict rules preventing Tsuyoshi from joining without dungeon experience. Tsuyoshi steadied the situation, urging calm, determined to find another path despite overwhelming obstacles before him. Requirements became clear: 7 dungeon clears, spanning ranks from D to B, essential for tournament eligibility. Tsuyoshi learned new registrations closed soon, giving him just 1 week to accomplish the impossible task. Resolute, he decided to challenge every dungeon, vowing to prove himself before the tournament deadline arrived. Despite skepticism, Tsuyoshi's determination burned, refusing to back down even when others doubted his resolve. He requested the final tournament slot remain open, promising to return stronger and worthy of entry. Activating the boundless passage, Tsuyoshi prepared himself for travel, stepping boldly into the unknown with conviction. He vowed to conquer dungeons swiftly, aiming to prove both his capability and unbreakable willpower. A blinding surge engulfed him, transporting Tsuyoshi into Canyon, the legendary city built by genius Kevin. Resolved, Tsuyoshi declared his goal to conquer every dungeon alone, no matter the overwhelming difficulty. A warning appeared, reminding him unstable dimensions restricted stays to 72 hours before permanent entrapment occurred. He calculated urgently, knowing leveling from 12 to 15 within 3 days demanded relentless combat and precision. Watching the quiet night sky, Tsuyoshi steeled himself. Morning arrived as a cheerful companion greeted him warmly, unaware of the heavy burden Tsuyoshi carried. Tsuyoshi greeted his companion warmly, preparing himself for trials ahead. While energy radiated from his arm, confused, she questioned his sudden intensity, realizing Tsuyoshi's determination signaled the start of something much greater. Together, they stepped into the bustling city, alive with adventurers, merchants, and warriors seeking their fortune. Tsuyoshi observed notices of upcoming tournaments, drawing attention from guilds and sponsors eager to recruit promising fighters. Intrigued by the potential rewards, he decided entering the tournament offered invaluable experience and recognition opportunity. Rewards were announced: 3rd place earned basic formulas, while 2nd secured stronger concoctions and valuable potion knowledge. 1st place promised rare formulas, exclusive recipes, and items powerful enough to drastically alter one's future. Though simple in appearance, potion formulas were highly prized, each capable of fetching immense value on markets. Tsuyoshi realized winning 1st place would give him resources unmatched, fueling ambitions beyond his original mission. With conviction, he declared participation certain, determined to seize 1st place and claim every promised prize. Tsuyoshi insisted on entering fairly, determined to win through effort, rejecting shortcuts that compromised his integrity. His companion encouraged him, confident his skills and determination would shine brilliantly during the refining competition. At the bustling registration desk, another competitor eagerly approached, seeking her chance to join the tournament. Recognizing Tsuyoshi, she rushed forward angrily, recalling their earlier encounter and demanding acknowledgement of her presence. Tsuyoshi barely remembered her, yet she persisted, insisting on competing against him directly in the tournament. Film criticized Tsuyoshi's ignorance, explaining the refining tournament's intensity where even seasoned blue shamans participated. She warned bluntly, claiming Tsuyoshi's effort would prove meaningless, urging surrender before he embarrassed himself publicly. Tsuyoshi dismissed her entirely, continuing toward registration with unwavering focus, while Sakura urged him forward quietly. Frustrated, Film shouted after Tsuyoshi. Suddenly, Vincent, an elite shaman, appeared with authority, his imposing presence silencing chaos, revealing level 15. Vincent confronted Tsuyoshi directly, demanding an explanation for daring to enter registration without proven qualifications. Acknowledging Vincent's authority but showing no fear, his confidence unsettling nearby onlookers instantly. Vincent summoned his subordinates with a sharp command, their readiness signaling the possibility of immediate violence. Fulham intervened, pleading with Vincent to reconsider, urging restraint before matters escalated further into needless conflict. Furious, Vincent silenced her, declaring Tsuyoshi unworthy, emphasizing disgrace brought by challenging tournament rules so carelessly. Tsuyoshi braced himself, declaring the clash inevitable, framing his counterattack as justified self-defense against Vincent's aggression. Tsuyoshi stepped forward, shielding Sakura from danger, his stance firm as monstrous opponents advanced with cruel intent. Power surged through his arm, golden energy crackling, as his awakened system revealed terrifying capabilities and skills. The Beastman warrior mocked his display, muscles bulging, dismissing Tsuyoshi's strength as insufficient against their overwhelming might. Another Beastman blocked the path, gripping his blade tightly, prepared to eliminate any interference threatening their dominance. Eyes burning with fury, the Beast Commander rallied allies, declaring vengeance upon Tsuyoshi for daring to resist. Clutted, the Boar Clan berserker, entered the arena swinging his massive club, brimming with arrogant confidence. Spectators mocked, laughing loudly, dismissing his presence as insignificant, unworthy of facing seasoned Beastman warriors. Sakura stood silently, her gaze tense, uncertain whether Tsuyoshi could withstand the brutality awaiting him ahead. Another Beastman leader observed keenly, intrigued by Tsuyoshi's presence, yet his attention drifted dangerously toward vulnerable Sakura. His sinister grin widened, declaring Sakura his target, sparking dread as danger drew closer to her. An ally reassured Clutted, stepping forward confidently, determined to take control of the battle unfolding ahead. His sharp eyes narrowed, vowing silently to confront his master directly, proving his worth through strength. Ears twitching nervously, trembled under his words, feeling belittled by constant harsh comparisons. Clutted laughed cruelly, gripping his spiked club, eager to crush opponents mercilessly in front of everyone. Tsuyoshi moved forward, shielding the frightened girl behind him, his presence steady, promising unwavering protection against danger. Eyes glowed fiercely, condemning both the arrogant berserker and his overconfident Beastman ally. Blue energy erupted violently, his power radiating outward, shaking the battlefield with uncontrollable destructive force. Enemies recoiled in shock as Tsuyoshi's aura surged, leaving no chance for retreat or escape. Clutted panicked, realizing Tsuyoshi charged fearlessly alone. The ground shattered under his strike, overwhelming shockwaves forcing Beastmen back, stunned by his terrifying strength. Tsuyoshi advanced fearlessly, commanding the beast to stand down, his aura radiating overwhelming authority and strength. His ultimate physique activated, body enhanced beyond natural limits, channeling destructive energy through every muscle and vein. A devastating strike unleashed blinding force, crashing down upon enemy. Beastmen froze in disbelief, trembling as Tsuyoshi's power dwarfed everything they understood about strength in combat. Sakura and allies watched wide-eyed, whispering in awe, realizing his powers exceeded imagination, reshaping their hope. The Beastman leader hesitated, shocked that Clutted's immense strength still failed against the unyielding human. Confusion filled his mind, questioning Tsuyoshi's overwhelming power, realizing this human stood beyond normal limits entirely. Determination surged. He resolved not to disgrace himself. A surge of green aura erupted violently, shaking the ground as his body radiated thunderous energy. Desperation broke through. The commander roared frantically, ordering Clutted to strike immediately, determined to kill Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi answered their challenge, his aura erupting violently, channeling unstoppable power into a devastating attack. The ground split apart under his force, enemies staggering. Calm yet determined, Tsuyoshi emerged from the dust. A surge of dark energy gathered, swallowing light, forcing Clutted to tremble at its overwhelming presence. Stunned, Clutted froze mid-step. Dark clouds sparked violently as Tsuyoshi unleashed his technique. The thunderous ambush struck fiercely, purple lightning tearing through defense. Clutted's eyes widened in terror, realizing he lacked time to resist or counterattack against this assault. Desperation consumed him, panic surging. Blue energy beam pierced forward relentlessly, engulfing Clutted completely. Tsuyoshi's gaze sharpened, sensing danger still lingered even. Debris scattered violently, blue flames spread across shattered stone. Observers whispered in fear, trembling as Tsuyoshi's overwhelming energy burned brighter, shaking hearts with terrifying intensity. The arena officials worried, recognizing the tournament risked collapsing entirely under his devastating unleashed powers. Order was demanded swiftly. Vincent and others were warned not to create additional trouble near entrance. Kevin, the shaman, appeared sternly, condemning the disgraceful behavior tarnishing the reputation of shamans. His presence radiated authority. A genius shaman, master of earth and wind, possessing formidable strength. Disciples bowed nervously, startled by Kevin's sudden arrival, questioning why he wasn't focused on preparations. Kevin demanded answers firmly, his piercing gaze unsettling, pushing subordinates to justify their careless distraction. She noticed Kevin's arrival, one whispering gravely, acknowledging the shaman's presence shifted the balance. Suspicion grew as Kevin realized the devastating blue flames earlier must have come from Tsuyoshi's power. Eyes turned toward Tsuyoshi, his presence undeniable, standing amidst tension after unleashing overwhelming destructive force. One subordinate stammered nervously, attempting to justify earlier actions, fearing punishment under Kevin's stern authority. Kevin's harsh judgment fell quickly, condemning reckless behavior, demanding greater discipline and unwavering focus from subordinates. Terrified, Beastmen scattered as Kevin commanded order, demanding immediate withdrawal to restore control within arena. Beastmen bowed nervously, apologizing profusely, retreating quickly to avoid Kevin's wrath and escalating consequences. Kevin turned sharply, directing his attention toward Fun, reminding her of her recent examination failure. Fun protested weakly, claiming innocence, mentioning only observing the victorious participant who had bested her before. Kevin's eyes narrowed, realizing the formidable challenger she referenced was none other than Tsuyoshi himself. Tsuyoshi stepped forward calmly, revealing his presence in the tournament, backed by recommendation from Priest Olu. Kevin raised an eyebrow, surprised by the recommendation's origin, acknowledging Priest Olu's unexpected support. He studied Tsuyoshi carefully, speculating whether unseen weaknesses lingered within his extraordinary body's hidden strength. Kevin agreed reluctantly, instructing his disciple to prepare tournament materials without delay, stressing utmost diligence. His apprentice obeyed quickly, clutching documents tightly, determined not to disappoint Kevin's expectations once again. Kevin questioned further, citing reports of abnormalities, demanding to know whether unnatural methods enhanced Tsuyoshi's ability. Tsuyoshi introduced himself respectfully, admitting uncertainty about his body, recalling struggles within dangerous corrupted areas. He explained calmly how venturing alone into Kevin's eyes widened with surprise, unable to believe such a reckless journey was attempted independently. Tsuyoshi confirmed without hesitation, explaining Priest Olu's request had guided him into dangerous territory. Kevin pressed further, shocked by Tsuyoshi's victory over Fun, demanding details about his mysterious mentor. Tsuyoshi admitted truthfully, he never studied formally, relying only on instinct to guide his actions. Kevin's thoughts churned uneasily, questioning whether Tsuyoshi's natural talent surpassed even his own cultivated mastery. Impressed yet wary, Kevin invited Tsuyoshi to follow, intent on judging his power directly. Kevin resolved firmly, determined to witness Tsuyoshi's abilities personally, unwilling to accept anyone surpassing his strength. The scholar guided him through ancient halls, explaining his mastery over elemental laws passed down generations. He revealed his potion, infused with elemental laws, capable of purging the lingering darkness corrupting bodies. Trusting his words, the warrior agreed. The heavy door creaked open, revealing shelves of herbs, instruments, and glowing runes etched across walls. Inside, the scholar proudly showcased his vast collection, declaring Rinen's knowledge of medicinal herbs and refinement. The warrior marveled at the intricate refining platform, its design radiating ancient power and precise craftsmanship. Curious about its hidden potential, he asked whether the extraordinary platform enhanced the effects of refinement. The scholar dismissed the question modestly, concealing deeper knowledge, leaving the warrior doubtful of his intentions. Despite humility, the scholar declared unshaken confidence in his refining skills, strengthened by mastering elemental laws. Carefully, the scholar requested a blood sample, seeking insight into the warrior's corrupted body and condition. A droplet of blood slid into the bowl. The scholar activated his power. Observing closely, the warrior sensed a chilling wind, its essence distinct from ordinary elemental forces, surging outward in torrents, amplifying the blood's resonance with unnatural intensity. Blood scattered across the chamber. The scholar detected faint traces of darkness lingering, its sinister aura threatening the warrior's fragile balance. Despite corruption rooted deeply, the warrior's resilience amazed him, withstanding what would shatter ordinary adventurers' sanity. Concerned, the warrior questioned his state, uncertain whether his condition had already grown dangerously irreversible. The scholar revealed the truth: potions alone were useless. Only elemental laws could purge darkness completely. With solemn resolve, the warrior agreed, turning as instructed, ready to endure whatever cleansing ritual awaited. The scholar's hand glowed, summoning intricate runes of light. A radiant circle expanded, symbols igniting with power. Pain surged through him, his body trembling as searing heat spread, threatening to consume his strength. The scholar realized the darkness resisted fiercely, requiring even greater energy to completely destroy its presence. Warned of unbearable pain, the warrior steeled himself, determined to endure and conquer the torment ahead. Scholar unleashed greater energy, layers of luminous circles forming. The warrior's body shook violently, overwhelmed by surging force. Sweat streamed as agony deepened, yet his resolve hardened, treating unbearable pain as vital training. The scholar acknowledged his endurance, reminding him even potions once failed to alleviate such tormenting strain. Summoning inner strength, the warrior's physique awakened, activating defensive powers to counter overwhelming elemental purification. Exhausted yet relieved, Tsuyoshi steadied his breath, feeling temporary comfort after enduring the searing purification process. Suddenly, the scholar's expression shifted, sensing resistance and unfamiliar force clashing violently against his elemental laws. Shocked, he realized Tsuyoshi harbored a mysterious hidden power, strong enough to defy refined elemental control. Unknown to him, Tsuyoshi's secret ability and advanced erasure magic silently consumed magical imprints in opposing forces. The concealed technique fully activated, erasing traces of darkness while masking Tsuyoshi's true nature completely. After the ritual ended, the scholar checked on Tsuyoshi, curious whether lingering corruption still remained. Tsuyoshi felt lightness return, his body brimming with renewed energy as mysterious symbols flickered faintly inside. The scholar praised his resilience, noting how Tsuyoshi withstood trials even seasoned warriors might not endure. Grateful, Tsuyoshi bowed slightly, expressing deep thanks for the scholar's assistance in stabilizing his fragile condition. Their conversation shifted toward an upcoming tournament, the scholar suggesting Tsuyoshi participate to showcase his strength. The scholar reassured Tsuyoshi, promising fairness, mentioning his own disciple Vincent as a rival. He explained Vincent's unmatched reputation, reminding Tsuyoshi that victory against him would prove extraordinary talent. With confidence, the scholar encouraged Tsuyoshi to participate, believing the tournament would reveal his potential. The grand venue filled with noise as countless spectators gathered, anticipation rising for the tournament's commencement. A female guide approached Tsuyoshi, declaring responsibility to oversee him, ensuring he followed tournament protocols. The guide confirmed Tsuyoshi's registration, her stern eyes watching closely as official preparations were finalized. She questioned the absent woman, implying abandonment, though Tsuyoshi calmly explained she was handling other matters. Tsuyoshi respectfully acknowledged her name, Fulin, despite her sharp retort that only her master could use it. Fulin explained the tournament's participants, all formidable warriors, warning Tsuyoshi that victory required surpassing extraordinary opponents. Revealing her exclusion, Fulin admitted disappointment, but remained determined, awaiting future chances to prove her worth. Tsuyoshi quickly apologized, realizing his words sounded harsh, while Fulin acknowledged his strength without resentment. Her honesty left Tsuyoshi momentarily silent, his thoughts heavy as anticipation for the tournament steadily grew. The massive arena spread out, filled with roaring spectators awaiting the battles that would soon begin. Fulin pointed to the refining platform she prepared, warning Tsuyoshi not to damage or waste it. She reminded him of the elimination format, urging him to endure while Tsuyoshi promised his best. Spectators whispered skeptically, doubting a mere human like Tsuyoshi could compete in such prestigious contest. They dismissed him as unworthy, assuming his presence wasted a slot meant for stronger competitors. Tsuyoshi remained calm, ignoring insults, while Fulin reassured him humans entering such tournaments were rare. She cautioned him about Blue Shaman participants, their cunning reputation dangerous for inexperienced challengers like Tsuyoshi. With cheers echoing, the referee declared the refining tournament's commencement, summoning all participants to begin. A grand arena buzzed with energy as warriors gathered for the test, tensions rising among the spectators. Rugged warrior, confident and strong, stepped forward to challenge fate under the scrutinizing gaze of many. Dark memories resurfaced, visions of a terrifying enemy whose power shattered everything he once tried to protect. Haunted by defeat, he clenched his fist, vowing to surpass his limits and rewrite his destiny. The Beastman King addressed the crowd, declaring the sacred trial's conditions with a prideful and booming voice. Seasoned warrior stood tall, startled as another presence collided with him during his silent mental preparation. Confused, the warrior questioned his lack of awareness, surprised someone wandered so carelessly into the arena grounds. The newcomer casually explained he was assigned here, unaware of the brutal reputation tied to this place. Status data appeared, revealing his name, class, and abnormal skill set far beyond the norm for beginners. The warrior silently assessed the newcomer, intrigued by his presence and the divine mark etched into his soul. Veteran warrior asked about Tsuyoshi's strengths, seeking insight before judging his potential in the trial. Tsuyoshi answered calmly, revealing his potion refinement ability and unique synergy with the boundless ring system. He stood still, calculating risks, while the king and elders evaluated his strange cheat-like combat potential silently. Tsuyoshi turned away confidently, his cape trailing behind as he headed toward the arena's sacred entrance gate. A forest elf appeared, announcing the opening match while smiling gracefully before the roaring Beastman crowd. The elf announcer explained the trial's structure, detailing its phases and time limits to all participants. She revealed the arena's layout, explaining each quadrant represented one domain of strength. As masked challengers entered confidently, tension filled the air, each one hiding lethal potential behind silence. A stern judge clarified the trial's intent: measure raw power, strategy, and the resolve to survive. In the shadows, a mysterious beastkin woman watched quietly, evaluating the newcomers with sharp, calculating eyes. An elder beastman addressed the arena, proudly introducing a veteran warrior known for ruthless combat excellence. Brunt, a high-ranking beastman, stood silently, his reputation detailed in the system's glowing public profile screen. He introduced himself as Shakun, the imperial advisor overseeing warrior eligibility for the Sacred Beastman tournament. Shakun surveyed the arena floor, reflecting on how few had ever qualified to stand in that arena. He remembered one shaman warrior who not only qualified but dominated, claiming victory through overwhelming skill alone. Brunt declared the trial's beginning, his voice echoing through the arena and silencing every corner of noise. As competitors prepared within marked circle, he quickly assessed the layout, spotting hidden traps and key entry points masked by dust and design. Tsuyoshi's memories recalled painful lessons from survival training, driving him to read every surface for unseen threat. Realizing the challenge ahead required adaptation, he adjusted his stance, preparing to outlast and outsmart his opponents. The elf announcer raised her board and revealed the challenge: craft a beginner cooling potion under pressure. Immediately, the arena burst into motion as ingredients rained down from above, scattered across the chaotic battlefield. Competitors collided mid-air. Tsuyoshi evaded a charging goblin, swiftly kicking it aside while scanning for critical herbs among the chaos. He noted others' speed, but calmly focused on precision. Wasting energy early would cost them everything. Tsuyoshi activated his divine eye, instantly identifying the required materials: spirit grass, wood core, and withered vine. He dashed forward, locking onto spirit grass, only to see a rival snatch it just ahead. Falling behind slightly, Tsuyoshi questioned his timing, wondering if his calculated delay had cost him vital ground. Nearby competitors clashed and scrambled, yelling as they pushed towards scattered ingredients in chaotic waves of desperation. He paused, unfazed by noise or chaos, confident he could win even without overwhelming speed or strength. Tsuyoshi tightened his grip, deciding it was time to rely on the system's built-in support features. He activated his class ability, a calculated ambush maneuver named Thunderous Flash from the warrior path. A surge of dark energy erupted, propelling his body forward with violent precision toward the nearest opponent. One enemy was struck mid-charge, sent flying backward with visible bruising and his ingredients scattering helplessly. Spectators watched in shock as the display revealed Tsuyoshi's mastery of an advanced warrior skill so early. The Imperial Advisor frowned, sensing an anomaly in the arena as the battle shifted unpredictably and fast. A confused goblin warrior paused, glancing around as shadows engulfed the field, dimming the once-lit sky. Sudden flash revealed Tsuyoshi's eyes glowing, a silent predator closing. The goblin screamed in panic, realizing too late he'd become the next target of Tsuyoshi's strike. Just before impact, Tsuyoshi halted, deactivating his attack, his divine interface forcefully canceling Thunderous Ambush mid-execution. Tsuyoshi withdrew calmly, deciding not to overextend till 2 quality samples were enough to meet the requirement. A masked competitor grabbed herbs swiftly, while Tsuyoshi's divine eye marked only the highest grade ingredients with clarity. With quiet confidence, Tsuyoshi collected the marked herb, avoiding conflict and drawing no unnecessary attention to himself. Observers in the royal stands noticed his deliberate skill cancellation and praised his restraint with impressed curiosity. The Elder King questioned whether Tsushi's precision came from deep experience, or if luck simply favored the bowl. With steady hands, Tsushi secured the wood core, gleaming with energy. Perfect grade resource confirmed. His divine eye tracked again, zeroing in on the final rare ingredient, the elusive withered vine. Snatching the vine just in time, Tsushi's collection was complete, as the timer approached 0 fast. The elf host declared the trial's end, holding up an hourglass while results were being reviewed. Officials checked everyone's ingredients, dismissing invalid entries that didn't match the high-quality standard required for success. One contestant was disqualified as judges found his herb selection incorrect, failing to meet basic potion standard. Another competitor anxiously awaited results, only to hear his potion score voided for misidentifying key components. Tsushi's score was announced with authority, all correct ingredients gathered, and the final quality evaluation began. He earned 86 points out of 100 for an impressive score, leaving the arena crowd murmuring. Veteran warriors and advisors acknowledged his performance, impressed by Tsushi's precision and calm execution under pressure. Vincent's results were announced, every ingredient correct, every item top tier, precision evident in his movements. He scored 94 out of 100, an outstanding mark that instantly pushed him to the lead. Observers declared Vincent the likely winner, his elite training and legacy securing dominance in the match. The Imperial advisor acknowledged Vincent's skill publicly, anticipating his overall victory unless something extraordinary happened. A Beastmen woman scoffed at Tsushi, challenging him silently as his final score was about to drop. A hooded appraiser retrieved Tsushi's ingredients, inspecting them under glowing light with skeptical eyes and a frown. He confirmed the components were accurate but hesitated. As energy pulsed into the crystal, it reacted violently, sparking abnormally and interrupting the score display. Spectators grew impatient, one noble demanding immediate results as whispers of malfunction and cheating spread across seats. Finally, the judge steadied himself and began to announce Tsushi's result with a tone of disbelief. The appraiser's voice trembled as the crystal confirmed Tsushi's submission had flawless quality, every component exceptional. 100 points out of 100, he shouted, lifting the crystal as its glow burst through the arena. The royal court gasped in disbelief, stunned that a human outsider had surpassed even their most elite candidate. Beastmen across the Colosseum murmured Tsushi had bested Vincent and Drax with quiet precision and control. Even his fiercest critics stood speechless, torn between anger and admiration at the human's flawless execution. Tsushi smiled calmly, proud of his flawless execution, eager to face whatever awaited in the next trial. Whispers filled the arena as the young contender's results shocked the crowd. He achieved perfect marks effortlessly. Officials confirmed the analyzer's precision. There was no mistake. His flawless ingredient choices surpassed everyone's expectations. Observers murmured about his composure under pressure, amazed he identified rare ingredients while surrounded by chaos. The High Shaman Ritsun studied the results, intrigued by such mastery from one so seemingly inexperienced. Senior warriors exchanged glances, curious about the mysterious youth's potential beyond alchemy. What other secrets did he hide? With cheers echoing across the arena, round 2 of the tournament began, demanding refined precision and speed. A confident female contestant entered carrying supplies, determined to prove her worth and impress the watching elites. At her workstation, she called out to the newcomer, offering recognition without breaking her competitive focus. Tsuyoshi nodded at her praise, recalling the tension of round 1 and sharpening his concentration for battle. She crossed her arms, prompting Tsuyoshi to reveal his starter item, insisting hesitation meant certain failure ahead. Tsuyoshi froze in place, eyes wide. He completely forgot to prepare the crucial tool for refinement. Recalling how tournament staff provided basic gear earlier, he realized he now lacked anything to start properly. His partner exploded in disbelief, shocked he'd forget something as essential as a staff before competition. Tsuyoshi's panic deepened, the mistake clear without the staff. His participation would end in disqualification and shame. Rolling her eyes, she tossed him her own staff, scolding him while saving his match just in time. Tsuyoshi accepted the staff with gratitude, nodding to Flynn, her unexpected support giving him confidence. Gripping the staff tightly, he focused his thoughts. Now properly equipped, he was ready to compete seriously. Flynn crossed her arms with a smirk, her confidence in Tsuyoshi hidden beneath sharp sarcasm and care. Judges announced the rules: contestants must crush, mix, and refine under pressure with no room for failure. Spectators murmured nervously. 1 attempt, 2 minutes, and unstable materials meant even elites could fail under tournament pressure. The judges emphasized tough conditions, limited time, unstable mixtures, and high expectations tested even seasoned refining veterans. They noted any real champion should handle adversity. Success under pressure proved more than textbook skill. One elder, eyeing Tsuyoshi, questioned if his earlier victory stemmed from chance or genuine innate ability. With formal tone, the announcer summoned all participants, signaling the official start of the crucial refining round. Powerful contenders like Oryx and Vincent stepped forward, seasoned blue shamans, respected and feared by tournament regulars alike. Tsuyoshi thanked the supply assistant politely, his calm demeanor catching her off guard despite the tense atmosphere. Flustered, the assistant downplayed his gratitude, embarrassed but pleased by his rare kindness before such a challenge. A loud announcement echoed. The 15-minute timer had started, urging contestants to begin without hesitation or delay. From the stands, a judge reminded all that this test favored those with composure, not brute strength. One contestant panicked, realizing he'd forgotten key ingredients, and scrambled desperately to salvage a failing preparation phase. An instructor scolded a contestant for misplacing reagents, reminding them that carelessness meant instant disqualification. The contestant winced as his mixture reacted violently, realizing he'd swapped ingredients under pressure without thinking. Oryx scoffed at the chaos, declaring that refining wasn't just skill but sacred duty for true shamans. Vincent calmly activated his circle, drawing precise magic lines as glowing reagents hovered obediently around his workspace. Other contestants followed suit. Complex formations glowed blue, revealing the gap between veteran control and beginner improvisation. Vincent's refining formations surged with power, his staff glowing fiercely, fueled by vast mana and flawless control. Judges noted his impressive mana capacity of 1,600, evidence of refined discipline through rigorous training and inheritance. Meanwhile, Oryx channeled steady power, his refining techniques slower but equally potent, matching Vincent's output with confidence. Elders observed Vincent's performance, confirming his high capacity aligned with what they'd expected from a prodigy disciple. Though Vincent's natural talent was undeniable, one elder quietly remarked that his emotional composure still lacked maturity. Judges noticed Tsuyoshi's absence in action, confused why someone with full marks hadn't begun refining yet. Scanning the arena, one elder spotted him standing silently, separated from the flurry of magical activity. They grew concerned. If Tsuyoshi delayed much longer, he risked running out of time to even start. Another elder grew suspicious, noting Tsuyoshi emitted no visible mana waves, as if conserving or hiding something. Below, Tsuyoshi finally activated his circle, his stats and hidden class data flashing across the analyzer's display. Tsuyoshi calculated the mana ratio perfectly, choosing a C-rank potion to mask his unusually vast mana. He knew underestimating intermediate potions was fatal. Missteps would destroy ingredients and expose hidden class advantages. Flynn burst in, shouting at him impulsively, annoyed he hadn't started and fearing he'd mess up. A nearby contestant warned her off, realizing Tsuyoshi's deep focus might collapse under sudden outside distraction. Tsuyoshi acknowledged the pressure his class lacked to alchemy boosts. Oryx noticed the dense mana waves Tsuyoshi released, skeptical that someone like him held such raw power. Vincent frowned, suspecting Tsuyoshi's earlier success wasn't pure luck, but tied to deeper, untapped magical reserves. Elders debated whether Tsuyoshi's full marks were coincidence or hidden brilliance masked behind a non-shamanic class. One elder hinted Tsuyoshi might have manipulated the analyzer cleverly, disguising a unique class advantage with exceptional control. Flynn watched silently, recalling his calm during danger. Tsuyoshi had always hidden just how capable he truly was. Oryx grinned darkly, declaring it was time to finish things and show everyone real refining power. He knew the judges wouldn't stop him. This was. Raising his hand, he unleashed the final stage, Advanced Fusion, a forbidden technique demanding perfect control. Spectators gasped as Oryx mocked the others, certain no competitor dared attempt such unstable refinement under pressure. Flames spiraled violently around him as he roared fusion, pushing his limits in a burst of raw power. Gasps filled the arena. Spectators couldn't believe a single participant could create such a perfectly glowing potion. Oryx proudly held up his potion, radiating confidence. The elders acknowledged his flawless execution. His fusion was stable, refined, and rivaled historical records of tournament excellence. But concern grew. If Oryx held first place uncontested, the rankings could become dangerously imbalanced forever. Another judge reflected Tsuyoshi might be the last challenger who could stop Oryx from dominating the entire division. An elder scoffed at Oryx's pride, doubting a single potion could secure ultimate victory so easily. He silently mocked the overconfidence, believing true preparation and power rested with someone else entirely, his chosen disciple. Determined, he commanded Vincent to display his full capabilities, confident no one else could match his refinement. From above, the crowd looked on. With quiet resolve, Vincent accepted the unspoken challenge. Vincent stood tall, calm, and radiant. Holding his potion, he revealed the law of the eternal phoenix flame. An elder gasped, recognizing the flame's sacred color and unique formation. It wasn't ordinary fire, but essence. The senior shaman recalled gifting Vincent the rare flame, never imagining it'd be mastered in this tournament. He admitted the flame once rejected his own control, but Vincent, with time, might surpass even his legacy. Vincent expanded the phoenix flame, weaving a grand refining array. His control drew gasps from the audience. From every angle, judges marveled at the rare complexity. No errors, no stalling, only focused execution. As applause spread, a blinding light surged. Tsuyoshi's magic circle had silently activated beneath everyone's notice. Spectators turned, shocked. Tsuyoshi stood calmly, holding a sphere glowing with denser energy than Vincent's entire array. The analyzer declared his output unmatched, 3,200 units, exceeding Vincent's 1,1900 with basic materials and 0 boosts. Determined to end it, Tsuyoshi invoked his ultimate physique, unlocking the limit of his mana reserves. Lightning surged around him as his power exploded outward, forming a vortex that shook the entire Colosseum. The analyzer trembled, displaying an impossible number 9,660 mana capacity, completely eclipsing every participant, judge, and recorded precedent.
Thunder roared above the arena as he raised his weapon, summoning power unseen in centuries. Spectators gasped in disbelief, watching dark clouds swirl violently, signaling his awakening of forbidden strength. Lyria, the royal mage, widened her eyes, sensing divine energy stronger than any recorded before. Elder Garan clenched his fists, realizing his surge surpassed even the Beastmen's ancestral lightning heritage. Beside him, the fox warrior Ren muttered nervously, fearing the storm heralded a god's descent. Lightning converged into a colossal dragon form above, he radiating divine fury that shook the arena. Nobles trembled in fear, unable to comprehend the overwhelming force now responding to his command. Ren's fur bristled as he sensed ancient energy, whispering that no mortal could endure this. From the sky, the dragon roared violently, fusing with his armor and amplifying his power. Purple lightning surged across his body, signaling the activation of the legendary Heavenbreaker Ascension mode. The Thunder Dragon's form descended toward he, merging its divine essence with his human body completely. Elder Garen's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept the impossible fusion of lightning and flesh. Ren clenched his claws, realizing he had achieved what even ancient beastlords failed to accomplish. Lightning wrapped around his body, forming a radiant armor that pulsed with limitless destructive potential. As the fusion stabilized, he opened his eyes cold, determined, now bearing the dragon's unyielding wrath. As the fusion completed, he raised his arm, summoning the weapon forged from divine thunder. The ground trembled violently as radiant lightning condensed, shaping into a massive golden warhammer. Spectators shielded their eyes, unable to withstand the blinding light radiating from his divine weapon. The Thunder Dragon's roar echoed through the arena, harmonizing with the hammer's furious energy surge. He tightened his grip, his aura erupting like a storm, ready to erase all opposition. Sparks danced wildly around the colossal hammer, its core pulsing brighter than the surrounding stormlight. Power coursed through his arm as his body synchronized completely with the divine weapon's rhythm. With steady breath, he raised the glowing hammer high, preparing to release its devastating stored energy. A blinding arc of golden lightning erupted downward, shaking the arena's foundation and shattering the ground. Dust slowly settled, while he stood firm, bathed in radiant aftermath, his ascension finally complete. Garen's expression darkened as realization struck. The ritual's energy had completely bonded with his soul. Trembling, he muttered curses under his breath, unable to accept such overwhelming power from a mere human. Nearby, Ren's tail flicked nervously, while his gaze locked onto the blazing hammer still humming. Without hesitation, Garen barked in order to retreat, his subordinates soaring upward through magic-infused flight spells. Yet his aura surged higher, crackling through the air, forcing even the bravest enemies to flee. Among the stunned spectators, murmurs erupted as accusations of cheating spread across the shattered arena. A young beastwoman named Lyra stepped forward, her voice firm as she defended his honor publicly. Her sharp eyes glowed with conviction, declaring that his strength was earned through countless hardships alone. Silence followed her words, the crowd torn between doubt and respect, as his figure loomed above. With calm authority, he descended slowly, his aura fading while gratitude flickered subtly within his gaze. Garun's glare sharpened as he raised his staff, demanding proof of his extraordinary strength immediately. A circle of blue light expanded outward, forming the ancient and precise mana measurement spell. Energy pulsed within the device, capable of revealing any deception or falsified enhancement through divine resonance. He observed silently, calm and composed, acknowledging his limited mana yet unwavering in quiet confidence. With an unbothered smirk, he extended his hand forward, inviting Garun to proceed without hesitation. Garun tightened his grip around the staff, eager to expose any falsehood in his claim. Azure light spiraled upward as the measuring spell ignited. Drawing mana from the surrounding atmosphere, calm and composed, he extended his palm, allowing pure energy to flow through the crystal conduit. The sphere brightened instantly, its patterns distorting under pressure as Garun shouted for his full release. Blinding radiance consumed the arena, leaving spectators speechless as the entire system began overloading violently. Garun's arms trembled as intense energy surged through the staff, threatening to tear it apart. His eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a human could manifest such raw force. He stood engulfed in radiant light, his entire form glowing with overwhelming divine energy. Cracks spread across the measurement device as Garun shouted desperately, realizing the artifact couldn't withstand his output. In a deafening explosion, the arena flooded with blinding brilliance, erasing all sound and motion. Shattered fragments of Garun's staff scattered across the floor, reflecting his calm silhouette amidst the aftermath. Stunned silence filled the air as Garun's trembling hands reached toward the remains of his artifact. He stood motionless, his voice steady while asking if further proof of power was still required. Confidence radiated from his composed stance, leaving even the proud elder momentarily speechless, in reluctant acknowledgement. Regaining composure, Garun lowered his gaze slightly, muttering that his abilities were indeed beyond measurable standards. Master Garland approached with composed dignity, acknowledging his demonstration that exceeded every recorded expectation. His tone softened slightly, admitting it was the first time someone had truly impressed him. He responded with calm respect, expressing gratitude while maintaining the same poised confidence as before. Observers whispered quietly, realizing his controlled power revealed maturity that far surpassed his apparent age. Garland handed him a radiant crystal token, granting passage into the upper sanctum's advanced trials. Garun's voice cracked as he lowered his head, finally admitting defeat before the astonished audience. The glowing crystal recorded his concession, officially marking the end of the long and brutal tournament. Master Garland lifted the token high, declaring Tsuyoshi the undisputed champion amidst thunderous cheers from spectators. Lyra clasped her hands tightly, tears welling in her eyes as pride overwhelmed her trembling voice. Standing tall, Tsuyoshi gazed upward, silent yet resolute, accepting victory as both a warrior and survivor. Tsuyoshi turned slightly, offering a rare smile as he expressed quiet gratitude toward Flynn's support. Her heart fluttered, warmth spreading across her cheeks as his words echoed in her mind repeatedly. Hands fidgeting nervously, she tried to hide her excitement, while her tail swayed uncontrollably behind her. Gathering courage, Flynn laughed softly, teasing that victory was only possible because she'd helped him earlier. Nearby Master Garland watched in silence, sensing this bond might shape Tsuyoshi's destiny far beyond today. From the shadows, Garland observed Tsuyoshi's victory, his expression calm, but his intentions quietly shifting. Fingers tightened around an invisibility potion, revealing his plan to strike without honor once the crowd dispersed. He calculated Tsuyoshi's strength carefully, realizing that confronting him directly would guarantee defeat and personal humiliation. Determined to eliminate the threat, Garland's aura darkened as he vowed Tsuyoshi would never leave alive. Sakura, the Beastmen guardian, presents a sealed chest glowing faintly, containing the ancient hero's relic. Tsuyoshi reaches forward as the chest opens, revealing radiant energy and triggering the system's awakening sequence. Blue notifications fill his sight, confirming synchronization with the boundless core and unlocking his dormant potential. Lightning surges through the chamber, while Tsuyoshi steadies himself, feeling overwhelming strength flow through every nerve. Standing beside Sakura, he vows to stay resolute and face the kingdom's trials without hesitation. Sakura nervously approaches Tsuyoshi, her golden eyes shimmering with gratitude after witnessing his newfound strength. Her cheeks flush as she hesitates, trying to express feelings of relief and admiration through trembling words. Tsuyoshi listens silently, understanding her unspoken emotions, though his expression remains calm and focused on purpose. Sakura lowers her head, embarrassed, calling herself foolish for speaking without proper restraint before a warrior. He smiles faintly, reassuring her that courage and honesty define a true comrade, not silence or fear. Heat rose in Sakura's cheeks as her thoughts stumbled between gratitude and something deeper unspoken. With eyes lowered, she muttered softly, wishing her heart wouldn't betray her with every glance. Amused, he leaned slightly, teasing her calm demeanor, earning a sharp glare and flustered retort. Her tail flicked irritably before storming off, hiding embarrassment beneath playful anger as his quiet laugh followed. Far from the balcony, shadows stirred a cloaked figure, clutched a cracked ring, whispering his name in hatred. System alerts flashed rapidly, informing he of new configuration limits and advanced synchronization functions unlocked. Curiosity sparked in his eyes as he examined the glowing menu, realizing the system's potential expanded. Questions formed about its source, yet he pushed them aside, choosing progress over hesitation or doubt. Fingers danced across the interface, light surrounding him as data streams merged flawlessly with his armor's core. A grin crossed his face. Energy surged outward as he prepared for his next grand challenge. Morning sunlight reflected off the towering headquarters, marking the official launch of his new venture. Beside him, Assistant Mira stared in awe, amazed by the sheer luxury surrounding their destination. Polite greetings followed as the receptionist guided them through the gleaming lobby toward the executive offices above. A senior representative from the Hero Alliance welcomed them warmly, praising his swift rise and leadership. Smiling confidently, he requested a small laboratory, intending to design battle tools for future missions. The blonde agent reviewed his file, impressed by his results, yet cautious about his unconventional approach. After brief discussion, they agreed to provide equipment and intel for an urgent gang suppression mission. Grateful for the opportunity, he promised to act discreetly while secretly preparing his own countermeasures. His footsteps echoed across the pavement as he headed toward the Blue Snake Gang's territory. Inside the dim hideout, gang leaders laughed, unaware that their next visitor was no ordinary investigator. Calm confidence marked his expression as he prepared to infiltrate the Blue Snake Gang's base. Adjusting his tie, he ensured every detail appeared professional, masking the strength hidden beneath composure. Moments later, heavy doors opened, revealing two guards blocking the entrance with wary, suspicious eyes. When asked his name, he introduced himself as Tsunoshi Tsukishiro, his voice steady and deliberate. Murmurs spread among the gang members, confusion rising as they sensed an unfamiliar yet intimidating presence. Several men greeted Tsunoshi with forced smiles, their leader pretending courtesy while masking growing suspicion. Stepping inside, he scanned the room, quietly assessing every guard's position and possible escape routes. Recognition flickered in one gangster's eyes, a faint memory of his face during a past raid. Unease crept through the corridor, as Tsunoshi followed the guide toward a locked chamber deeper inside. Behind them, a nervous subordinate rushed to warn his boss that the newcomer's identity wasn't ordinary. Inside the lavish office, Tsunoshi sat calmly while scanning the system window, revealing the leader's profile. A smirk tugged at his lips. The system labeled the man's combat power as mid to tier. Amusement replaced caution as Tsunoshi realized the supposed threat barely compared to his current energy output. The gang boss greeted him confidently, unaware that his guest had already analyzed every weakness in seconds. Behind a forced grin, Tsunoshi prepared to strike his system, identifying Zack, the Blue Snake commander, as target. The Blue Snake boss introduced his ally, a massive fighter known as the Crazy Wolf Chairman. His system activated instantly, scanning both targets and displaying their combat levels with precise efficiency. Comparing their strength, he noted the range between 2,300 and 14,000, a moderate threat overall. Calmly, he adjusted his stance, masking curiosity behind a polite smile while observing subtle defensive shifts. Behind forced laughter, Zake whispered fearfully, realizing his system resembled the legendary artifact once wielded by gods. Zake leaned forward, signaling his men to secure the door, sealing he within the office. Calmly adjusting his cuffs, he waited, aware this discussion was never meant for diplomacy. The gang leaders exchanged glances, proposing an alliance to exploit hero resources under shared protection. Silence stretched between them, until he tilted his head slightly, feigning confusion to lower suspicion. Moments later, his calm voice cut through the tension. He had no interest in corruption. Zeke sneered confidently, claiming his subordinate had already gone to eliminate a problematic rival nearby. He listened in silence, his eyes narrowing slightly as faint system data flickered across his vision. Apologies followed, but each excuse only confirmed Zake's intention to conceal their true criminal operation. Without warning, he raised his hand, activating the system's memory trace to reveal hidden truths. Illusory images formed mid-air, Zake's men attacking innocents, while his calm voice exposed every secret without hesitation. Zake leaned back confidently, sliding a suitcase across the desk filled with unmarked bills and promises. He glanced at it briefly, uninterested, questioning how such corruption could persist under hero jurisdiction. Excuses poured out. Zake insisting protection money, maintain peace while tightening his fists in quiet frustration. Silence lingered before he smiled faintly, revealing he had already traced every illegal transaction recorded. Realizing his downfall, Zake's composure shattered as he activated the system, freezing him under radiant restraints. Weeks passed since the Blue Snake takedown, and his growing reputation spread through the Alliance. While leaving headquarters, subordinates praised his efficiency. Unaware his next mission had already been assigned secretly, the system displayed a new objective: locate and eliminate remaining divine cores within urban districts. Passing through narrow streets, he entered a small shop owned by an informant named Dr. Lenoir. Adjusting his glasses, Lenoir smiled slyly, offering intel about an artifact recently sold on the black market. He handed over a detailed list, calmly explaining he needed rare components for an urgent synthesis. The merchant's eyes widened at the order, realizing he requested every premium-grade material in stock. Shocked, Dr. Lenoir stammered, questioning whether he intended to buy all 15 rare ingredients at once. With unwavering tone, he confirmed his intent, his confidence leaving the shopkeeper completely speechless and trembling. Quietly gripping his wallet, he smirked. Money meant nothing compared to the power he planned to create. He placed the briefcase on the counter, securing a long-term supply deal for rare ingredients. Inside the Academy archive, Tsuyoshi searched old records, hoping to uncover evidence about his father's disappearance. Meanwhile, Professor He examined ancient scrolls, realizing a sealed relic might connect to Tsuyoshi's family's hidden past. He hurriedly activated the relic's energy, summoning a bright glow that confirmed his long-held suspicions about Tsuyoshi. Moments later, Tsuyoshi entered his office, demanding answers as the relic's power pulsed faintly in his hand. He hesitated, then revealed the truth: Tsuyoshi's father had sacrificed himself to seal that same relic. Fingers curled around the cup, warmth spread through his hands as he listened to Tsuyoshi's explanation. Across the desk, he leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on the notebook's messy calculations. Silence hung for a moment before he asked about the cost of gathering rare ingredients today. From scattered documents, he retrieved a ledger, scanning quickly while noting each expense with quiet precision. After a brief thought, he offered a deal: shared profits for cooperation in the upcoming research. He reviewed the proposal once more, nodding in satisfaction as he confirmed the potion's specifications were acceptable. Confidence returned to his tone while explaining market stability and assuring fair exchange rates with other merchants. Tsuyoshi agreed to the terms, his expression firm as he calculated potential profits from upcoming deliveries. Later that evening, sunlight faded over the city as Tsuyoshi entered his modest apartment, finally relaxed. A curious colleague named Mira greeted him warmly, surprised by his progress and eager to hear details. Tsuyoshi adjusted his tone carefully, revealing to Mira that his research extended beyond ordinary potion crafting. Her expression shifted, confusion mixed with concern, realizing his dedication might stem from something deeply personal. Memories flickered in Tsuyoshi's mind: broken promises, a shared dream, and years of relentless regret resurfacing. Bound leather restraints and a faint image of a frail girl reminded him of past failures. Whispering softly, he vowed to restore her strength, unaware Mira had overheard every word he spoke. After preparing the equipment, Tsuyoshi instructed Mira to stand aside, while he initiated the experiment sequence. Concern flickered in Mira's eyes, uncertain whether his unstable energy control could handle today's intense procedure safely. Tsuyoshi raised the glowing ring, confidence returning as arcane circuits activated, flooding the room with radiant light. Blue flames circled the apparatus, reacting to his mana as data projections recorded every fluctuation precisely. Adjusting the balance, Tsuyoshi whispered calculations under his breath, determined to perfect the serum before sunrise. Sitting before the analyzer, Tsuyoshi admired the divine eye's precision as formulas appeared across the display. With focused eyes, he observed the holographic interface scan countless ingredients, identifying their purest potential compositions instantly. Notes filled his parchment while he repeated the instructions, memorizing each refined step without hesitation or doubt. A soft glow formed as he mixed the extracts carefully, whispering the confirmed ratio under breath. Heat spread beneath the glass beaker, golden liquid swirling slowly as Tsuyoshi assessed stability within controlled limits. Tsuyoshi steadied his breathing, realizing the potion's energy output far exceeded his initial theoretical calculations today. Determination hardened in his eyes as he decided to test the mixture's synchronization with magic flow. Sparks danced across his hand when he channeled mana through the newly forged stabilizing rod's core. Energy swirled violently around him, forming circuits of light that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Alarms blinked red as temperatures spiked, yet Tsuyoshi grinned, sensing the experiment's success. Despite unstable reactions, a bright signal flashed across the monitor, confirming fusion completion as steam slowly dissipated around the chamber. Tsuyoshi approached the container cautiously, inspecting the glowing liquid while confidence replaced the exhaustion in his expression. Holding the vial up to the light, he murmured about testing its circulatory stimulant capabilities firsthand. Warm energy surged through his body after drinking. His senses sharpened as golden currents danced beneath skin. Amazed by the flawless results, Tsuyoshi clenched his fist, realizing his creation had surpassed modern alchemy standards. Tsuyoshi analyzed the potion's texture thoughtfully, deciding to compress its unstable essence into compact capsules. A spark lit within his eyes as he imagined merging modern engineering with ancient alchemical methods. Precision guided his movements while energy surged around him, stabilizing newly formed capsules glowing with faint purple light. The power intensified. Electricity crackled through the room as Tsuyoshi confirmed synchronization between mana and formula. Meanwhile, at dawn near a vast cave, adventurers gathered nervously before a swirling golden, dimensional portal's entrance. Disguised under a dark cloak, Tsuyoshi concealed his identity, masking the aura radiating from his experiments. After reaching the city outskirts, he selected a quiet marketplace corner suitable for discreetly selling capsules. Curious adventurers whispered nearby, mocking the newcomer's unmarked stall, while doubting the authenticity of his goods. Their laughter faded when Tsuyoshi calmly described the capsule's unique refinement process and unmatched restoration potential. With confidence, he announced his invention publicly: power capsules, the first of their kind for adventurers. Nearby adventurers gathered curiously, whispering among themselves about the stranger's mysterious new capsule product. Known armored man scoffed loudly, claiming he frequented major suppliers and had never seen such capsules. Skepticism spread as others leaned closer, doubting any unknown vendor could create something rivaling certified alchemist's work. Tsuyoshi calmly opened the display box, revealing golden capsules neatly arranged beside detailed refinement documents. A boisterous warrior read the paper, shouting in disbelief, accusing Tsuyoshi's innovation of being a fraud. Angry voices echoed through the marketplace as adventurers mocked Tsuyoshi's prices, calling his stall a scam. Despite the crowd's ridicule, he remained composed, his calm smile unsettling those expecting anger or panic. Confidently, Tsuyoshi offered free samples, inviting skeptics to test the capsules and prove their accusations wrong. The crowd fell silent when he lifted one capsule, its golden hue glowing faintly under torchlight. A muscular adventurer stepped forward, grumbling threats but reluctantly agreed to test the product in public. The muscular adventurer snatched a capsule from the table, his companions jeering with mocking laughter behind. Ignoring the crowd, Tsuyoshi crossed his arms, quietly observing as the man prepared to consume it. Onlookers smirked, eager to see the arrogant seller humiliated when his so-called miracle failed publicly. Moments after swallowing, golden energy enveloped the adventurer's body, amplifying strength and restoring vitality at astounding speed. Tsuyoshi voice cut through the silence, challenging the skeptics to deny its worth after witnessing undeniable results. Gasps erupted through the marketplace as adventurers witnessed the glowing aura radiating from the warrior's body. Whispers spread quickly, realizing Tsuyoshi's creation surpassed every known enhancement product sold by major supply companies. The rejuvenated man smiled broadly, praising the capsule's lasting effects and rapid recovery beyond natural limits. Eager to secure more, he offered full payment immediately, presenting his hero certification for verification purposes. Tsuyoshi processed the transaction smoothly, thanking him as nearby merchants watched in disbelief at his sudden success. The crowd froze for a moment, stunned by the overwhelming proof of Tsuyoshi's capsule's success. Excitement quickly replaced skepticism as adventurers surged forward, demanding their turn to test the miracle product. Arguments broke out among the buyers, each insisting on trying a sample before anyone else. Tsuyoshi maintained composure, calmly counting the remaining capsules while ensuring fairness in distributing the limited samples. One by one, testers swallowed the capsules nervously, unaware their bodies were about to transform dramatically. Flames of energy erupted from every tester, their bodies glowing with amplified strength and restored vitality. Shock turned into exhilaration as the crowd erupted in cheers, realizing the capsules truly worked flawlessly. Dozens rushed forward, shouting over each other, desperate to purchase as many boxes as possible. Payment crystals flashed rapidly while buyers waved hero certificates, struggling to secure their orders before stock vanished. Behind his hood, Tsuyoshi smiled faintly, calmly announcing a purchase limit to control the overwhelming demand. As Tsuyoshi's product spread rapidly across the marketplace, merchants scrambled to secure supplies before stocks vanished. Hidden beneath his hood, Tsuyoshi observed quietly, calculating future expansions and preparing for larger-scale distribution operations. Outside the marketplace, adventurers formed endless lines, waiting eagerly to purchase the revolutionary capsules before nightfall. Red Tulip Pharmaceuticals, a major drug company, faced sudden collapse despite its long-standing dominance. Executives gathered urgently as graphs showed free-falling profits and collapsing product reliability across key treatments. Director Hazen explained competitors launched cheaper, more effective medicines with near-identical composition and better performance. Analyst Vernon confirmed both rival companies mirrored Red Tulip's formulas, likely stolen through cyber espionage networks. An executive revealed secret bioweapons were secured to pressure or eliminate competing pharmaceutical research leaders. After reviewing market data, operations leader Morgan suggested an aggressive plan to regain sector control. A classified folder named Phase -1, Reset, was handed over for immediate mission preparation and execution. Yearly copies of miracle medicine were distributed publicly, outperforming Red Tulip's patented drugs. Government response remained silent, quietly approving the unregulated medicine under intense political pressure. Two operatives, Rain and Boris, entered the meeting hall under direct orders from Morgan himself. Misa, president of Red Tulip, listened quietly as butler Tommy presented escalating strategic failures. Scrambled aliases and black market channels made identifying the counterfeit drug rings nearly impossible. Yet, despite the chaos, Tommy urged an immediate counter-strategy to recover influence and market presence. Without delay, Misa ordered their private lab to activate safe manufacture protocol, under total secrecy. Far away, a portal shimmered outside a dungeon, where rogue buyers awaited rare enhancement capsules. Inside a dungeon trade zone, sellers gathered offering illegal capsules with unstable energy boosts. Panic spread after a buyer recognized an elite capsule never seen on the black market. Hooded figure remained silent, handing over product samples, while guards subtly positioned to control buyers. A mysterious smirk hinted he anticipated chaos. Not all capsules were safe for humans. Misa's agents monitored the scene, stepping in discreetly as negotiations turned tense and dangerous. Beneath his hood, the masked broker whispered confidently, "This meeting wasn't random. It was calculated." Limousine rolled up silently, its windows dark, revealing nothing of the VIP seated inside. Formalities dropped quickly as the passenger stepped out and requested a brief, private conversation. With practiced elegance, Mira introduced herself as president of Red Tiger Pharmaceuticals, sipping quietly. Internal thoughts spiraled. He hadn't expected one of the Big Three's leaders to be her. Her voice sounded young, but every gesture, every gaze hinted at unmatched executive power. Without hesitation, she offered a clear proposition: full acquisition of capsule formulas and distribution rights. Price was set at 10 billion yen. No negotiation, no staged installments, no delay allowed. Calm but firm, Misa reminded him they came prepared for swift resolution, not haggling. Sitting tall, she confirmed her company's bid limit and warned against undervaluing the formula's risk. Misa pressed, questioning whether he truly possessed the rights to such a dangerous biochemical formula. Eyes narrowed, he confirmed production was solo, every capsule crafted by his own hands. Refusal to negotiate came swiftly. 10 billion stood firm. No deals, no discounts, no partners. That revelation stunned Misa. One man, creating global disruption without corporate backing, was deeply unsettling. Calmly, he revealed a chart showing how major pharma firms had steadily lost capsule credibility. Misa listened intently as he detailed how pharma giants weakened their drugs to retain demand. Her glass paused midair. She demanded clarification on additional terms before finalizing any deal. Upright and calm, he insisted Misa must halt Red Tiger's production of current stimulant capsules. Silence fell while Misa processed the bold demand: shut down her entire capsule line permanently. A smirk spread as he clarified, 10 billion wasn't for pills, but pharmaceutical dominance. Hood lowered. The broker introduced himself as Yusuke, openly offering future cooperation with Misa. A soft nod followed. Misa calmly replied, confirming her name before shaking his hand. Their handshake sealed the high-stakes agreement with a silence heavier than any spoken words. Butler Tommy handed over a pre-registered ID chip, already linked to secured transaction protocols. Without further ceremony, Misa stepped from the vehicle. Eyes sharp, ready to control the future. Cloaked and composed, Yusuke exited the scene quietly, leaving behind tension and opportunity. Misa watched him vanish, acknowledging the risk yet confident in the magnitude of her investment. Tommy praised her decision, noting the unrivaled future Red Tiger could now build with capsules. His flattery continued, suggesting Misa's foresight could soon surpass all previous pharmaceutical legacies combined. With a sharp glance, Misa halted the praise. Her focus remained strictly on results. Not ego, Misa returned to her vehicle, satisfied they had secured the capsule creators' full cooperation. Tommy confirmed the research team would analyze and refine the compound immediately for safe mass production. Across town, stunned voices echoed inside a cafe as news of the deal spread. Chairman Boro couldn't believe it. 10 billion yen secured in less than 7 days. Patrons whispered in disbelief, shocked that someone so young had closed a deal that massive. Calmly sipping his coffee, Tsuyoshi prepared to send the capsule formula to Red Tiger. Boro leaned in eagerly, asking to be included in Tsuyoshi's next high-stakes pharmaceutical scheme. Tsuyoshi explained the market's instability: one move could either collapse or crown the next capsule king. But unlike others, he believed one day was enough to flip the balance completely. Without blinking, he requested access to every legal loophole Boro's company could quietly exploit. At Tsuyoshi's mansion, city lights flickered outside as evening quietly settled across the luxurious estate. Reina, Tsuyoshi's younger sister, smiled warmly while sinking into the soft, unfamiliar bedsheets. Tsuyoshi stood silently at the door, relieved she felt safe after their long, exhausting journey. Carefully, Tsuyoshi turned the doorknob, deciding to let Reina rest undisturbed through the quiet night. Tsuyoshi, now alone, whispered about tomorrow's plan: delivering Reina safely to the Phoenix Shrine Village. Sitting alone, Tsuyoshi grasped the glowing ring tightly, unsure if using it was truly wise. Sparks burst beneath him as the boundless passage activated, warping space with shimmering, magical distortion. "This is my one chance," he muttered, eyes narrowing while clenching his fist with determination. Darkness unraveled mid-air, revealing Tsuyoshi's transformed figure, hair longer, armor darker, aura crackling with sheer intensity. Unknown village rooftops faded into view. As he stepped forward, stats displayed silently beside his vision. Nothing could move forward in this world without her. Tsuyoshi knew that too clearly now. Perched by the window, he scanned rooftops, hoping Sakura received word of his victory. A silent breeze slipped past his armor as he whispered, "She'll return by morning." Moonlight bathed the town in silver glow while crows drifted overhead, unsettling the peaceful sky. Black wings sliced the night, glowing red eyes fixed downward, revealing ominous presence nearing fast. Red-eyed crows dived with violent force, their shadows casting menace across the crumbling rooftops below. Sensing danger too late, Tsuyoshi raised his head as dark energy surged in overhead strike. An intense explosion followed instantly, ripping through stone walls and sending fractured debris across the ground violently. Struggling through the dust cloud, he shielded his body while analyzing the enemy's magic-laced impact zone. A winged figure emerged from glowing light, an executioner tasked with resetting failed heroes through dimensional rollback. Blue lightning surged from Tsuyoshi's hammer, signaling unstable energy as dimensional time rollback failed to complete. Dust began to clear, revealing Tsuyoshi still standing, his body resisting the system's forced reset protocol. From above, the Winged Reaper analyzed him with intrigue, her smile masking unknown intentions completely. Before she moved, a Beastman warrior lunged from the side, axe glowing with deadly enchantment. Tsuyoshi turned instantly, cloak flaring as he sensed a second presence charging with murderous, beastly strength. Blades clashed violently as Tsuyoshi blocked mid-swing, shockwaves tearing through air and fractured terrain below. A glowing system alert activated ultimate physique, temporarily boosting speed, agility, and heightened reaction timing instantly. Enhanced reflexes guided his body, narrowly dodging an incoming strike that should have landed fatally. Assessing the masked attacker's stats, Tsuyoshi realized survival relied solely on that sudden physical enhancement. Across the battlefield, the winged observer watched silently, startled by the unexpected outcome of Toyoshi's defense. A wave of magic energy exploded outward, shredding the icy battlefield into violent crystal shards. Tsuyoshi dropped from midair, blade angled downward, landing hard through fractured terrain and crumbling structure below. From above, the Winged Reaper and Masked Warrior hovered, scanning Tsuyoshi's position through rising dust clouds. Smoke cleared slowly as Tsuyoshi's silhouette emerged, body bruised, but still upright, refusing to stay down. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon again, signaling determination to survive the next coordinated assault. The Winged Reaper and Masked Warrior hovered above, preparing to launch their next synchronized assault. Black mist gathered around the assassin's blade, while his stance shifted forward, signaling a sudden strike. She activated a support spell beneath them, boosting agility and power through layered glyph arrays. Below, Tsuyoshi surged upward mid-spin, green energy exploding from his core in a rising spiral. With electrified force, he launched Hammerquake, slamming both enemies from mid-air into fractured icy ground. Lightning burst across the sky as Tsuyoshi's attack struck both enemies, dispersing magical defenses mid-air. The Winged Reaper recoiled mid-flight, disoriented by the arcane feedback vibrating through her wings and chest. Blood ran down the Masked Warrior's cheek, his narrowed eyes struggled to follow Tsuyoshi's movement again. Standing firm, Tsuyoshi radiated with charged energy, preparing his finishing strike. As the ground beneath cracked, lightning surged downward with brutal force, thunder chainfall crashed through enemy positions, scattering rubble and shockwaves. Lightning rained down, but dispersed mid-air energy shield blocked the strike with a glowing violet barrier. Both enemies regrouped quickly. The masked assassin lunged again, propelled by a high-speed aura boost. He spun mid-leap and launched Blaststorm, a magic projectile that shattered into hundreds of piercing shards. Metal sparks erupted as Tsuyoshi blocked with his gauntlets, resisting the barrage through raw physical strength. Rebounding forward, he broke through the shield's edge, pushing momentum back into the chaotic battlefield. Breathing heavily, Tsuyoshi braced himself. Pain surged through his arms from constant parries and explosive impact. Above him, both enemies circled again, wings flared wide, preparing to finish him mid-air. Faced with collapse, Tsuyoshi questioned everything until a system prompt triggered a long-sealed divine weapon response. Energy burst outward as his aura changed. Divine King's hammer began forming from golden currents. Light engulfed the field, hurling shockwaves. His enemies staggered, unprepared for the hammer's overwhelming descent. Tsuyoshi floated mid-air, confused. Time felt warped, the arena suddenly shifting around his disoriented form. A strange vortex expanded above him, light fractured as reality distorted into layered spell runes. The masked assassin activated Secret, summoning forbidden energy that consumed everything caught in its circle. Blood sprayed violently as Toyoshi's body was struck. His defenses failed under the twisting magical detonation. Gasping for breath, he collapsed snow-stained red while Kevin's memory echoed faintly in his thoughts. The moon cast a cold light over silent rooftops, hiding secrets brewing beneath the sky. High on a ledge, Masked Commander Kevin detected a magical surge breaking through dimensions. His enchanted armor pulsed as he traced the energy. A dimensional rift had opened. She emerged from thin air, her steps slow, snow swirling as her eyes met Kevin's without turning. Kevin began walking forward. Their confrontation wasn't chance. It was the start. She stood still between two enforcers as magical restraints shimmered, locking her powers completely. Kevin's cloak flared as he proclaimed she is violation disrupting balance by trespassing forbidden dimensions. A system prompt appeared, confirming her unauthorized passage through spatial coordinates across multiple realms. Kevin turned, energy crackling from his back, offering one final chance before judgment was delivered. In the crowd, Tsuyoshi watched silently, fists clenched, realizing his mission now involved saving her. Tsuyoshi clenched his jaw, lowering his head, trying to suppress the power stirring inside. His heart raced. The system had awakened something ancient, gifted by the forgotten cheat ring. He murmured his resolve, not seeking revenge but strength to protect those left behind. Kevin stared at him silently, momentarily reading Tsuyoshi's aura, a warrior born, not made. Lightning burst from Kevin's gauntlet, launching a brutal strike meant to crush Tsuyoshi completely. A young beastkin girl, Sakura, rushed forward, crying out desperately to stop the attack. Kevin's strike hesitated mid-air as he turned, sensing a powerful innocence from the small figure. Sakura's trembling voice pierced the silence, pleading for mercy, despite not fully understanding the danger. She clutched her chest, recalling memories of kindness Tsuyoshi once showed when others cast her aside. Tears welled in her eyes as she whispered, believing mercy was stronger than power. Sakura leapt between the attack and Tsuyoshi, shielding him from the violent magical blast. Kevin's energy rippled violently. His attack halted only momentarily before preparing a devastating second strike. The system confirmed. Annihilation Protocol had activated a forbidden technique, erasing anything within range. Sakura screamed Tsuyoshi's name as magical waves surrounded her, tears clinging to her glowing cheeks. Nearby, two elite enforcers watched coldly, sealing away another girl in crystalline stasis as punishment. Kevin's body surged with unstable energy as the annihilation sequence overloaded beyond safe limits. The system displayed a critical alert. Magic pressure exceeded threshold, risk of collapse imminent. A radiant explosion burst outward, hurling Tsuyoshi into the sky through distorted magical shockwaves. Blood streaked Kevin's mask. For the first time, he realized Tsuyoshi had survived impact. Above the clouds, a winged mage descended her presence, signaling a new battlefield had begun. Sakura gasped as Tsuyoshi stood, barely conscious, glowing faintly with energy from her earlier shield. Healing light pulsed through his wounds, stabilizing his core long enough to activate emergency defense. But the system's alert confirmed Tsuyoshi's cheat ring was no longer fully synchronized with reality. A second warning followed. Excessive overload could destroy the cheat mechanism entirely, erasing its existence. Surrounded by golden lightning, Tsuyoshi's body lifted mid-air as his form began to fragment apart. Tsuyoshi's body destabilized rapidly as the cheat ring triggered a desperate system override protocol. Violent lightning consumed him, a blinding vortex forming above as spiritual pressure split the sky. The system summoned his bound artifact, the divine hammer, locked behind layers of sealed power. Light and thunder merged as Tsuyoshi reached upward, clutching the weapon forged beyond mortal craftsmanship. System logs confirmed. Divine hammer unlocked. Skill heaven. Forge judgment. Achieved under unique cheat interference conditions. Kevin's body cracked under the energy pressure, his core destabilizing from the divine interference. His armor strained, forced to absorb magic crafted far beyond its origin or defensive class. Meanwhile, another enforcer fired a binding arrow, trying to restrain Tsuyoshi's unstable magic from spreading further. The system confirmed. Tsuyoshi's power now surpassed the original cheat parameters, threatening internal collapse. But Tsuyoshi's hand clenched the divine hammer tighter, eyes glowing, choosing to fight despite annihilation. Divine and corrupted energy collided, shaking the battlefield as systems struggled to stabilize dimensional forces. Kevin smirked confidently, mocking Tsuyoshi's effort, believing no weapon could bypass his ancient shield. The divine hammer cracked through Kevin's barrier, scattering fragments like dust through a collapsing force field. The shockwave blasted enemies backward, wings flailing and weapons shattering under uncontrolled divine feedback. Tsuyoshi emerged from the glow, his body scorched, eyes locked vengeance, now fully awakened. Sakura stepped through blood-soaked grass, leaving behind a lifeless body, torn open by force. The forest ahead remained dim, and still, shadows stretched across the path, from scattered moonlight. Armor fragments cracked under her boots, as she approached, calm and unshaken by the violence. A wounded beastman crawled backward, his status window flickering powerless, broken, and exposed to death, unmoved. Sakura stood over him, her blade ready, her judgment shaped by irreversible loss. Bloodied and wide-eyed, the beastman stammered as pain surged through his mangled side and torso. Purple energy swirled violently around her figure, limbs tensing as power began coursing through every muscle. A worn page bearing ancient runes was raised, its symbol pulsing faintly under moonlit mist. No room left for pleas. He clutched his chest, helpless while darkness swallowed his final breath. Cold eyes stared forward, steady and unshaken, as her blade lowered without hesitation or regret. Sword raised high, the armored beastman charged with fury, vowing vengeance for fallen comrades. Fingers tightened around her weapon's hilt, aura flaring as petals burst in swirling violet arcs. Blossoms ignited mid-air, each petal sharpened by mana, spinning violently in her devastating, flower-storm silence, followed as energy faded. Her sword now steady, surrounded by shimmering, scattered fragments. Crimson light flickered in her eyes, no hesitation remained as strength carved through incoming threats. Petals settled around her boots, while silence reclaimed the battlefield. Bodies sprawled across broken ground. Loot screen flickered mid-air, listing gold, potions and fragments, scavenged from the slain war party. Kneeling briefly, she gathered spoils into storage, her expression unreadable under the fading violet glow. A distant tremor split the quiet, unfamiliar energy rising fast from the forest's edge. Something massive pierced the soil, dragging corruption with it, warping air and shaking the terrain. Violently, dark lightning spiraled violently, as corrupted mana surged upward, tearing cracks through space and sky alike. A golden weapon clashed against the void's edge, wielded by something monstrous, yet disturbingly human-shaped. Towering presence stepped forward, distortion warping his form. Notifications screamed, boss-class entity detected. Executioner. Beneath his cloak, demon eyes flickered, lips curled as he whispered threats, only the dead heard. Gloved hand gripped a glowing orb. Ancient magic pulsed inside, prepared to rewrite battlefield rules instantly. A violent cyclone of green energy blasted outward, scattering debris and slashing trees mid-air. Masked warrior emerged from the smoke, voice taunting, claiming their weapon could rewrite natural laws. Fist surged with dark mana, thrust forward like a cannon, its impact cracked space on contact. A system alert blinked red, announcing unstable conditions and imminent environment collapse across battle zone. Purple lightning clashed with gold as weapons met, shockwaves warping reality in a blinding energy spiral. Blades sparked on contact as lightning exploded between them, launching both warriors in opposite directions. System interface flashed blue. Direct clash skill activated, calculating synchronized strength output between locked targets. Charred smoke trailed his body while health dropped dangerously low, instability readings climbing every passing second. Mutation rate critical. The warning blinked. Energy buildup inside him neared irreversible form distortion. Nearby allies observed from afar, preparing for backup as retreat protocol silently overrode their hesitation. Corrupted aura expanded outward, consuming airspace as his stats surged beyond calculated limits instantly. Both launched into the sky, one cloaked in shadows, the other wielding blinding golden force. Wings flared open mid-air. She braced herself, sensing it was already too late. Crimson lens glowed with precision as he locked target, preparing a single fatal strike. Without pause, energy beam exploded downward, slicing clouds while shockwaves echoed across the entire battlefield. A system warning popped mid-air as the executioner's health plummeted below critical danger threshold. Energy blast sent him crashing into rubble, distortion lingering across his fractured body and weapon. Thought spun rapidly. He couldn't believe such force existed outside his calculated field of dominance. Chest rose unevenly. Despite wounds, a faint grin curled beneath his cracked crimson visor. Renewed aura spiraled skyward. Green circuits formed behind him as wind thunder. God-eerly sequence fully activated. Black mist swirled as he observed the ritual, recognizing the technique's divine tier signature. No retreat was possible. His instinct screamed as radiant glyphs rotated faster beneath summoned light. Wind columns rose like towers, wrapping his figure in pure emerald force drawn from nature. Earth trembled beneath converging power, every blade of grass bent toward its center, pulled by gravity. Her breath caught. A red alert followed, system unable to classify form. Existence exceeded safety threshold. Lightning crawled across his skin as he channeled unstable divine force into the ancient hammer. Body trembled violently, internal damage neared critical, while the system struggled to contain ascending energy surge. A violent green vortex tore through the skies, releasing bolts of lightning and scattering debris across the village. A young boy shouted urgently for his grandfather to retreat into the house. His voice trembled with panic as the earth trembled beneath their feet. The old man remained calm, murmuring that such power had not appeared since the first summoning. He stared ahead, not with fear, descending from the sky. A towering beastman cloaked in emerald energy emerged from the eye of the storm. He sensed a hidden strength within the boy and declared his intent to extract it through death. A system warning triggered as the Divine King's hammer began forcefully releasing power. Despite the massive strain on the user's body, the upgrade process for the Divine Hammer system continued. Destruction loomed within seconds. A girl screamed as she was caught in the swirling energy. Her body was helpless against the pressure that flung her through the air. The boy's body deteriorated further, approaching fatal limits. Energy pulsed through his veins as the timer to collapse shortened. The beastman blamed the girl's interference, but refused to halt the spell. His priority remained killing the human. With fury, the beastman unleashed his final blow, aiming to crush Tsuyoshi completely within the storm. Tsuyoshi resisted the force, barely standing. The girl, watching, cried out in horror as he took the full brunt. She reached for him, unable to help, as his figure vanished within the glowing vortex. System alerts intensified. The boy's body was seconds from collapse. Yet, a blinding surge erupted within the storm. The beastman stepped forward, confident. He mocked Tsuyoshi's limits, certain no child's body could withstand such force. As dust settled, the girl found herself stunned. Tsuyoshi lay still, but he was alive. The core of Tsuyoshi's body emitted a blinding purple surge, overflowing with unstable energy. The beastman narrowed his gaze, sensing the unnatural pressure forming around the boy. He realized too late that the source was evolving rapidly. From within the vortex, Tsuyoshi's silhouette reappeared, cloaked in divine light, and bursting with unstable force. Staring wide-eyed, the beastman could not believe Tsuyoshi withstood the divine hammer at level 1. Each pulse of the aura shattered control spells. Even the barriers protecting his minions collapsed as Tsuyoshi's power overrode their enchantments. A concerned ally rushed to his side, asking if he was still conscious. Tsuyoshi remained kneeling, his body damaged but still functioning. His corrupted energy continued rising. Black lines crawled across his body, and system warnings counted down to total destruction. A burst of force launched him into the sky. The beastman watched in confusion as divine energy compressed into a single beam. Realization hit too late that beam had been condensed into a focused counterattack. The beastman barely dodged, stunned by the retaliation's precision. Tsuyoshi launched forward, fists clenched. System alerts identified his movement as a final retaliatory protocol. His opponent faltered, muttering in panic. The girl from earlier dropped from above, her own magic dispersing the air around her. She collided with the beastman, knocking him off balance. The force was enough to turn the tide briefly. The impact hurled him into the rubble. He cursed under his breath, angered by the interruption. He admitted the girl had skill, though not enough to match his full power. Still, she bought critical time for Tsuyoshi. Tsuyoshi stood again. System notifications confirmed the forced release of more hammer power, and warned of critical body failure approaching in 15 seconds. Tsuyoshi's body surged with raw divine energy, the corrupted hammer blazing with chaotic power. His transformation neared its final phase, destabilizing the ground beneath. The opposing warrior shouted, sensing danger, accusing Tsuyoshi of attempting mutual destruction. Yet even stripped of the staff, Tsuyoshi's law-based energy still surged forward without restraint. In retaliation, the enemy summoned twin dragons of wind and frost from above. He launched himself downward with deadly force, initiating a head-on strike. System alerts indicated body damage had reached its threshold. Despite this, Tsuyoshi's hammer continued drawing energy as the upgrade neared full completion. Their powers collided mid-air, purple and green energy clashing violently. The impact distorted space, the sky tearing from the shockwave, refusing to fall. Tsuyoshi charged again. His opponent braced, underestimating the assault. Unaware the true force hadn't yet peaked, blasted back, the enemy questioned his defeat. His armor cracked, and doubt overwhelmed his confidence for the first time. A massive surge of violet energy burst skyward, consuming the battlefield in a single flash of dominance. Fallen and shaken, the girl watched in silence. The overwhelming force left no doubt that the tide had turned. Tsuyoshi stood, breathing heavily. The system confirmed his upgrade was now complete, and the enemy had been neutralized. He collapsed shortly after. Despite victory, his body reached its limit, triggering another alert. The system finalized the world synchronization process, beginning integration of Tsuyoshi's victory into the universal structure. Morning light broke over the forest clearing, casting warmth across a tranquil pond surrounded by lush greenery. Sunlight filtered gently through a window, illuminating the room within a quiet shelter. Inside, a young beastkin girl lay unconscious, her body faintly glowing as signs of life stirred back into her. She awoke slowly, her voice weak as she murmured Tsuyoshi's name, her eyes still heavy with sleep and confusion. The armored woman standing nearby approached sternly, her expression cold as she confirmed the girl's consciousness. As the girl sat up, she asked desperately about Tsuyoshi, only to learn that Kevin, their betrayer, was dead. The armored woman explained that Kevin had acted out of jealousy and attacked once he realized Tsuyoshi's true potential. Her memories flashed back to the moment Kevin unleashed his power, targeting the energy sealed within Tsuyoshi's body. She recalled standing, amid ruin, facing the shadowy attacker alone, knowing he had become a corrupted threat. Tears welled in the beastkin girl's eyes as she accepted Tsuyoshi's death, struggling to hold back grief. The armored woman offered no comfort, warning that had the girl not helped Tsuyoshi, she would have shared his fate. Coldly, she dismissed her, declaring that if the girl could move, she should leave immediately. As the girl tried to stand, a voice called from outside, stopping the woman before she could leave. Light erupted from the doorway. The girl turned in shock, recognizing Tsuyoshi stepping through, cloaked in green energy. He revealed he had awakened in this new form, saved by a system upgrade through the law of Earth Wind Frost. Tsuyoshi stood bathed in radiant green energy, explaining how he had absorbed the residual power and advanced several levels. He detailed how he altered his core skill to the law of Earth Wind Frost, which now flowed continuously through his body. With a firm expression, he questioned Fleurin directly, asking why she had been at the restricted area the previous night. Fleurin lowered her eyes, guilt written across her face as she realized trust in her had faded. Sakura recounted that their former teacher had banned entry to that zone, likely planning an ambush to eliminate Tsuyoshi. She reminded Fleurin that as one of his students, she should have known better than to ignore the warning signs. Fleurin suddenly leapt forward, her movements empowered by glowing energy as she approached Tsuyoshi. Sakura rushed to intercept her, startled by the sudden charge, and preparing to defend. But instead of attacking, Fleurin reached out and retrieved a glowing item, gently presenting it with hesitation, holding the soft glowing scarf. She explained that she had intended to give it to Tsuyoshi the night before. She admitted, using magic to craft it, not trusting her own skills, and confessed her fear that he might disappear again. Embarrassed, Fleurin offered him the scarf with tears in her eyes, telling him to discard it if he didn't want it. She spoke of how the master had once saved her, and that debt had shaped her loyalty. Fleurin acknowledged that her intentions had been misjudged, but her actions came from deep gratitude and a desire to help. Accepting her words, Tsuyoshi turned silently toward the forest path, thanking her before walking off beneath the bright sky. Sakura reflected on how Kevin's sudden betrayal had caught her off guard, allowing him to injure Tsuyoshi. She was stunned by how fast Tsuyoshi had recovered, noting that his power regenerated even while he remained at level 12. Tsuyoshi recounted Kevin's viciousness the previous night, and how he had nearly been killed, only surviving due to Fleurin's healing. Though uncertain about the future, Tsuyoshi expressed his gratitude to Sakura for supporting him when he was at his lowest. He reminded her of the moment she encouraged him to survive during divine punishment, a memory that stayed with him. He offered her his trust, promising to listen if she ever decided to reveal her hidden past. Sakura stood quietly, hands folded, unsure how to respond to Tsuyoshi sincerity. With a nod, she accepted his words, and they prepared to leave together, their bond strengthened. Tsuyoshi reached for the handmade scarf Fleurin gave him earlier, a memory of her effort embedded in its design. He wrapped the scarf around his neck with quiet appreciation, the threads still glowing faintly with magical energy. Sakura watched from nearby, a soft expression on her face as the two moved forward side by side. Elsewhere, someone studied an old parchment under lamplight, hinting at the beginning of another chapter. A new dimensional gate opened as another group of challengers was summoned into the realm of trials. Confusion filled the crowd, some panicking, while others braced themselves, unsure of what awaited beyond the light. Tsuyoshi reappeared among them, now confident and stronger, holding a mission scroll that marked his return as a warrior. Sandor, a high-ranking figure in the Angry Dragon faction, stood amidst rubble as his enemies closed in. His swift response surprised the hero's alliance. Leaping into battle with immense power, Sandor confronted multiple threats simultaneously. The surroundings crumbled as he landed with force. Elsewhere, Dan, president of the Final Glory Guild, watched events unfold from a distance. Sandor dismissed the situation as a minor task. Brushing off the intensity of the clash, energy surged as his forces overwhelmed their targets with calculated efficiency. Another's class hero, Iluka, confirmed completion of their operation. Standing over a fallen opponent, Sandor chose to halt their actions until the upcoming rookie tournament, ending the conversation and focusing on their objective. Dan, surrounded by luxury and influence, noted that Sandor's actions were far from minor. The man's ambition to extend his influence was obvious. A defeated warrior named Ruth spoke through blood and bruises, reminding Sandor that rejecting their offer had consequences. Ruth stood defiant, declaring readiness to die rather than surrender. Despite defeat, he showed no fear in the face of power. Sandor responded coldly and struck without hesitation. Ruth was left reeling as the attack pierced through him, signaling Sandor's resolve. He turned from the scene and passed control to Iluka, delegating any further action. The mission was complete from his perspective. Iluka stepped forward through flames, accepting the responsibility. His composed demeanor masked the destruction surrounding him. At the dungeon information desk, Tsuyoshi requested solo entry, raising eyebrows. His level appeared far too low for such ambition. Unshaken by ridicule, Tsuyoshi insisted on registering. His combat power and copied skills revealed hidden strength behind his calm exterior. The clerk's warning went unheard. Tsuyoshi's determination silenced opposition. Nothing would stop him from advancing alone into the unknown. At the registration desk, Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro was acknowledged by name. The staff outlined current dungeon availability: 6 in total. She warned that no medical support would be provided, and entry would be at his own risk. Only 3 of the 6 dungeons had recorded data. Tsuyoshi acknowledged the risks without hesitation. Internally, he criticized the staff's inability to recognize true talent. As Tsuyoshi approached the shimmering blue portal, he noted the dungeon options but decided to clear only one today due to time. Nearby, a group of adventurers argued over a lost wand, panicking over its value and the high cost of replacing it. Weighed down by fatigue and lacking supplies, the group chose not to re-enter. Instead, they discussed posting a reward for recovery assistance. Tsuyoshi, unfazed by the group's commotion, politely asked them to move aside as he approached the C-class portal. The adventurers assumed he was part of a team and questioned his capabilities, remarking that he looked too inexperienced. Their doubts persisted, though some urged caution, not wanting to judge too quickly. The group remained skeptical of his intent. A young girl timidly asked Tsuyoshi if he could retrieve their lost wand. Surprising the group with her sudden request, Tatsuyoshi calmly responded that he wasn't part of a party. Their reward offer didn't sway him. He clarified he would enter the dungeon alone. The announcement silenced them, drawing a mix of shock and disbelief. The group was stunned. They questioned his level, doubting the sanity of a solo entry into a dangerous dungeon. Tsuyoshi simply stated he was level 18, a D-rank hero. His answer only deepened their concern. The party warned him that such a dungeon was beyond his level. Entering alone, they said, was tantamount to suicide. A party of 5 introduced themselves: mage, priest, thief, shield warrior, and frontline fighter, all averaging level 20. Despite their warning, Tsuyoshi dismissed their concern. Without hesitation, he stepped into the C-class dungeon. As he vanished into the portal, the group labeled him reckless, assuming his success in a test dungeon made him overconfident. The group fell into silence, uncertain of their impressions. One adventurer remarked on how calm Tsuyoshi had appeared just before entering. Inside the dungeon, Tsuyoshi activated his scan system, observing the unfamiliar crystalline walls. It was a starlit-type dungeon, rare and complex. As data processed around him, he stood calmly under the eerie light, while Heaven's Eye began analyzing his surroundings. Analysis revealed the terrain was a gemstone cave, hosting darkness-type monsters. Fire, wind, and light-based attacks were most effective. His upgraded armor, skill set, and combat power were displayed. Despite being level 18, his strength exceeded expectations. Asuchigumo, a level 22 beast, appeared. Without fear, Tsuyoshi prepared for battle while his system confirmed equipment compatibility. Tsuyoshi activated his copied skill, Law of Earth, Wind, and Frost, infusing it into his weapon to test its effectiveness. His attack exploded with power, cutting through the Tushigumo effortlessly. The weapon's ability amplified his skill beyond ordinary limits. With one strike, he unleashed thunder-fused Saw Tempest, eradicating the monster and shaking the cavern with violent force. Reflecting on his power, Tsuyoshi saw this dungeon as peaceful compared to others. It was an ideal training ground. 15 minutes later, the party outside grew anxious. They feared he had perished, regretting their earlier dismissiveness. A veteran adventurer stated plainly, if Tsuyoshi hadn't emerged by now, he was likely dead. The others sat quietly, guilt rising. As the dungeon gate pulsed, the waiting party turned in shock. The light signaled an unprecedented record had been set. News of the new time spread rapidly across the area. Crowds gathered in curiosity to identify the party responsible. Officials checked the system logs, confused. No group was registered, only one name appeared. Tsuyoshi Tsukishiro. The system confirmed Tsuyoshi had cleared the dungeon in 15 minutes, surpassing all previous entries. He exited calmly, drawing stunned reactions from the crowd that once doubted him. Approaching the girl, he returned her wand, casually asking if record-breaking earned any reward. Crowds gathered as Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi emerged from the cave, his calm steps contradicting the astonished faces around him. Whispers grew louder. He had returned the missing staff and single-handedly updated the cave's record. Everyone struggled to understand how a beginner achieved such a feat. As adventurers stared, one offered to team up. Tsuyoshi declined, revealing a powerful weapon recovered during the boss fight, casually confirming his solo success. A guild member questioned Tsuyoshi's identity. Retrieving such loot during a fight was implausible. No ordinary D rank could do it. Doubt turned to disbelief. They had never seen a level 18 adventurer with such overwhelming presence. It defied logic. Officials requested verification. Tsuyoshi permitted it, stating he had other tasks waiting. His tone was calm, yet firm. He wanted no delays. Identity confirmed. Tsuyoshi had set a solo cave record of 15 minutes and 3 seconds. No one had imagined that outcome. They offered a reward and invited him to headquarters. Breaking both solo and party records made him eligible for special recognition. He declined, stating more caves awaited. Without hesitation, he turned and walked into the next portal. Mission unfinished. Bystanders warned him to rest. Entering another cave without recovery was dangerous, especially alone. Tsuyoshi replied calmly. He wasn't tired, he was merely warming up. No healing was needed. Gasps followed. What they'd just witnessed was only his warm-up. The crowd stood stunned. 20 minutes later, Tsuyoshi entered a new cave. He reviewed the updated system and terrain information with precision. Though the divine selection system granted him power, it demanded continuous adaptation. He still needed time to master its new functions. At the boss room entrance, he paused briefly. With unwavering focus, he stepped forward. His journey was far from over. Tsuyoshi sensed an unusual presence and turned toward the source. A massive figure rose among shattered bones. Boss, Invader Lady 425. Standing atop a mound of skulls, she observed him with a composed smile. Despite her beauty, she radiated hostility. Tsuyoshi analyzed her traits. Though lacking darkness, type energy, she displayed humanoid intelligence. He recalled that over 360 cave monster types had been confirmed. The boss began her assault. Lifting her hands, she released a wave of violet energy that swept across the chamber. The magic wave struck the area, surrounding bones trembled as her power activated. The ground pulsed. Those skulls were likely adventurers, lost to the same illusion. Tsuyoshi immediately recognized the effect. His vision flickered, but his expression remained firm. The divine eye confirmed it. A mental attack inducing hallucinations. Its power varied based on level difference. Tsuyoshi understood the trick. Many adventurers likely died here, deceived by visions. She preyed not on strength, but on confusion. His defense system activated. A golden light barrier formed light defense. It blocked low-level non-physical attacks for 3 hours. The boss watched, surprised. Her wave had no effect. She questioned her magic's failure. Tsuyoshi remained still, analyzing. The passive skill had triggered automatically. He marveled at how the new system continued evolving during real combat. Declaring her weak, he advanced. A surge of green energy enveloped him. He dashed forward, blade drawn. Her eyes widened as his slash descended. The protective aura around her cracked. Her composure vanished, overwhelmed by raw power elsewhere. Union staff monitored the battle. Confusion rose as the data revealed spikes far exceeding standard metrics. For a C-rank cave, officials murmured, how could a D-rank adventurer show output close to a rank? Records failed to match his performance. Crowds gathered near the final C-rank cave as news of Tsuyoshi solo achievement spread. Tsuyoshi emerged again, bathed in light. He had cleared the cave in 6 minutes and 32 seconds. Excited guilds and associations surrounded him, each offering invitations, rewards, and promises. Tsuyoshi politely declined, explaining his preference for working alone. His expression remained calm, despite the overwhelming attention. He clarified that he wasn't interested in joining factions. Without pause, he asked the crowd to make way. He still had more caves to clear. Despite offers of healing and support, Tsuyoshi refused assistance. Even the priests offering to join him were turned away. He revealed the reason: his newly acquired passive skill, minor exhaustion reduction, allowed him to maintain stamina, even during continuous dungeon runs. This ability suppressed fatigue when his power exceeded the enemy's by a wide margin for lower-level caves. Soon after, he entered 2D rank caves in rapid succession. New records were announced within minutes of each other as he overwhelmed powerful monsters. Adventurer Union officials watched in disbelief. 2D rank caves were completed in just over 10 minutes, combined far beyond normal limits. His performance had already been reported to headquarters. Officials now speculated whether he aimed to conquer the remaining B rank caves as well. In the distance, a bystander recognized his name. Tsuyoshi's reputation had begun to spread even outside official channels. Watching a countdown timer on his device, one observer complained about the lack of updates. Only 3 hours remained before cave access would close. Others rushed to confirm if Tsuyoshi was still inside. Speculation grew. No one wanted to miss the next historic moment. A man from the School Adventurer Association arrived, asking what had happened. Even organizations beyond the Union were now paying attention. Rumors spread among adventurers about a D-rank named Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, who had shattered multiple cave records alone. Speculation turned into curiosity as more arrived, drawn by the name. Shock followed when they confirmed the mysterious adventurer was indeed Tsuyoshi. At the entrance of a high-tier cave, Tsuyoshi stood ready. The crowd watched silently as he prepared to enter, determined to break another record. A glowing portal hovered silently outside the entrance of a B-class dungeon, pulsing with ominous energy. Speculation buzzed among the group as they identified the lone figure preparing to enter. Whispers spread: Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, a mere D-rank hunter. Despite his rank, stories of his solo victories over C-class and D-class dungeons circulated, confused and skeptical. Some hunters muttered suspicions, suggesting Tsuyoshi might be working under a secretive faction, using underhanded methods to inflate his reputation. Others accused him of relying on illegal boosts or hidden artifacts, unable to accept that a D rank could truly earn such feats unaided. Veteran warriors scoffed, convinced that anyone at Tsuyoshi's level entering such a dungeon was doomed. A few defenders challenged the criticism, recalling how Tsuyoshi had cleared a C-rank dungeon completely unarmed. That memory sowed doubt. Yet the backlash was immediate. Detractors dismissed the feat as luck or deception, refusing to believe he was anything more than average. Standing firm, Tsuyoshi gripped his weapon. His silent gaze ignored the crowd's voices. Despite the risks, he would move forward. Among the crowd, one voice reminded others that the system had verified his level. It wasn't forged or manually claimed. Another hunter remarked that even reaching such evaluations required considerable skill, no matter the rank label. Suddenly, attention shifted as footsteps echoed. A familiar party was approaching the area with purpose and recognition. The Wild Rose party arrived, led by Nobara, a renowned level 38 warrior, known for their strength and independence. Their presence commanded attention. The crowd recognized them instantly. Wild Rose had set records in B-class dungeon runs fast, efficient, and deadly. Rumors about their independence from factions only added to their appeal. To many, they were heroes. To Tsuyoshi, they were another obstacle or perhaps inspiration. As the Wild Rose party arrived, a man in glasses scoffed at their presence, questioning their motive. Nobara, the captain of Wild Rose, stood silently near the dungeon gate, her sharp eyes narrowed, listening intently to the ongoing murmurs. She revealed her reason for coming. Chukikoka Tsuyoshi, a D-rank hero, was attempting the B-class dungeon alone. One of the bystanders confirmed Tsuyoshi's record, breaking feats in C-rank dungeons. Though even he admitted the situation seemed suspicious, a fellow hunter speculated that Tsuyoshi might be relying on illegal means to enhance his strength, questioning the legitimacy of his success. Despite doubts, Nobara acknowledged that clearing such a dungeon solo was no small feat, regardless of rank. Another voice dismissed Tsuyoshi's efforts, claiming he was most likely cheating. In their view, anger rose among the crowd. Some demanded drug tests and punishment if Tsuyoshi emerged victorious, unwilling to let a D rank outperform them. Yet a few recalled seeing him exit dungeons unharmed and steady. It cast doubt over the accusations, suggesting there might be more to him. One arrogant hunter mocked Tsuyoshi's ambitions, acting insulted by the idea of a D rank surpassing them. His pride was clearly bruised. Nobara, however, kept her composure. She noted that regardless of cheating or not, tackling a B-class dungeon solo was an extraordinary act. With a calm but intrigued expression, she admitted that if Tsuyoshi returned alive, her entire impression of him might change. When asked if she was seriously considering him a rival, she deflected with a vague remark, though her curiosity was clear. As Tsuyoshi disappeared into the dungeon, a tense stillness filled the air. Everyone waited, unsure what outcome to expect. Inside, Tsuyoshi faced his first challenge. A menacing creature appeared level 61, classified as a guardian, standing amid tall grass. Tsuyoshi observed the terrain. The sheer scale and atmosphere of the dungeon surpassed anything he had encountered before. He acknowledged the vast difference between B-class dungeons and lower-tier ones. This environment demanded far more precision and strength. Despite already qualifying for rookie tournaments, he didn't hesitate. With confidence, he activated his skills, eager to test himself in this high-level zone. Tsuyoshi leapt forward, scanning the environment. For what was meant to house minor enemies, the energy density already impressed him. He speculated on the boss type, hoping for a darkness, a tribute enemy to exploit his own advantages. With focused intent, he called for the monsters to come forth. This was his chance to push beyond his current limits. The moment he landed, dark creatures surged from the ground. The dungeon responded immediately to his intrusion. Tsuyoshi stood firm, reading the threat. His composure remained steady even as the enemies surrounded him. A system notification revealed the enemy's identity. Ripping Wolf level 31, wind and dark attributes, with devastating speed and lethal claws. His eyes lit up. This was exactly the challenge he had hoped for. Sparks danced across his blade as energy surged. The wolves retaliated fiercely. Thunderous howls echoed as lightning crackled around them. One lunged with jaws wide, but Tsuyoshi's movements were faster, his blade ready to meet the charge head. On dodging quickly, Tsuyoshi slashed at the enemy. He noted the wolf's speed, acknowledging the threat seriously. Charging a spell, he activated a complex magic array. Symbols glowed beneath his feet, locking on to the target. With a swift motion, he cast a powerful wind and earth containment spell, sealing the beast's momentum mid-air. The captured wolf crashed violently into the ground, unable to resist the force of Tsuyoshi's containment spell. Tsuyoshi observed the aftermath calmly. He considered the strength of these enemies and acknowledged they were unlike the lower-tier monsters he had previously faced. Suddenly, new threats emerged from the shadows: mutated beasts and hulking giants. Their sudden arrival hinted the dungeon's deeper layers held even more dangerous foes. A green energy blade pierced through the fallen beast's chest, melting its flesh and bone. The area steamed with heat. The hero stood atop the corpse, eyes sharp, posture relaxed. His black suit gleamed with streaks of neon green. Suddenly, the ground trembled. From the smoke, a larger monster charged forward. Blue-skinned, horned, armored, and snarling, its jaws wide as it roared with killing intent. Unmoved, the hero evaluated the threat. It was tagged as an elite monster. But titles didn't impress him. With lightning, charged fists, he clashed against the beast's face. Sparks flew as his thunder chain fist struck. He attacked again from above, diving down with full force. The ground cracked beneath them, but the enemy held firm, its strength far beyond expectation. Panting, the hero hovered above, surprised. Few creatures could withstand so many empowered strikes. This opponent demanded more. The monster stormed forward again, dust and rubble scattering with every step. Its single horn aimed directly for a lethal charge. The hero reacted swiftly, dodging the rush with a backflip. The creature smashed through stone, where he had stood moments before. He gathered his strength, preparing a decisive blow. There was no time to prolong the fight. Activating Law of the Earth. Wind frost, energy spiraled around him. He targeted the monster's eye, its known weak spot. His attack struck true. The eye burst, and lightning coursed through its skull, collapsing its reinforced defenses instantly. He followed up without pause. Lightning infused his blade, extending its edge with raw destructive force. The creature howled in pain, stumbling back as the attack pierced deep. Its body trembled before collapsing. Breathing heavily, the hero looked down. Another elite monster defeated. His growth was undeniable power, now answered his will. After defeating the monster, Tsuyoshi tightened his grip on his glowing green blade. He acknowledged his current limitations. A system prompt evaluated his weapon compatibility at only 46.3%, recommending a higher-grade weapon with agility enhancements. Looking around the battlefield, he contemplated the strength of higher-tier dungeons. Outside the dungeon, a group of adventurers gathered near the entrance. Concern spread among them as they realized Tsuyoshi had been inside for over 20 minutes. Some speculated he might already be dead, doubting any D rank could last long alone in a B rank dungeon. One man loudly insisted the attempt was suicidal from the start. A group of level 30 monsters would have left no trace of him. A proud warrior recounted his own team's record. Their elite unit took over an hour to complete the dungeon. He boasted about their legendary feat, unaware that Tsuyoshi was already close to matching their time. Others criticized Tsuyoshi's abilities, claiming if he wasn't out soon, the Hero Alliance would investigate for cheating or unauthorized enhancements. Despite the noise, one female captain observed quietly. She dismissed the idea that doping alone could allow him to survive this long. She explained that B-rank dungeons weren't comparable to C or D-rank ones. A solo D-rank couldn't endure against those odds. Her eyes narrowed on the dungeon monitor, which now showed his progress had already reached 20 minutes. Reflecting on his past achievements, she recalled Tsuyoshi completing multiple D-rank dungeons alone in record time. She admitted that any normal D-rank hero would have died by now. Something about him disrupted every expectation. When a subordinate asked what she was watching, she brushed it off, but her focus remained fixed on the glowing portal waiting for what came next. Outside the dungeon, the timer displayed Tsuyoshi's current runtime 20 minutes and 17 seconds. The female captain's clenched fist betrayed her anxiety. Doubt clouded her mind. No ordinary D rank could last this long in a B rank dungeon. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Tsuyoshi reached a fog-covered lake filled with aquatic growth. The glowing pillar was covered in foreign inscriptions. Its unnatural design hinted at a forbidden magic. Tsuyoshi stood before it, eyes fixed, body tense. Every instinct told him he was nearing the dungeon's core. A dense aura surrounded him. The presence of darkness was undeniable. With a steady breath, he reached forward. Dark magic spiraled upward as Tsuyoshi made contact. A wave of energy engulfed him, shifting the terrain beneath his feet into an expansive void. He descended into a vast blue-lit battlefield, water below and stars above. The boss room had activated, and he was now inside. Before him stood a towering skeletal demon, Its ominous green eyes and horned armor marked it as the dungeon's final guardian. The two locked eyes, Tsuyoshi's calm demeanor contrasted with the boss's mocking tone. The demon sensed fear. As the demon taunted him, urging surrender, Tsuyoshi responded with resolve. He wasn't trembling from fear, but from adrenaline and purpose. He refused to back down. Not from fear, not from uncertainty. He was ready to fight and win. With a grin, Tsuyoshi declared his eagerness. This wasn't fear. It was excitement. He welcomed the challenge of a darkness-class boss. He even eyed the demon's blade, remarking on how convenient it'd be to claim it having just lost his own weapon. The demon, intrigued, analyzed him closely. For a D rank to show such spirit, it was unexpected and dangerous. The demon activated its magic, forming jagged glyphs in the air. Frost spread as the temperature plunged within seconds, locking the terrain in ice. An entire frozen battlefield manifested, signaling the start of the ice domain projection. Sharp winds tore through the space. Tsuyoshi stood firm, blade charged. He welcomed the challenge with unwavering focus,